This is Surrey County Cricket Club. Born in a tavern in 1845. The symbol of Kennington, we've seen London grow around us. Cricket's original champions, as Charles Alcock brought his vision to life and we cemented a reputation as a place of firsts. International football, FA Cup finals, international rugby, test matches, as well as where English pride came to die, before a great rivalry was born from its ashes. We share our feathers with royalty and pass on the honour of the brown cap through generations. We've seen England's best spend their careers with us.
Well, that's Jack Hobbs. Head and shoulders, yes, over all other living batsmen.
And the game's best finish under our gasometer. We've won 7 in a row thanks to Surridge, May, Barrington, Locke, Laker and the Bedser twins. In fact, we're well known for our famous siblings, but there's always been one family who've stood out. We saw the West Indies grip a nation on our doorstep, and a pioneer set records galore in the women's game. The end of the century brought a fresh take on Ik Dien, as Holyoake and his England teammates transformed us on the pitch. The changing of the oval skyline brought the greatest of finales.
There it is. England have regained the Ashes.
And an era of final test triumphs.
Alistair Cook has done it. A century in his last. Well played.
On our way to our own red ball century. We're one half of the game's oldest rivalry and its only London derby.
Can you clear the pavilion?
Local players are always the lifeblood of our side. But the world's best are attracted to us too. We've come through tragedies. Now we're home to world champions and cricketers of the year. 175 years have passed. There's much more to come. This is Surrey County Cricket Club, heart of London, pride of the county, the grandest stage in world cricket.
Well, a very good morning and welcome to the Kia Oval here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Solent and on the Surrey live stream where you can see Mr. Kevin James sporting a most wonderful... Is that a jumper or a shirt, Kevin James? It's a very smart number that you've got on today.
Well, I don't know. It's whatever you want it to be.
I'm going to say
really?
Shirt.
That's very good.
Very smart
Thank you.
shirt.
I'll go with shirt.
Very smart shirt. And a lovely day here at the Kia Oval for day 3 of this Division 1 clash between Surrey and Hampshire. And Hampshire start this morning 152 for 7, trailing by 315 runs after Surrey yesterday, all out for 467. And the overnight batsman, Keith Barker 21, James Fuller 8 not out. And Surrey, a good day yesterday. The one downer for Surrey yesterday was Kemar Roach, hamstring. I think he's off for a scan today. We won't see him again in this game, which sort of might change some tactics for Surrey. But actually, the other 3, 4, Jordan Clark, Jamie Overton, James Taylor and Will Jacks did a pretty good job. But nice day to bat. Kevin James, from a Hampshire point of view, battle day. From a Surrey point of view, it'd be very interesting to see what Surrey do as well, as if they did pick up those 3 wickets quickly this morning, even without Kemar Roach, I'd be pretty sure they'd have another go. But it'll be interesting to see what happens. But the first thing for Hampshire is try and bat as much as you can this morning.
Correct. Yeah, spot on. I think it depends on how long Hampshire can hold out in this first innings as to what Surrey might do. I think if they can hold out till about lunch, maybe Rory Burns might just give the bowlers A little bit of time of a break. Still plenty of time left in this game. We're just halfway through. But I think if Hampshire bowled out quickly this morning, then I think it's a given that they'll go straight back in the field. I think, unfortunately, of course, sad what's happened to Kemar Roach, and you don't want to fear the worst, but I think it won't be good news, but we'll have to wait and see. But I think all it will do is prolong the agony for Hampshire. I mean, they are so far behind that it's a matter of when they lose this game. I can't see them holding on to 13 wickets for 2 days. But speaking to Kyle Abbott last night, I forgot to ask him the obvious question of what do you think about reaching the 500 wicket career milestone. You can't believe that I didn't ask that one, but anyway. Other than that, he did say that they are expecting the wicket to get easier as it goes through today and tomorrow. Whether that happens or not, I don't know. I think overall this wicket has been absolutely spot on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bit of help for the bowlers. There's a bit of pace there so the batters can play their shots. I think this has been, if you want a track for the ideal game of county cricket, this is it.
Yeah. And we'll see what happens over the next couple of days with it, but up to this point, indeed, because we did see, even with Surrey, when we got here yesterday morning, we were saying that Ollie Pope, overnight not out 113, was he? But the previous evening, Keith Barker was still getting that ball to zip past his outside edge on a couple of occasions. Then we saw Mohammed Abbas yesterday in the morning session bowl some absolute beauties. And let's be honest, the ball that Kemar Roach got James Vince with was just outstanding. And the ball that Jamie Overton got Liam Dawson with was outstanding as well. So I suppose what the bowlers will say to themselves is if we can just keep plugging away. And we saw that with James Taylor, I thought was very impressive with his 6 overs yesterday. Kept it very, very tight. Didn't get a wicket, but kept it very tight. And Surrey know they're going to have a bit more work to do without Kemar Roach, but they're still in a mighty fine position. And weather forecast, very good, lovely day here. Blue sky, no clouds today at all. It was hazy upon arrival this morning. That haze has disappeared. And the ground will fill up as the day goes on. Easter Saturday, of course, so it's the long bank holiday weekend, and umpires Robinson and Milnes have made their way out into the middle, and in a few moments' time Rory Burns will lead out the Surrey side. Ben Folkes is going through his extraordinary warm-up with the catching net, where he has Alex Stewart to one side, I think that's Jeremy Greaves, the fielding coach, to the other, and they just both throw balls and he just catches one and whips it back to them, and it's absolutely mesmeric when he does that for about 10 minutes. It can hypnotic almost. So Rory Burns leads out the Surrey side, and Messrs Barker and Fuller make their way out to the middle. I think we've got a couple of balls left in a Jordan Clark over from last night when we came off for bad light, so it'll be Jordan Clark to get us started. Will Jacks with a couple of wickets yesterday. Spoke to him last night, and unsurprisingly, he was as pleased with the 2 wickets as he was with his batting, because they were genuinely, nice bits of off-spin bowling, and fascinating that he said that Gareth Batty had sort of said to him 3 weeks ago, 7 in your bowling off-spin, that's your place in the side. So I think that sort of gave him that role, which he says he's really enjoying at the moment. And again, I'll say he's a work in progress with his off-spin, but it's a bit better than part-time.
Well, it's an interesting battle now between him and Amal Verdi, isn't it? Because about this time last year, when Hampshire were last up in this parish, Verdi couldn't do a lot wrong. But it's amazing in professional sport how things can change very quickly. And Will Jacks, with his batting, very impressive batting, and looked good yesterday for his 72 off just 86 balls. If he can bowl decent off-spin, then Verdi now might be looking and thinking, well, where am I going to be playing regularly, and where's my next game?
Absolutely. It's Jordan Clark then, as I say, to bowl 2 deliveries of what is his 14th over and the 41st of the Hampshire innings from last night, when we came off a bad light because the old floodlights had taken over. The artificial light had taken over from the natural light. A few spectators dotted around in the Mickey Stewart members pavilion, and then people dotted around in the green seats to our right. It'll be Keith Barker, the left-hander, on strike. 2 slips and a gully. Here we go then, day 3, and Jordan Clark round the wicket to Keith Barker, and Barker just nudges this first ball off his hip as he goes across his stumps, works that out to Jamie Overton, at square leg, and there is no run. James Taylor looks as if he's having a bit of a stretch down there below us, so it might be Taylor to get us started from this Vauxhall end. Just keeping an eye on that, as turning once more is Jordan Clark. Comes round the wicket, and that's left alone outside the off stump by Keith Barker. That's the end of the over. Those 2 balls from last night, and Hampshire 152 for 7, which in mathematical terms means they're still trailing by 315.
Yep, and 318 is the follow-on target for Hampshire. That looks an awful long way away. It's all about trying to bat as long as they can. I thought it was interesting, James Taylor. The first time I really looked at him bowling, he found a bit of a spot there, didn't he, bowling from this end? Just short of a length, just a fraction outside off stump. And Ben Brown, I think from memory, faced quite a lot of Taylor's spell yesterday, and had to work very hard. Played well, didn't he, Ben Brown, for his 49 penultimate wicket last night, but Taylor made him work very hard. Just found a bit of bounce from time to time. So here he is bowling from the same end. 2 slips in the gully. That's full down the leg side. That's a bit of a loosener. Well taken by Folkes.
I think Tom Laws is out there 12th manning, so he's on a rookie contract with Surrey. Tom Laws come through the academy, was at Cranley School, plays in the Surrey Championship for Cranley, has played second 11 cricket for Surrey, but with no Kemar Roach. I think that's Tom Laws out there who's 12th manning, and he's out on the cover boundary at the moment, sweeping up.
Here's Taylor right arm over and bowls. That's a better length, but full, allowing James Fuller to drive it out. There is a man already on that cover boundary to the short boundary side to our left. 153 that'll be for 7. So Nick Arifa's already got a day off.
Well, maybe he's off. He might be off playing club cricket, well, I suppose. That's the other thing here. It's Saturday, isn't it? So there might be some club cricket going on.
It's just starting to get going now, isn't it, club cricket?
Absolutely.
Probably a week or 2 before the leagues actually start. I don't know when the Surrey Championship starts, and there's 1 or 2 other Surrey leagues as well. But I think down south it's about another week or 2. Southern League, I should look that up, really, shouldn't I? Here's Taylor then to the left-hander, Keith Barker, outside the off stump, and Barker quite happily leaves that one alone.
Yeah, and I suppose for Tom Laws as well, he'd have been involved in sort of winter programme and pre-season and all that good stuff, so it gets him out there in the middle. And as I say, I think with Kemar Roach, read somewhere that he's off for a scan today, but it didn't look great. It really didn't on his follow through, and just pulled straight up and had to be helped off the field of play.
Agreed. Taylor in again, Fuller, and just dug out towards gully area by Barker, and there is no run.
That'd be a huge shame. It'd be a huge shame, because he's a very popular bloke and a brilliant bowler. We saw that yesterday. That ball that he got James Vince with was an absolute cracker, but as I say, we'll wait to hear, but it just didn't look good at all. It really didn't. And with a bowler as well, and JMO, you know this better than anybody, they pull up straight away. It's never great.
No. Again, that's quite full, and it's right off the bottom of Barker's bat, and it goes out square on the offside.
It's the most glorious day, though.
Beautiful.
Again, absolutely fantastic Easter Saturday, and I expect the crowd to build up as the day goes on, because I think a lot of people will sort of make their way in this afternoon, and if you're in the sun, it's a very, very nice day to watch a bit of cricket.
Here comes Taylor again, runs away from us. Again, it's quite full to Barker, who plays that back to the bowler. Didn't quite get the lengths right there. Did James Taylor, 153 for 7.
Yes, and I think Jordan Clark will probably continue down there at the pavilion end. Not a huge amount of work yesterday for the bowlers, 42 overs so far, but they know that they might have to do quite a lot of bowling today, really, if they did pick up these 3 wickets quickly. Be an interesting equation for Rory Burns, because as JMO said, we're only halfway through the game here. So there is a whole day tomorrow with a good weather forecast, And James Fuller, who has 9 to his name, will be on strike here to Jordan Clark with 2 slips and a gully. As Clark is over the wicket from the pavilion end, and that's just hopped a touch on Fuller as he pushes that one a little uppishly out towards Ryan Patel at cover. No damage done.
Don't want to see that. Don't want to see the ball doing anything.
Yes, well, from a Hampshire point of view, they basically want this pitch to get flatter. That's what they really want. But I agree with Kevin James. I think this has been a really good pitch. As Jordan Clark, with the pavilion behind him, right arm over the wicket, he comes to Fuller, who's driving down the ground. That's a nice shot from James Fuller. Very positive shot. That's the way he'll play. And that whistles over the rope and away for our first boundary of the day. 157 for 7, and Fuller moves on to 13.
Yeah, this guy can play. Absolutely no doubt about that. Quite influential in one-day matches. Comes in late in the order and can give it a few big hits towards the end of one-day matches. But a little different, of course, in 4-day games where he's looking to bat out time, but he will still play his shots. But he's a correct player, make no mistake.
Jordan Clark is in to him, and he's letting that one go very wide outside his off stump. You can see the sun glinting off the back of Fuller's bat. I got here about 8 o'clock this morning. It was very hazy across the Thames, and then that sort of hazy cloud disappeared, and now it's the most gorgeous day. It really is. And shirt sleeves and shorts today, I think, for everybody. Very nice indeed over the weekend. As in comes Jordan Clark. Nice shot again from James Fuller. Just over pitch a touch by Jordan Clark. Just waited for it and then guided it away through the covers as Fuller, and pick up a couple of runs as Overton does the fielding. Good day for the Overtons yesterday. Jamie with a couple of wickets. 7 for Craig, and down at Taunton, Essex have already lost the night watchman, so they're 4 for 2, chasing not very many at Taunton.
Good game.
Very good game. Quick game, but a good game. As Jordan Clark runs towards us, comes in over the wicket, and Fuller's forward again. Solid looking defensive shot this out towards Ryan Patel. It goes, whips it in over the top of the stumps, and there is no run.
Just had a quick look actually. Surrey Championship starts 7th of May.
7th of May, is it?
It was more than
nice.
A quick look actually. It took me a few websites to work it out, but
not far to go there.
I just think a few leagues will be starting around about then. So nice friendlies.
You know what starts today? The old World Snooker.
Right.
It's always that time of the year, and it's sort of the beginning of cricket season time. As Jordan Clark is in, Fuller outside edge, dropped by Ollie Pope. To his right, above waist high, awkward height, hit the hands, went up again, and it went to the ground. So that's a life for James Fuller early on this morning, and Ollie Pope sort of beat the ground in frustration there after it had gone down. So a life for Fuller, and Hampshire remain 159 for 7.
Just kept going up. Just surprised Ollie Pope went quite quickly. Fuller pushing hard at that one, and the ball was just on its upward trajectory, and that's why Ollie Pope found the ball hitting high up the hand rather than going right into the palm of the hand. It's Taylor starting you over from our commentary end, and it's Fullish, driven by Barker up to mid-off.
Unless my eyes deceive me, Nico Reefer is now out there and has replaced Tom Laws. So there he is. I think that's Nico Reefer, but my eyesight's abysmal these days on that sort of distance. But that might be Nico Reefer out there, I think, who's now at a deep mid-wicket. There he is.
Looks like
There's young Nico.
There he is.
Deep mid-wicket. So Tom Laws was out there at the start of play.
And it's quite full, not timed by Barker as it goes up to mid-off. Seems to be coming off the bottom of Barker's bat quite a bit this morning. So he's obviously not playing club cricket this afternoon, unless he's been told, you know what, do a couple of hours in the field, Nico, and then you can go off to your game. Yeah, sometimes that happens.
Or go off and put your feet up.
Yeah, well, I don't think he'd be told that.
The other thing, Jordan Clark will be disappointed, but there was something there.
Oh yeah. Outside the off stump, it's a better length, left alone.
Because it did just bounce a bit more on Fuller than he was expecting. So encouraging for Jordan Clark that. And I know he'll be disappointed, and it was an awkward height that just kept going up, as Kevin James was saying for Ollie Pope. But yeah, something's happened this morning. So that will be encouraging for the bowler.
Taylor at top of his mark. Comes in once more and Barker. Again, it's quite full. It's driven down towards mid-on. Now, has that got enough legs on it? It has. Rory Burns has given that one up. And Barker picks up first boundary of the morning, is it?
Second boundary. I think, did
morning.
James Fuller drive
that's
one?
Right,
yeah, nice shot down the ground from Fuller as well.
Yeah, that's right.
Nice shot from Keith Barker.
Yeah. It's that sort of pitch. If you don't get the ball in the right areas, it gives the batters a chance to get full value for their shots. Barker moves on to 25, 163 for 7. This partnership's worth 31 for the 8th wicket. As Taylor again comes in and Barker leaves that one alone.
Last night, and I missed it, and I think he's listening in this morning, Mr. Ivo Tennant got in touch. Now, Ivo had a question for you, Mr. James.
Did he?
About Mark Nicholas's captaincy. Yeah, so he said, question to put you, Kev. Is he, in your opinion, because Mr. Bevan said this, that Bob the Cat Bevan.
Yeah, they're big mates, they are, Ivo and Bob the Cat.
Yeah.
Taylor bowls and Barker pushes that up to mid-off. End of the over, 163 for 7.
It says that Mark Nicholas was the best England skipper that never was. Could Kevin give some insight into Mark Nicholas's captaincy, please? There you are. You can have a little think about that now. But, dear Ivo, I only saw that email while I was in bed last night. So I'm replied to Ivo saying, yes. I'm so sorry, Ivo, I've only just seen this. And he said, well, could you ask him this morning? So there you are. Yeah, so Jordan Clark, to continue.
Well remembered.
Down there from the, I don't get many emails, from the pavilion end. Fuller the man on strike. 2 slips and a gully as Jordan Clark is into Fuller, and Fuller's forward. Playing this one off a goodish length up towards Rory Burns at mid-off. And there's no run.
Well, yeah, I'm sure I've sort of made comments about his captaincy in the past. You've got to remember that when he was captain, there was a lot more 3-day cricket around. It was the odd 4-day game at the start and the end of the seasons, but it was still predominantly 3-day championship cricket. And he always wanted to...
Clark is in to Fuller, driving crisply out towards Ryan Patel at cover, and there's no run.
He always wanted to make the most of any 3-day game, so rather than a game meandering into the 3rd day, which a lot of them did, he was always wanted to speak to the opposition to set up a game. And quite a lot of the times when he would come back in the dressing room and say, right guys, we've sorted this out, this equation.
Jordan Clark is in, and Fuller, this one going away from him, lets it go outside his off stump.
Not every time, but a few times he'd come in and say, right, it's this, we're going to chase this off this many overs, or they're going to chase this off that many overs, and we look at each other and think, well, that, on paper that looks as though that's slightly more in the opposition's favour than ours. But do you know what? It created some very fun last days. A lot of pressure, but that's what it's all about. And we did come out on top a few times.
Over the wicket again comes Jordan Clark, shorter ball, and that's just helped off his hit by Fuller into the leg side. He'll take a single, and that will move Fuller on to 16, 164 for 7.
We lost a few in the process, but I think my lasting memory is of some very, very good, hard, at times fun, 3rd days. And that's what the game's all about, or was all about in those days, I think. And there was a lot of cricket played by a few counties there. They weren't interested in negotiation, 3 day, a 3rd day, and some very dull 3rd day cricket was played by a few counties.
And comes Clark, and this is flashed away by Keith Barker down to the 3rd man boundary rope for a bit of width, and he's just thrown his hands at that as Keith Barker, and that whistles off to the boundary rope, and Hampshire move on to 168 for 7. Barker moves on to 29.
And sometimes captains didn't want to negotiate, didn't want to know, and we played out some 3rd days, which you come off the field at the end of the day thinking, what was that all about? What a waste of time that was. So you know, I think from that point of view, he was a really good captain.
Around the wicket again comes Jordan Clark. This is tucked away by Barker off his hip. Out towards deep backward square. Round comes Jamie Overton, who's got a great arm. Don't take that arm on. And straight over the top of the stumps. 169 for 7. Was he pretty smooth back then as well?
Well, he was. Yeah. I mean, he had something about him. Of course, he does. And he still does. And that's part of it as well, isn't it? You know, and you know, he was a guy that brought out the best in a lot of players, and that's what you want from a captain, don't you? You know, however he did that, you know, different things to different people, but yeah, he was ideal at the time.
He did captain England A, didn't he?
I think he did.
I seem to remember he took a tour to, might have even been South Africa, I think, and
Zimbabwe
as the England A captain.
Here's Taylor, right arm over, bowls to Barker, who just nudges that away square on the leg side for a single, moves on to 31, 170 for 7. But you know, it's a bit like 4-day games now, where I mean, you guys would have had it last week, and I think there was the same at Chelmsford, where that 4th day where everybody knows it's a draw, and some 3-day games were like that, as I've just been explaining. And I just don't think, the last day of a game where everybody knows it's going to be a draw and you're going through the motions, just doesn't do anybody any favours at all. Crowd, players, nothing. Forward is Fuller, and they're going to take a quick single here. The throw from Burns will go at the bowlers at the keeper's end. It hits the stumps. Shout for the run out, but Barker is home. That's a good piece of fielding there from Burns, moving to his wrong side. 171 for 7. Fuller moves on to 17. So, as good as 4-day cricket is, and, we all want harder cricket and what have you, games that are so obviously meandering towards a draw, and you will know better than me last week, because, of course, Hampshire were the only Division 1 team to win, that playing, just going through the motions, is not doing English cricket any favours. A pitch like this is absolutely ideal. 171 for 7. Taylor comes in to Barker, and that's driven down the ground. Beautiful shot, Keith Barker, as straight as you like. Didn't miss the off stump by very much, and you can tell from the applause that that's gone all the way over the rope. And it's 175 for 7. Hampshire starting the day at 152 for 7, finding runs fairly easy to come by.
Lovely shot from Keith Barker. Everything right about that shot from Barker. Straight down the ground for 4. So yeah, nice start this from Fuller and Barker. Fuller's had a life on 15.
Yeah.
But you will get value for your shots.
You do, don't you? Not sure they've quite found their lengths this morning, sorry. Taylor comes in again and bowls, and that's 2 straight as that's flicked away down to fine leg. Barker moves on to 36, 176 for 7 now. Hampshire in their first innings.
Now the options for Rory Burns, of course, Jamie Overton, bit of Will Jacks, Ryan Patel, and they're going to have to make up some overs for Kemar Roach here, and it does change the complexion of all of this, not having Kemar Roach about. So it'll be very interesting to see how today develops.
Taylor to Fuller this time. That's a better length. Fuller's forward and pushes that out to Burns. Not too many balls of that length from Taylor this morning. A large majority of his deliveries yesterday were in that area, and as I mentioned earlier, Ben Brown had to work really hard from that far end when facing Taylor, which I think he did the majority of the time, and Taylor hasn't quite been able to find that same consistency this morning yet. Comes in again and bowls. It's better. It's pushed a little bit more firmly this time to Burns by Fuller. End of the over, 176 for 7.
Essex are 6 for 4. And they're chasing. They need another 78. But they're 6 for 4. 2 for Craig Overton, 2 for Peter Siddle. So there we are. So either way, that's going to be done before lunch today. But 6 for 4. So it's 109, plays 180, plays 154. At the moment, 6 for 4. 176 for 7 here are Hampshire. And Barker having a little look around the field, because Rory Burns is having a long old chat with Jordan Clark down there in the distance. So, are they moving? Yep, they're sending off James Taylor down towards third man, and the gully fielder, Will Jacks, has gone to backward point. Nico Reefer is being brought up from sweeping on the cover rope into cover. And then Ryan Patel has been deposited out towards deep backward square because Jordan Clark's going to come round the wicket here to Keith Barker. 176 for 7 as round the wicket goes Jordan Clark, and Barker opens up the face of the bat, just angles this down towards backward point. There is Will Jacks to do the fielding, and there is no run. So yes, it'll be a tense old morning at Taunton.
Has there been an announcement of a pitch inspection or anything like that down there?
Well, I think the old CLO will be down there. CLO, PLO, pitch liaison officer. Or is it CLO? No, it's cricket liaison officer. Right. Sorry, CLO. As in comes Jordan Clark, bouncer. Ducking underneath it is Barker. But it's always sort of after the event, isn't it, really, that anything gets... once they've filled in their exam papers, then that's when the sort of any sort of news comes out. But it's a low scorer there. It's obviously seaming around the place a bit. So, yeah, 6 for 4, Essex.
See, I think that's the first test already this summer, isn't it?
Round the wicket again. Oh, it's Jordan Clark, and Barker's looking to drive through the offside, thick inside edge, and that rolls up to mid-on, and there's no run. Yep.
There's been much said about a few subjects during the winter. One of them being needs to be better pitches, blah blah blah. Now, this for me, looking at a distance, is the first test of are some of those words going to be backed up?
Absolutely.
Or are we just going to carry on the way we've done?
Absolutely. As in round the wicket goes Jordan Clark, and this one, well, I think he's pulling the bat inside the line. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt there, Keith Barker. It's ended up in the gloves of Ben Folkes, moving away to his left-hand side. Yeah, because, you know, no one's got 200 in that game. There won't be a batting point in that game. And you look at who's taking the wickets. Harmer, as I say, on anything can be. He's picked up 3, I think, but the rest has all been the quicker men. Waits again, does Barker, and lets this one go outside his off stump. And also, you know, they're struggling with the bat. Their strength at the moment, Siddle and Overton. You look at Somerset at the moment, that's their strength. Siddle and Overton. So it'd be interesting to see how that one pans out. But what I would say is, it's going to make for a dramatic morning in the West Country. Around the Taunton area. 10 for 4, Essex. And requiring another 74 for victory. As round the wicket comes Jordan Clark, bouncer, ducking underneath it is Keith Barker. Not tempted, there's 2 men out there for that, but he's not tempted. We might be getting a bit of spin here, because out come all the bits and pieces for the close fielders. And Hampshire 176 for 7.
Yeah, I don't think Taylor wasn't quite in the groove this morning. It's probably not right that he carries on, but anyway, it's going back to Taunton. I think what I have a real increasing problem with is that in these reports sometimes where there are dubious wickets, and I'm not just singling out Taunton, there's been other games over the last few years elsewhere, but it's, well, actually some of the stroke play wasn't very good and some of the techniques weren't very good. Well, the reason they aren't very good is because if you walk out to bat with the ball zipping around all over the place, it is not worth blocking it out. You know, if the ball's somewhere in a region, you're going to have to go for it, because there will be a ball with your name on it very, very quickly. So why would you just block it out? So when players are playing some very average shots, it's because they know that even if they try to play tight and defensively, they're going to pick up nothing. So I just get fed up with that explanation when it's trotted out because people have said, right, you know, this wicket's not good enough. Why?
Well, they're playing average shots because they're playing on an average pitch. Well, that's basically it. And as you say, if you know there's going to be one in a minute that you're not going to be able to play, and it's going to knock your stumps over or hit you on the front pad, then why would you stick around? You just try and put some runs on the board. And it looks like one of those at Taunton. We're a long way away.
Yeah, we're
but the evidence that we're looking at, maybe
Doesn't look right. And I know, actually, people might say, well, look at the Aegeus Bowl last week. You know, the game was all over just after lunch on the third day. And, you know, maybe I'm going down a route that perhaps is not helping us. Jack's bowls, and Fuller steers that on the onside. Yes, it did nibble around last week. But, you know, Hampshire had their full bowling attack out and Somerset were -7. So, you know, that was a bit of a mitigating circumstance. Driven out to deep cover by Fuller, who moves on to 18. Had that one live this morning already. 177 for 7. But that's after lunch on day 3. This is going to be well and truly over before lunch on day 3.
Absolutely. Either way, really. In fact, in many ways, you'd almost put Somerset down as favourites now.
Well, I know.
After 3 quick ones this morning.
Come back.
So there goes our first plane of the day as well overhead. Now, Will Jacks, I thought, well, very nicely yesterday. 2 for 17 going into this. He'll always have 0.4 next to his analysis because he finished off the Kemar Roach over as well yesterday, where Kemar had to go off.
3 men round the bat. Bowls to Barker. There's the reverse sweep, which has gone to first slip, fortunately along the ground. It's an interesting move in this situation from Barker, but he got a bat on it. Rory Burns is at first slip there. Jacks again, bowls, and Barker gets a length ball, plays that calmly out along the ground to short leg this time. In at short is Jamie Smith.
I thought for a minute he'd reverse swept it straight to Rory Burns there at first slip.
There's Jacks again, and another full defensive up towards mid-on this time. It's a beautiful morning in the capital, although a little hazy.
Oh, it's gorgeous, isn't it?
It was very misty when I walked in this morning from Westminster.
Past the Abbey.
Past the Abbey, and then I took a slight detour last night as that's whipped away through mid-wicket by Barker, but not perfectly timed. Allows Amler to come round from deep square leg to pick up. And it's 178 for 7. I just did a slight detour last night because the Big Ben's, of course, around that Parliament Square.
Now they're all doing reconstruction work round there.
So I just had a little wander there, and on my way back to the hotel, I've got to do a quick
Yes, of course. Off you go, Mr. James. So off to do a BBC Radio Solent update at 11:30 into the news and travel, no doubt. And it'll be Jordan Clark to continue down there from the pavilion end. So one chance this morning. James Fuller dropped by Ollie Pope off Jordan Clark. Other than that, no great alarms for Hampshire. 178 for 7 they are, so they trail by 289 runs. And Jordan Clark is getting ready to come round the wicket to Keith Barker. Again, he's got 2 men back on that hook shot for Barker. Could get some more short stuff here, Barker. Yep, that was short. He was thinking about ducking that for a second, and then thought better of it and played it into the leg side. So I'm pretty sure he was sort of shaping up to duck that, because he got a couple in the last over that he just went down on his haunches and watched sail over the top of him. And I'm pretty sure that's exactly what he was looking to do there. And in round the wicket comes Jordan Clark, and this is tucked away into the leg side by Keith Barker. Runs out there towards deep mid-wicket. They'll pick up a single, and that'll be 1 more to the total. 1 more to Keith Barker. He moves on to 38. 179 for 7. Back onto strike comes James Fuller on 18. So this partnership now worth 47. The last one to go last night, Felix Organ, caught at short leg by Jamie Smith off the bowling of Will Jacks for 12. Rory Burns having a quick natter with Jordan Clark. A few more people getting into their seats. The white seats of the MAR Galadari stand and 1 oval square and the Peter May stand. It'll be nice and warm in there today. Sun, I think, is forecast for the whole day. 2 slips and a gully for Jordan Clark as over the wicket he comes to Fuller, and Fuller's turning this one off his hip into the leg side. That's nicely timed. He's timed that beautifully, in fact, because Ryan Patel's giving chase. Well, he's got something to it, Ryan Patel. Flicks it back, and Hashim Amla relays the throw in. So they'll pick up a couple there, but that was really nicely timed off his hip by James Fuller. Nothing more than a push. And that whistled off towards that boundary rope. Partnership worth 49 now. We have had half an hour's play today, as over the wicket again comes Jordan Clark, and Fuller, leading edge. It's going to go down the ground though. He's looking to whip that leg side, but leading edge goes down the ground towards long off, and those 2 runs will bring up the 50 partnership. So 51, this partnership between Fuller and Barker. And that's what the applause is for around the ground. So sort of bonus point wise, Surrey have already picked up a couple of bowling points. And Hampshire now are 17 runs away from a first batting point. Right arm over the wicket once more comes Jordan Clark to Fuller. Fuller's turning this off the stumps. Out towards deep mid-wicket. There is Ryan Patel doing the fielding. Great return from Ryan Patel. Straight over the top of the stumps. As always, Jordan Clark bowling with his shirt hanging out. Always looks a little too small for him, that shirt for Jordan Clark. Big fella though. Here's Jordan Clark. Very athletic. Round the wicket he comes now to Barker. Barker off the back foot forces this one out towards cover point. Doesn't really time it. And Will Jacks comes round to his left to do the fielding. End of the over. Will Jacks is wandering up to hand his cap in. Jamie Overton looks like he's getting himself warmed up. So we're talking about the Essex game. 17 for 4 they are at Taunton now. Essex 67 more required by them. Gloucestershire 227. Yorkshire 363 for 8. So they lead by 136. Lancashire 506. Kent 151 for 4. So I think they've lost one this morning. Parkinson bowled beautifully by all accounts yesterday. The leggy. It's going to be the off spin of Will Jacks though from this Vauxhall end, coming into James Fuller, who's down on one knee to a ball that was tossed up to him, and he's drilled that through cover point for 4. Very nice shot that from James Fuller. That whistles over the boundary rope and away for 4 runs. Fuller's on to 27. Barker has 38, 188 for 7. Nottinghamshire 302. Glamorgan all out for 379. Runs for Sam North East yesterday. As forward goes Fuller. Now that one's gone on from Will Jacks. Went past the edge, not taken cleanly though by Ben Folkes. Durham 428. Leicestershire 176 for 3. Derbyshire 505 for 8 declared, as Jacks is in and Fuller gets a short one, pulls this straight into the backside of Jamie Smith at short leg, who was turning and getting his, taking evasive action basically. Jacks is in once more and Fuller lets this one drift outside his off-stumper touch. So Sussex then were all out for 174 and following on their 27 without loss. And those are all the other scores from around the country. Kevin James is back as over the wicket comes Jacks, and this is pushed off the back foot by Fuller out towards Jordan Clark in there at backward point, and there's no run. Talking of Clarks, I've got a text from R. Clark this morning, he's having his first sort of pre-season warm-up game for Shrewton today, so good luck to him with that. As forward goes the right-handed Fuller, plays this one from Jack straight back up the pitch. There is no run. It's the end of the over here on BBC Radio London and BBC Radio Solent, and Hampshire 188 for 7.
Beautiful part of the Wiltshire village set. I'll enjoy playing there, I think, in this sort of weather as well. That'd be a lovely. I don't exactly know where Shrewton Cricket Club is. I know where Shrewton is, been past it a few times, but a lovely setting to be playing. So this partnership worth 56 currently for the 8th wicket, and Hampshire will be needing much more of this over the next 2 days if they are to even begin to look like drawing this match. But they are still a long way behind. Jamie Overton to take over from that pavilion end. 279 runs to be exact. 318 the follow-on figure. Jamie Overton's already got the candidate for ball of the season under his belt yesterday when bowling Liam Dawson. If you haven't seen that as yet, I'm not sure about the Surrey cricket website, but certainly if you go on the ECB videos, the clips are on there. So match videos. Overton, length ball, which Barker pushes up towards mid-off. It's well worth a look. Super ball, which a good length, just shaped away a fraction, caught the off stump, and Dawson, well, and it wasn't. I think Dawson was unlucky to be on the receiving end of it. I think there's a few batters would have looked at that and thought, glad I didn't get that ball.
Absolutely.
Super delivery.
Really was. And Nick Gubbins as well, so 2 good ones yesterday for Jamie Overton.
Right on over, wholehearted, comes in again and bowls. Barker gets a length ball, she prods forward back to the bowler.
And there's a bit of more of a breeze today, because yesterday that flag was pretty still, wasn't it? But now it's, as we look, going left to right across the ground, and we're at the Vauxhall end. So that flag is sort of pointing off towards the Crystal Palace antenna away there in the distance.
Here's Overton again then, 2 slips, slightly shorter, and Barker just gets tucked up there a little bit as it goes off a thigh pad, I think. And work that away on the leg side, bit of extra bounce.
Busy old day sport-wise again, isn't it? Over the Easter weekend. Say, World Snooker's starting today at the Crucible.
You're very keen on the snooker.
I do love a bit of snooker, yeah. I do like my snooker.
I think it's on the BBC, though.
I find it fascinating, snooker.
Do you?
Just how they pop their way and plot their way through a frame.
Thinking a few shots ahead. Overton bowls another length ball, which Barker pushes up towards mid-on.
There's been a great documentary on BBC4, The Gods of Snooker, and it was a really good point. You know, mid-80s, it was much more popular than football, snooker.
Pot black.
Well, yeah, absolutely. It all started there, didn't it?
Yeah.
But then, like Steve Davis and the Hurricane, and that, you know, they were absolute rock stars. Those guys, Jimmy White.
I interviewed Steve Davis once outside the off stump, and that's left alone. Yeah.
Nice fella. He comes across, but he was just an absolute machine, wasn't he? Absolute machine. But you know, it's because the documentary is very interesting, because of course there was some terrible incidents at football games with hooliganism during the 80s, and you know, you didn't have all the money in it then, and actually snooker was the big rock and roll sport. And Joe Johnson,
Bill
Werbenick, he's no longer with us, sadly.
Has he not? Slightly shorter, and that's worked away with the bottom hand off the bat by Barker as it makes its way down towards fine leg. Sort of a swatted away more than anything by Barker. 39, he's on 189 for 7.
Sort of get off me, that was,
get
wasn't
away
it, from Barker? But another single, yes. And then, of course, the one that a lot of people remember is the black ball final in '85, Dennis Taylor and Steve Davis, and that had an extraordinary amount of viewers and finished at sort of 1 o'clock in the morning, all on the final black at 17 all. And then, so I was reading Ronnie O'Sullivan, it's his 30th year of playing in the World Snooker Championships, because I think he was 17 when he first played.
I love his post-match interviews.
Oh, they're brilliant. You never know what's coming with the Rocket, do you?
Can't be bothered this.
And then other days he's full of beats. As in round the wicket then comes Will Jacks. Here goes Keith Barker. That's a lovely shot. Straight down the ground for 6. Just tossed up there a touch from Will Jacks. Straight as a die from Keith Barker. Gorgeous cricket shot that. And he's on to 45, and it's 195 for 7.
It did invite that shot, but the way it was executed, couldn't take your eyes off it.
Lovely use of the feet to the pitch of the ball, and then didn't try and hit it too hard, just stroked it over the boundary rope for 6. Lovely shot from Keith Barker. I don't think Will Jacks will mind seeing that. Barker coming down the pitch towards it, but beautifully played. I think the ball's taken a bit of damage there, because down below us are all the covers and the white sheeting, and Jamie Overton had to go under the covers to get the ball back, and it's probably hit some concrete, but it's okay. Jamie Overton's having to hurdle the advertising hoardings down below us. He's done very well there. It's a bit like the steeplechase, that, for Jamie Overton, but he's back on the field of play now. But yeah, Ronnie, he runs miles.
Does he?
Yeah, he says it's the way he clears his head. As here goes Barker again, and this will be 6 more and bring up his 50. That's flat over long on, and Keith Barker moves on to 51. He is such a good cricketer, Keith Barker, and that also brings up the 200 for Hampshire. So first batting point for Hampshire, but well played Keith Barker. And he has gone 6-6 to bring up his 50 and 201 for 7. And it's just making Will Jacks think a bit here, because Nico Reefer has been pushed down towards long on as Jacks comes round the wicket again to Barker. Now he's reverse sweeping, that beats the edge, and the bails come off from those quick hands of Ben Folkes. Interesting with Will Jacks last night, working a lot with Gareth Batty obviously, and sort of now has this role in the side. But Barker there, a couple of sixes down the ground as Jacks is into him again, and Barker opens the face, late cut, nicely played again, down towards third man. Off goes Jordan Clark to do the retrieval work, and another couple to the total. Keith Barker moves on to 53, 203 for 7.
Rather surprisingly, only the 21st time he's passed 50 in his career.
He's definitely got a couple of hundreds against
600s
Surrey.
in total.
I think a couple of those have been against Surrey.
Surprised there's not more half-centuries.
Well, he's a good player. He really is. Just a very, very good cricketer is Keith Barker. As now leg slip's gone in, and here looking to paddle sweep is Barker. And Folkes done pretty well actually to get something on that down the leg side. And that ricochets away and there's no run.
Jacks doesn't have quite the same... Come back to that in a moment.
He's in now to Barker. He's cutting again straight down to Jordan Clark at backward point. And there is no run. End of the over, 203 for 7. Keith Barker, 53 not out. James Fuller, 27 not out. And it means a batting point for Hampshire, and they're 203 for 7.
Yeah. Coming round the wickets, they're left-hander. There's no rough to work with. There's a little bit of rough having Barker over the wicket at that pavilion end. And the one where Jacks had Ben Brown bowled, and also Felix Organ caught it short leg, just held in the rough a little bit, just gripped in that rough. He hasn't got the same area to work with on and around Barker's off stump, so Barker can quite happily hit through those good length deliveries, knowing that the ball isn't really going to misbehave at all. So Jacks has got to be really accurate coming round the wicket to Barker. Here's Overton over the wicket to Fuller, who drives on the up. Good stop from Jamie Overton with his right hand on his follow through.
Good afternoon, good morning to Baldy Davitt. On Twitter, Baldy Davitt says, watching and listening, and marvellous, and it's sunny, whereas here in West Cumbria it's not. But he says he sent me a photo, the dog completely uninterested in the cricket or the commentary, my commentary, because the dog is fast asleep in the corner there, and that's nice.
Might as well go home then. Oh, that's an uppercut, which is just short of third man and just wide of the fielder, just below us, and that is 4. Quite a deliberate uppercut there from Fuller to a short ball from Jamie Overton, and Fuller moves on to 31 now.
Yeah, that wasn't that far away from James Taylor actually, down there at third man. It's nicely played by Fuller, but just for a second, he would have thought, oh no, but actually it was always to the left of James Taylor, and it followed him, so it was a very, very clever bit of batting that from James Fuller.
Strike rates from both these players are very good. Barker 62 balls for his 53, 36 balls for his 31. James Fuller as he faces Overton again, short of a leg. Fuller thinks about playing at that and just pulls the bat out the way, and it's a no ball.
2 more to the total. They've done it nicely this morning, haven't they? That one life for Fuller, dropped by Ollie Pope on 15. But Barker's looked very good this morning, and that's down to trailing by 258 now, Hampshire. Well, if they continue like this, Surrey won't have to make a decision about follow-ons and things.
Yeah. Overton again then. Just the 2 slips. And, Fuller drives on the up, wide and mid-off, and that's 4. Lovely piece of timing. Just guided that ball into the gap rather than try to hit it. Used the pace of Overton as well. I don't think Overton will have enjoyed that too much. 213 for 7, followed 35. It was a beautiful shot, and I think it's indicative of maybe what Kyle Abbott said to me last night, where they are expecting the pitch to get a little easier. I think we're seeing evidence of that already this morning. This partnership now worth 81, and Hampshire started the day 152 for 7, so scoring quickly is not a problem, is it? Overton just settles himself and comes in again. Bowls straighter, and Fuller works that away off his hip. Overton not giving ground there on his follow through. Fuller just having to readjust his line as he completes that single. I can feel Overton simmering from here.
Absolutely, it's all a big part of his game, that.
214 for 7. You can feel the warmth.
Yes. And that isn't the sun that's doing that at the moment.
No, there's no sun shining in our commentary.
Absolutely. 214 for 7. Barker comes back on strike. They're going to get a short leg in. It was interesting, actually. One ball in Overton's previous over, Barker looked like he was going to duck, and then it didn't get up as much as he expected, and he went to pull it, and it sort of did loop into this short leg area. They've got 2 men back for the hook shot, and that's the big boundary as well.
Comes in again, Overton. Length ball, which gets a slight leading edge there. Barker, as he's trying to work that on the onside, ball goes and trickles out towards short extra cover.
I think what you don't want Jamie Overton to do here is sort of every ball being banged in, but the odd one, because Keith Barker now is in 2 minds a bit. Do I duck or do I pull? So I think that's why, because Jamie Smith is quite deep there at short leg as well.
He is, isn't he? For the one that is looped up. Overton foolish, and it's driven through the vacant mid-off area for 4. Nice shot, Keith Barker. You can see what Jamie Overton was trying there. I don't think he was quite going for the Yorker, but that was most definitely a half volley. And Barker moves on to 57, 218 for 7. And for the record, Hampshire trailing by 249 now.
He's an attractive player to watch as well, Keith Barker, when he's doing this. He's ticked along, 57 from 64, Fuller's 36 from 39. Will Jacks will continue from the Vauxhall end of the ground. There's a punch of gloves between Barker and Fuller. Their partnership is worth 86. So still they trail by 249. Do you want an update from Taunton, Mr. James?
Was there more wickets for?
No, 27 for 4. Essex.
Home and dry.
Recovery. 57 more required by them. So, yes, 57 more required by Essex. As Will Jacks and Rory Burns come walking back towards us. The captain having a bit of a chat with his bowler there. James Fuller actually hasn't seen much of Will Jacks as yet. It's been more the left-handed Keith Barker. So now he will have a bowl at the right-handed Fuller. Will Jacks with his off-spin. He's in, and Fuller is forward. Pushes this one out into the offside. There's no run.
Yeah, he should be able to create a few more problems for James Fuller, because he's got that Barker rough follow through to aim at.
In comes Jacks once more. Gives this one a bit of air, but Fuller's just got time to rock onto that back foot and punch it down towards backward point. Jordan Clark doing the fielding in there.
He's got a nice easy action.
He has.
It's for a
very nice, and he's a tall lad as well. Yes. In over the wicket he comes again, and driven by Fuller, and he's got this away through the covers. Didn't really get hold of it, but it's a pretty short boundary there through the covers, and that has raced off for 4. Fuller's on to 40, 222 for 7.
And he hasn't quite found his line and length either, has he? I think Burns has had a few problems with bowlers at this Vauxhall end. Taylor wasn't quite in the groove that he was in last night. Jack's the same.
Very much so. And this is a good 50 minutes for Hampshire this morning, as Jacks is in again, and this is pushed off the back foot by Fuller, and there is no run. And what you would say this morning is Surrey may not have got it quite right. Needs to have batted very well.
90 they've put on.
But it's looking pretty straightforward at the moment. As Jacks is in again, that's quicker. And this is just Fuller waiting on the back foot, the right-hander playing this one solidly back up the pitch. And again, there's no run. Double header in the IPL today. And the first game is this is driven again by Fuller, and it's a good bit of work that from Nico Reefer, because that was travelling and it bounced awkwardly in front of him and he got something behind it and then it looped straight up in the air and no run. Fuller really did go after that one. End of the over, 2:22 for 7. The Lucknow Super Giants, 97 for 1 against the Mumbai Indians, who haven't won a game yet. Played 5, lost 5. The Mumbai Indians.
Who's playing for them these days?
In the old IPL, still the same characters. They just
that means nothing to me, who
Rohit Sharma,
right.
Ishan Kishan, Mr. Pollard is playing for the Mumbai. Yeah. They just haven't won a game yet, and I think they're under a bit of pressure. And then later this afternoon, the Delhi Capitals are taking on the Royal Challengers of Bangalore. And then there is a double header today. And as we were saying this morning, this is the best one, the double header between the Cayman Islands and the Bahamas. Very nice, wouldn't it?
Which we all secretly hoped that we had been asked to cover.
Yeah, I'd like to cover that. In either, home and away, I'd be quite happy covering the Cayman Islands against the Bahamas. I went to school with, her name's Tanya Stricker now, I think. But she was Tanya Daly, her maiden name, who was from the Cayman Islands. She's the world champion in sort of free diving. She's gone the furthest down in free diving without oxygen and things.
It's a claim to fame. He's round the wicket to the left-hander Barker. Is Overton is left alone, just about carries through to Folks. Took that well, actually. Email here from solentcricket@gmail.com. That's the email we're using. Andrew Fernando, morning to you. Regarding your brief chat about the use of the third man in Test cricket. I can't remember.
Have we had that chat?
Maybe it's just the right commentary, Andrew. You might be listening to another game somewhere else in the country, but we'll keep going. Why do you think captains are so reluctant to have a third man when so many runs are scored there? Is it the most underrated fielding position? It's unfashionable, I think. Short, and Barker sort of sways his head inside the line. Quick delivery there from Overton. I don't think we were discussing it, were we?
I think Andrew's
he's just gone for it there, isn't he? He's just thought, I bet they have talked about that, so I'll just throw that one in. I think most captains will tell you that it takes a fielder from somewhere else, which of course most fielding positions do, but you're right, there are an awful lot of runs scored down third man. But I think you've got the wrong commentary there, Andrew, but you'll tell us that he hasn't. Length ball, which Barker pushes up to mid-on.
Jo sent a very nice picture of her dog Flick.
Oh, yes.
Who is listening in. And very happy that Keith Barker has got to 50.
Yes. Well, the dog is.
Oh, look, what gorgeous looking dog that is. Yeah,
very happy. That looks like the moment that Barker hit his 50.
Yeah. Lovely looking dog.
Well, it's nice that one dog's taking note. I have to say that other dog up in the Lake District that's not interested in the commentary at all. That's a good short one. As he edged it, he has gloved through to the keeper. Barker knows it. Overton celebrates. Quite a deliberate short ball. That's a goodie. That was a wicked short delivery. Barker really couldn't do a lot about it. And that is the first wicket of the morning. Barker goes for 57. And it's 2:22 for 8. Have a look at that on the live stream. I'm looking at that again, and my word, that's a wicked delivery. That's a West Indies ball of the 80s.
Proper rocket that from Jamie Overton. Proper rocket. And well, Keith Barker, we were talking about it before as well. Now, do I duck? Do I hook that one? Just kept following and gloved it. And Ben Folkes taking the catch. Rory Burns having a long chat to his players out there in the middle, but well bowled Jamie Overton, because that's come from nowhere really. And Barker goes for 57, 222 for 8. He's got 3 good ones here, Jamie Overton, but that really was a proper delivery, wasn't it?
That would have woken a few people up, wouldn't it, receiving a ball like that round the wicket, ball following you as a left-hander, right in front of your face, quick. That is a nasty delivery.
That was a smell the leather.
That really was, wasn't it?
It really was. But good stuff from Jamie Overton. And he's bowled nicely in this first game for him this summer, and it's 3 good wickets he's picked up now. But yeah, proper fast bowler's delivery that from Jamie Overton. It's always when the batsman's off their feet as well, and that head's going back. But from that angle as well for Keith Barker, it just kept coming at him.
Didn't it? And the superstitious amongst you will have noted that the score was 2-2-2.
Oh yes. But well batted, Keith Barker. Played very well there this morning, but I'm not sure what he was meant to do with that one, to be fair. Sort of he was in 2 minds anyway, wasn't he? And then the problem with that is he just kept coming at him at the throat.
Yeah.
And lovely bit of bowling that from Jamie Overton.
It's one of those as you watch and you go.
Yeah,
like
well, I think we did.
We did.
Ooh, God, dear. Yeah. I think you've probably watched the commentary back or watched it. Ooh.
And Abbott, having just watched that delivery, faces the next delivery from Overton. That's a short one. My word, that's a goodie.
It's almost gone onto his stumps there.
I tell you what, that my word, Abbott had to really jerk his head out of the way there. That's equally as nasty a delivery as the one before. And
he's played that pretty well. And what he's also done extremely well is not sat on his stumps, because he lost his balance there for a second.
Yep.
Carl Abbott, but that is a wake up ball, isn't it?
My word, that is.
Blimey.
Overton's got a head of steam up here. This will be full, though, I guess. No, it's not. It's short. And he turns straight to square, short leg, and that is out. Classic quick bowler's delivery. Classic dismissal. Overton quite rightly celebrates. Bit of bounce. Abbott just nudged that straight into Jamie Smith's hands, I think, at short leg.
It is.
Simple catch. Abbott out second ball.
Well, this is just proper quick bowling from Jamie Overton. Short ball's doing the trick, and Carl Abbott there just flicking it straight off his hip and into the hands of Jamie Smith. And well, this is what you want from your big fast bowler, isn't it?
Yep.
All of a sudden from nowhere he's gone. In modern parlance, Kevin James, he's gone bang bang. That's what they'd say. Bang bang. But no, good stuff from Jamie Overton.
This is where I think Jamie Overton is at his best, isn't it, really? Where now the wicket isn't giving the bowlers much help now. So you want something different. For me, he's not great when you want somebody to bowl line and length. And he's not that sort of bowler, but you want him in your side when the wicket appears to be flattening out a bit, and you want something extra, and he's giving you that. And I have to say, yes, I thought that was going to be a full ball. I'm just wondering if Kyle Abbott might have thought that as well. And of course, that's all part of a fast bowler's armoury, isn't it? Keeping the batters second guessing. So Abbott probably not in a great position to play that delivery. But I have to say, if I was out there, I'd be thinking as he's running up to bowl, could this be the full delivery after that?
Absolutely.
Really serious delivery the ball before.
Well, Carl Abbott there, perfectly understandably, that first delivery kept coming at him. He played it really well and lost balance, but then he, as you say, Jomo, in your head you're thinking, right, is the Yorker coming? And then it's another short one, and actually he was sort of up in the air and turning it off his hip, but wasn't really committed to it, was he? And just straight into the hands of Jamie Smith. So all of a sudden it's 2-2-2 for 9. And I suppose from a Rory Burns point of view as well here, as Will Jacks is in, and this is left alone by Fuller. That one's bounced a touch more. He's got a bowler now with his head of steam up. I'm just thinking about what he might do if this wicket were to fall soon, because still 245 behind. That short pulled by Fuller. Oh, and that's got through Ryan Patel at short mid-wicket. Mohammed Abbas is out there in the middle. So it gives Will Jacks the opportunity to have a little bowl at Mohammed Abbas. 2-2-3 for 9. But that's the thing about cricket, isn't it? It all looked very serene, and then all of a sudden someone's just a couple of wickets and everything looks a bit different again. And I'm pleased for Jamie Overton. I really am. He's worked so hard on his bowling. 2 really good ones yesterday with full deliveries, and then Jamie Overton 2 really good ones today with the short stuff. And he'll be delighted. He's working very hard with Azam Mahmood, I know, and that'll do him the world of good. As in comes Jackson, and Abbas right-handed. His first ball, he just pushes away out into the offside. Now, with Mr. Abbas, not renowned for his batting prowess, is that fair comment?
think that would be
Kevin
in
James,
the right ballpark.
Thank you. So in over the wicket again comes Jack. Tosses this one up. He's not going to have anything to do with that. And Abbas just lets it go.
He averages less than 7.
I think sort of Jamie Overton will want Abbas on strike for the next over. I think he'll fancy his chances. Might get a couple of short ones and then try and fire one in at his toes as Abbas is all beaten, pushing forward. That's nicely bowled by Will Jacks again. So what have we got left in this over? 1 ball of the over remaining. So Fuller probably won't go anywhere here, I wouldn't have thought. As Jacks is in, and that beats Abbas again. It just goes on. Abbas is playing for the ball to spin back at him. It's just gone straight on past his edge and nicely taken by Ben Folkes. End of the over, 2-2-3 for 9. Mr. Kevin James is on commentator cam on the Surrey live stream, wearing his lovely shirt, as we've christened it.
Thank you.
Today.
It's really nice. Do you like the colour?
It's very nice, actually.
Well,
It
yours
goes
is a
with
nice
your
top as well,
eyes.
does it?
No, that was the jumper you arrived in
Brown.
this morning. No, because you had your
Green jumper
baby
on.
blue. I called it baby blue to
Was
go
it?
with your eyes. Kevin James. And then you changed it immediately, even to that one.
Well, no, because it was a bit chilly-ish this morning, but so I sort of wore a fleece because the walk is about 25 minutes, briskish
walk.
But by the time I've sort of completed 25 minutes, I feel a bit warmer. So I started off with a fleece. By the time I get here, I'm warm. So I brought a change of top, as I did yesterday, but you didn't notice yesterday.
Sorry. I'm fully on it today, though, aren't I?
Well, you are. It's noticeable. Here's Overton bowling to Fuller. Oh, he's bowled Yorker this time. And, great spell of bowling from Jamie Overton, who's picked up the final 3 wickets of the Hampshire innings. And Fuller just gave himself a little bit of room there. Departs. He goes for 41, and the Hampshire innings is completed at 223, 244 runs behind. Be interested to see now what Rory Burns decides, whether he's going to give the bowlers a bit of a rest. But it's only an hour they've bowled for this morning. Would he say, come on chaps, let's go back again? They're asking for the big roller, heavy roller. I'm just wondering if Rory Burns might have another little dart, just give his bowlers an hour or two respite. But anyway, Overton, what a spell there at the end. He's picked up the 3 wickets in around, 10 minutes, those final 3 wickets. 2 short ones, and then the full one to James Fuller.
Well, and his first 5 for Surrey as well, for Jamie Overton, so chuffed to bits for him. And proper fast bowling for Jamie Overton. First one, seeing it again on the live stream there, the replay. Keith Barker gloving a short ball, then Carl Abbott 2 balls later just flicking one off his hip straight to Jamie Smith, and then great Yorker to James Fuller, who was trying to give himself a little bit of room, probably expecting a short one actually, was James Fuller. Now interestingly, Jamie Overton sort of shot up the stairs there into the dressing room, and he's getting a hug from everybody. Didn't see the opening batters running up the stairs, so we'll wait to see. But 223 all out. Interestingly as well, when he took 2 in and over there at Taunton, Craig Overton took 2 in and over at Taunton, and Essex are 33 for 6. So it's all go. So we'll take a little break here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Solent, and on the Surrey live stream, just as the ground staff do their bits and pieces. But 223 all out. They trail Hampshire by 244. We'll be back with you in 10 minutes' time. Well, a very warm welcome back to the Kia Oval here on BBC Radio London and BBC Radio Solent. And first bit of news for you is the follow-on has been enforced by Surrey. So follow-on enforced after Hampshire all out for 223, and it all happened very quickly thanks in the main, well, thanks to Jamie Overton with 3 very quick wickets with 3 very good bits of bowling. Keith Barker, short ball, gloved it. I don't think he could do a lot about it really, and taken by Ben Foakes. He went for 57. 2 balls later, it was Kyle Abbott caught at short leg off Jamie Overton by Jamie Smith without scoring, and then he cleaned up James Fuller. Good 41 from James Fuller, bowled by Jamie Overton. Overton finishes with 12.1 overs, 1 maiden, 5 for 54. His first 5 for Surrey, whilst his brother down at Taunton was picking up 2 in an over because Essex were in all sorts of bother down there. So, follow on in force, trail by 244, and unsurprisingly, Jamie Overton is going to get the new ball, because I think what the giveaway was Jamie Overton rocketed up the steps to the dressing room, probably just have a quick sit down, think about it, but he's got his tail up here, and he'll just, because of the way that innings finished, Kevin James, with Jamie Overton doing what he did, I think that's forced Rory Burns' hand, hasn't it?
I agree. I think that's very much a factor. Let's carry on, Jamie, where you left off.
And carry on, Kevin, where you left off with Jamie Overton.
Yes, thank you. Bowling to Joe Weatherly. Here we go then. First ball of the Hampshire follow-on. Slight leading edge there. Weatherly was trying to work that up to mid-on. It went up to mid-off. That'll keep Jamie Overton excited, which is not ideal from a Hampshire point of view. Joe Weatherly bowled by Jordan Clark in the first innings. Good Yorker. That was the first of the Hampshire first innings wickets. No Kemar Roach, remember, for Surrey. So they are a bowler down, but with Jamie Overton bowling like this, you haven't really noticed. Short outside the off stump, Weatherly leaves alone.
Yeah, and he'll sort of in his head at the moment be feeling he can take a wicket with every ball, and his confidence will be through the roof at the moment. And what I thought was interesting was he sort of ran off to celebrate, punched the air, and then legged it straight up to the dressing room. So just to probably have a drink and a sit down and a quick chat, and then back out he comes with the new ball in his hand.
Yeah, running in just as quickly as he did at the end of the Hampshire first innings. Bowls to Weatherly, short outside the off stump, leaves alone. So that's Joe Weatherly. He's got that 168 last week. It just shows you what the professional game's like, isn't it? Euphoria after his highest first-class score, and then the disappointment of being out for just 5 yesterday, but a chance to make amends. The heavy roller was asked for. I must admit I didn't look to see that it actually came out, but you would think that will deaden the pitch a little bit as we go through the afternoon, and with the sunshine out as well as Overton bowls. There's a Fuller delivery which Weatherly pushes out back to the bowler. I think there were signs this morning actually. I know it was a slightly older ball, but that the pitch looked a little easier to play, which is why it was surprising when Overton came on and went bang, 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 because Fuller and Barker looked in absolutely no trouble at all. In fact, Hampshire added 71 in just over an hour's play this morning for those last 3, way outside the off stump from Overton, who all of a sudden looks mortal again.
Down at Taunton, just to let you know, Essex 43 for 6, you see. And at the moment it's Adam Wheater and Adam Rosington together. Of course, Rosington going on loan for the season from Northants, which makes me think he's going to Essex.
Right.
The old loan season move.
Well, 2 moves, wasn't there? Start of the season. There's Overton to Weatherly, who works that legged ball up to mid-on, fielded by Amler, who's still out there in the field. Not a bad effort from him. And that first over was a maiden. I've got an email here from Andrew Ball. silentcricket@gmail.com we're using for this game. Is there a problem with the live stream on the Hampshire app? I can only get day 2. Well, that will be a Hampshire app problem, because the Hampshire will be taking the live feed from Surrey, and we have a screen here, and that is all good and absolutely no problem. So I think if you go on the Hampshire Cricket website, it might be all right, because they'll take the feed from here. As regards the app, which Hampshire have an app, that will be I'm guessing, because I'm not very technically minded, but no. I would say that's a problem unique to the app.
Everyone's got an app now.
Yes.
Every
county.
Have you got an
app? Surrey got an app?
I don't know.
No, I don't think
they
have.
As here is Taylor opening up. James Taylor gets the new ball from the Vauxhall end. I'd like the Kevin James app.
Would you?
As that was driven by Holland down towards backward point, and there's no run.
What would I have on the app?
All your stats. To start off with, that would be your home page, wouldn't it? Then I'd have available for after dinner speaking page as well. I might have a bit of you playing golf. In over the wicket then comes James Taylor, and looking to drive is Holland. Doesn't really time this, so Taylor gets the new ball, and again his role here will just keep banging away at a good line and a good length outside that off stump. It's giving Jordan Clark a bit of a break, this as well. Stood in there at mid wicket, because of course Surrey having to do this without Kemar Roach. So that's where Overton's really come to the party here with what he did. As Taylor is in over the wicket, and this is first runs of the second innings, because Holland's off the mark in nice fashion. Just a roll of the wrists on this, and that has whistled over the boundary rope and away for 4. That was nicely played by Ian Holland, so he's up and running, and Hampshire are up and running in there. Second innings, just a little leg stumpy that, and nicely tucked away by Ian Holland, and he moves on to 4, and Hampshire move on to 4 without loss.
See, I think your app would be much more interesting.
On it.
You could live stream your garden cricket matches. I mean, now that'd be great.
Well, I'll tell you something that did happen the other day. As in over the wicket comes, I better do this quite carefully, James Taylor. That's wide outside the off stump, left alone. I got a text from my daughter Isabel. Now, it was during school time. I'm not sure she should be on her phone, but anyway, it said, "I've changed your Wikipedia page, Daddy." Now, I wasn't even sure I had a Wikipedia page, but there was one from many years ago. But the additional paragraph that my Isabel's put in there is quite brilliant. As in over the wicket once again comes Taylor, and this is left alone outside the off stump by James Taylor. Now, I thought it was a school. I think it was a school project where you had to go and do your own Wikipedia page or something. Anyway, someone had written many years ago one about me doing London Broncos commentaries and things like that, and then all of a sudden, Isabel's sort of written a second paragraph, which is mainly about her, quite rightly.
Oh right.
Yeah, so it's rather good. Talking about her commentary at home video she did. As in comes Taylor, and this one's turned leg side by Holland. He'll pick up a single. He'll come back for 2 as Jordan Clark comes around to do the fielding. So that'll be 2 more to Holland, 2 more to this Hampshire second innings total. If you're just joining us, Surrey enforcing the follow on, and it's 6 without loss, Hampshire.
Well, I'm looking at your wiki page. It says Mark Church is a commentator for BBC London, reporting on all Surrey County Cricket Club's matches. So that's very true. He's been commentating on Surrey matches since 1871.
True, yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Since 2007, he has worked on Surrey TV, providing highlights, interviews and other features regarding Surrey and other cricket in general. Mark Church has also had success with his garden cricket.
This is Isabel.
With his daughter Isabel.
Yeah, this is Isabel's paragraph now. I had nothing to do with this. This was Isabel's paragraph.
There's a little bit more. Here's Overton. Whether he gets a thick outside edge, there's no gully, so harmlessly, although it was along the ground, down to third man, where it's fielded by Jordan Clark, and Hampshire move on to 7 without loss. And there was more on that one. So they had an article featured in the New York Times and over 100,000 views on their Twitter videos. Church has also provided commentary for BBC London and other sports, including the London Broncos, which you mentioned, rugby league team, or the London Broncos Rugby League, and the Old London Racers, formerly of the Elite Ice Hockey League. That's quite impressive, yeah. But so Isabel's
done that. So Isabel did the bit in the middle. I told her she should have put it as the top paragraph.
Yeah. Here's Overton, left alone by Holland outside of the off stump. Now, I must admit, I don't know much about Wiki, but can anybody edit?
I don't know.
I thought I read something 3 or 4 years ago that said there was only certain people now that were allowed to edit.
Well, maybe it's about...
I mean, I can edit. There's an edit feature here.
Well, don't.
Shall I edit?
Or could you, if you are going to say, Mark Church learned everything from Kevin James.
No, look, actually, no, there's a message that comes up when you press edit. Here's Overton. Ooh. Again, outside the off stump, and Holland leaves zone. The message says anyone can edit, and every improvement helps. Thank you for helping the world discover more.
Yes.
So start editing.
Yeah, you're more than welcome. If you want to, you can. If you want to put something in there.
Oh no, it's not letting me.
No. I thought it was quite a good move that from Isabel, though.
Yeah, that's good. Oh no, edit summary. Briefly describe your changes. Oh, and it says publish changes. Oh, so I could write something.
Yes, you could.
Here comes Overton. That's wrapped Holland on the thigh pad, I think, as it goes out behind square on the leg side. Signalled leg byes, 8 without loss.
But I was quite pleased actually about her using it to publicise her own stuff, which is great, isn't it? Really good.
Lovely. And it's well composed as well.
Yeah, very good. She enjoys her writing, does Isabel? And yes, so there we are. So that was good.
I love that. Here's Overton to Weatherly. Weatherly just watches that go by, although I think he was initially going to duck, or I don't know what, but it was outside of off stump. Apparently on the Hampshire app, day 3 is on there, which of course day 3 we are currently. You need to choose the second play option halfway down the page. Says Joe. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
So it's working all good. Here's Overton to Weatherly. Weatherly pushes that out just in front of square on the offside. They'll run through for a quick single, and Weatherly doubles his score to 2. It's 9 without loss at the end of that over. Hampshire in their second innings following on.
Yep, and nicely played by Joe Weatherly. Solid looking defensive shot that. Got a good ball early up from Jordan Clark yesterday. He's in good form, Joe Weatherly. He's coming off the back of his career best, of course, but just got a good one from Jordan Clark yesterday. James Taylor comes marching up to continue from this Foxland. So trailed by 2:35. Hampshire. Surrey enforcing the follow on. Weatherly has 2, Holland has 6. Gorgeous day here in South London. Sort of day that raises the old spirits, I think it's fair to say. As I stood at the station this morning about 6:45, very quiet it was.
Was it?
Had the whole place to myself this morning.
Ooh.
Very nice it was. I had an entire carriage to myself as well, which I always like. And very quiet on the walk here as well. As James Taylor then coming in over the wicket to Weatherly, and Weatherly's forward, and that's off a thickish edge. Half a hand on that, I think, from Nico Riefer. And they will pick up a couple here. 2 more to the total, 2 more to Weatherly. He moves on to 4, and Hampshire move on to 11 without loss. But yeah, nice day today, weather-wise, for Easter weekend. And I can see a lot of spectators in shorts and sun hats and Panamas and baseball caps with the sun cream out. Proper cricket weather this. As Jordan Clark's being deposited out towards deep mid-wicket. So Jordan Clark is out there on that long boundary as Weatherly stands deliberately with that bat raised, leaning forward as Taylor is into him, and inside edge onto front pad. Just getting that to come back a touch. That's the length from James Taylor. It's nicely bowled, but it's a single for Weatherly. He'll move on to 5, and Hampshire move on to 12 without loss. Holland will come on to strike on 6. So what have we got? Around about 35 minutes until the lunch break on this third day. As Holland just getting rid of something that's got in his glove there. I think he's got a bit of grit in it. A bit like when you go for a walk in the morning, you've got a stone in your shoe. It's awful, isn't it? As over the wicket comes Taylor to Holland, and that's nicely tucked away by Holland, but they've got the man out there now in the shape of Jordan Clark at deep mid-wicket as the throw comes in from Jordan Clark, and they'll pick up another single, one more to Holland. He moves on to 7. Weatherly will come back on to strike on 5, but there's nothing worse than that. It gets in your sock, pebble or something like that, with a little bit of stone in it. I think Holland had something in his glove there. As Taylor is in to Weatherly, and Weatherly forward, pushes down to backward point. Reefer doing the fielding in there. And there is no run. A few buses going up and down the Harleford Road today. Archbishop Tennyson School, of course, quiet because it's Easter holidays. Always know when it's term time there, because a lot of the kids out there in the playground having a bit of a play during break times and things. As in over the wicket once more comes Taylor. That's on the hip of Weatherly. He'll turn that down towards long leg. There is Jamie Overton, he of the 5 for 54 in that first innings for Hampshire. Essex now 49 for 6, so they're creeping along at the moment at Taunton. They might get to lunch here. They might get an afternoon session, and they need 35 more runs. Wheater and Rosington. As over the wicket comes James Taylor to Holland, and Holland's in behind this one. Pushes it down to backward point, and there's no run. End of the over 14 without loss, of course. And Wheater's played a bit of cricket for Hampshire over the years. Now with Essex and Rosington, of course, going, I think, a bit of a falling out with Northants when you sort of read between the lines.
Sounds it, doesn't it?
So off to Essex now, Adam Rosington.
Apologies, I haven't read out a couple of tweets because they've only just started to drop on my computer, so I don't know what happened there, but it happens. Dave Allen, Hampshire's honorary archivist, a little earlier at Solent Sport. Apologies, Dave. You probably thought, why isn't he reading it out? Absence of Kemar Roach helps Hampshire, but I'll never understand why you can make a tactical substitution in the last minute in football or rugby, but not for a legitimate injury before half-time in the cricket. Good point. Length ball, nips back and hits Weatherly on the thigh pad. Score remains on 14 without loss. Hampshire trailing by 230. That's a good point, actually. Really, I think actually you could. You know, I think it's a bit unfair that Kemar Roach limps off, and you know, Surrey could quite easily be in the field here for a day and a half if things pan out for Hampshire how they'd hope. So you know, that's tough on the rest when you're missing one of your main bowlers. Mike Martin also tweeted, apologies Mike because this is a little while ago, he was enjoying the Fuller-Barker partnership. We all were. If you're not Surrey anyway, as that's pushed out on the onside by Weatherly, who moves on to 7-15 without loss. Just reminding everybody that Hampshire had a shocker here last season, and it cost us the title. One of the reasons. Need to show some steel, long way to go, but actually enjoying this. As I say, that was the Barker-Fuller partnership, which was going along quite happily for around 55 minutes this morning, and then Overton went bang, bang, bang. Hampshire losing their last 3 wickets for just the addition of 1 run. 223 bowled out for as Overton comes in. That's a very high bouncer, and that is a dot ball, almost a wide. I think I've got to go and do a quick update.
Yes, absolutely. Off goes Mr. James to do his update for BBC Radio Solent. Elsewhere, so we were talking about the Essex-Somerset game. Just put my glasses on. Getting to that age now where I can't read the laptop. Lancashire 506, Kent 186 for 5. So Lancashire, who were many people's tips for the title this year, they've started very nicely down there at Canterbury. That their opening game of the summer. As Overton is in, whoa, that is a quick ball, and that has climbed at Holland. He's played that pretty well, but that's hit the glove. I think that might have hurt Ian Holland. He's just checking his thumb there, I think. Bottom hand, played it pretty well, kept it down. That's a quick delivery again from Jamie Overton. Holland gets a single. He's okay. He's on to 8. Gloucestershire 30 for 1 in their second innings, trailing Yorkshire by 119 runs as Overton is in. Weatherly's digging this one out, plays it straight back up the pitch, and there is no run. In Division 2, Nottinghamshire in their second innings are 10 for 2 against Glamorgan, so they trail by 67 runs. Durham 428, Leicestershire 217 for 6. And following on, Sussex, good start, 74 without loss against Derbyshire as Jamie Overton is in, and Weatherly drives. He's a bit late on that thickish edge. Down towards third man, there is Jordan Clark to do the fielding. So hostile over that from Jamie Overton. One particularly nasty delivery to Ian Holland. And end of the over, 17 without loss, and Holland I think is going to go and get a bit of running repairs now, because that ball definitely hit him on the bottom hand as it climbed on him and roared back at him. So I think we're just going to check. It looks like his left thumb, Ian Holland. So it just hit that bottom hand. He did very well to keep it down, actually, did Ian Holland. That could have looped away anywhere, but he kept it down and picked up a single. 17 without loss. And at Taunton, eking along, our Essex 54 for 6 now. Need 30 more runs. Wellington and Wheater, Hashim Amla and Rory Burns having a bit of a natter about tactics out there in the middle, just as the old free spray's probably out there for Ian Holland. Just getting it worked on that left thumb, I think it probably was. It was another hostile delivery from Jamie Overton. If you do get a chance to see the ball he got Keith Barker with, it was an absolute cracker this morning. Climbed, followed him, hit the glove, and the catch taken by Ben Folkes behind the stump. So Holland's okay. He's had a few running repairs there. He's okay down at the non-striker's end, and it'll be James Taylor continuing from this Vauxhall end. Mr. James is back, and Weatherly's ready to face James Taylor with 3 steps as Taylor is into Weatherly, inside edge. Taylor looks frustrated. Good length again though. He'll get the single. Will Weatherly, 1 more to the total. Welcome back, Kevin James. 18 without loss, Hampshire.
Surrey legend at Solent Sport says, are you feeling confident of securing a draw or even a win from here? Well, you always have to think that your team is going to come out with something, otherwise there's no point in turning up.
Have the bat till. Hampshire would have the bat till lunchtime tomorrow, or just after, as in comes Taylor. Oh, what a catch that is from Ollie Pope. Outside edge from Holland, and Ollie Pope has flung himself to his left in front of Jamie Smith at first slip and taken an absolute screamer. And Holland goes for 8. James Taylor has his first wicket of the summer, and it's a good one, and it's a really good catch from Ollie Pope. And Holland goes for 8, and Hampshire are 18 for 1.
What a catch. That is as good a catch as we'll see for a while. That went quickly, didn't it? Just looking at the live stream, if you're watching it, and the replay there, it was a fullish delivery, but I'm not sure it moved that much. I think he's probably playing slightly across that, Ian Holland, only ever so slightly. He hasn't done a lot wrong. Just watching that again as Taylor comes in and just turns the bat a fraction, isn't it? It's not quite. It's very full, but it's not quite playing the line.
I think that's why it's such a good catch as well, because Ollie Pope took a cracker at Edgbaston last week. He would have been sort of looking to the way he was shaping Holland. His eyes would have been going towards mid-wicket for a second there, and then he's had to come back. And James Taylor has his first wicket of the summer for Surrey, and his first wicket in this game. Very good catch from Ollie Pope, diving away to his left. And Surrey have their first one of this Hampshire second innings, and Nick Gubbins is out there in the middle to join Joe Weatherly.
there was a situation with Ian Holland yesterday, wasn't there, where I just mentioned that sometimes he just gets outside the line of the ball ever so slightly. It's not a lot, but you know, sometimes when you're behind in a game and you know your very small mistakes just get magnified a little bit. You know, if Hampshire were in the situation that Surrey were in, you tend to get away with that sort of thing. But for me, he's just his head's not quite in the line. But listen, a great catch, good piece of bowling, and there wasn't a lot wrong with it from a batting point of view.
First ball for the left-handed Gubbins, and he's clipping this off the back foot. One bounce up to Jordan Clark at backward point. He had also just had all that running repairs on his bottom hand, Ian Holland, but it was a very good catch from Ollie Pope, because as I say, he did it at Edgbaston last week. The way that Holland was just shaping for a second there, Ollie Pope's eyes would have gone towards mid-wicket, and then suddenly he's had to come back and diving in front of Jamie Smith at first slip. So very good catch as James Taylor, right arm over the wicket, he comes to Gubbins, and Gubbins lets this one go outside his off stump. He's deserved that wicket as James Taylor. Well, very well yesterday, probably not quite as well this morning, and now he's been given the new ball and picked up a wicket in his third over.
Yeah, he hasn't been quite as consistent in his line and length as he was yesterday, but that'll give him a bit of confidence, wouldn't it? Nick Gubbins made 21 yesterday before he was caught behind off Overton for 21. Good delivery that from Overton, wasn't it? Pitched up delivery.
Good catch from Ben Folkes, one-handed. Taylor is in, Gubbins solidly forward he goes. Plays this one up to Rory Burns at mid-off. There is no run, so Ian Holland gone for 8, still trailed by 226. Hampshire 18 for 1 at Taunton. Essex 56 for 6. Creeping along they are now. 28 more required as Taylor runs away from us, comes into Gubbins. That one's coming back at Gubbins, plays it very solidly, isn't it? Gubbins straight back up the pitch, but successful over that for James Taylor. And Hampshire following on this third morning are 18 for 1.
It could be one of the all-time great games at Taunton for all the wrong reasons.
It could be, and also they might get lunch.
Well, I think they'll get it now anyway, won't they?
Well, I don't know. I suppose if there's still 20 minutes to go, isn't there? But I suppose if you were 6 down and 25 were needed, getting to lunch, you might go and have lunch. But
oh, so you mean lunch as part of the game?
As part of the game.
Yes, I see what you mean. Sorry. Yes, I think you're right. Which would have been surprised. Everybody would be surprised when they walking in this morning, thinking that wouldn't have been the case. 18 for 1 then following on. Here's Jamie Overton to continue short. Weatherly ducks underneath that one, and that Overton follow through. You can tell he's enjoying his bowling when he finishes about a yard in front of the batter.
He's almost finished up with Jamie Smith
he
at
is,
first slip
really?
there.
I don't think we're as close as that in the commentary box, let alone those two.
And you know, his tail's up. He's just picked up a 5, and he's at. When he's like this, he's a frightening prospect in the fact that you look up but he stood next to you as well.
Yeah, and also in this situation, and you know that he's going to give it everything every ball. Comes in again, legs ball, left alone by Weatherly. You just know that he'll never give up. You know, even if you hit a couple of boundaries. Not that anybody does, but you know, his body language. Well, I'm coming back next ball. I'm coming back next ball. I don't care what you do, I'm coming back. And as I say, ideal when the ball isn't doing a lot out there now. But he's still giving it everything. Charlie Tippler at Solent Sports says, come on Hampshire, not enjoying all these wicket alerts. That's why I don't have them on my phone. I don't go. 18 for 1 as Overton comes in again and just nudged away on the leg side, but Folkes quickly comes round, picks the ball up.
Taunton 57 for 7. So, oh gosh, I've got to put my glasses on. Craig Overton has just got rid of Wheater, so Craig Overton has 5 for 16 now. He's got 13 in the match, and that's still another 27 required by Essex.
Wow.
They come here next week, Somerset.
Overton again, outside the off stump. Weatherly lets that go through.
I was saying next week might be billed as the Battle of the Overtons.
Yeah, well it is, quite rightly.
Until England say that Craig's got to have a rest.
Quite rightly. they'll have got more wickets between them than most people have got runs at the start of the season.
As I say, though, the cynical man in me will say, yes, it will be until you get the phone call that Craig needs a rest. Who's making those decisions now anyway? Nobody knows. Nobody knows.
Who is it?
Who is it?
They can get away with it. You
Yeah,
can just
absolutely.
say, well, nobody made that decision.
Nobody's
It's
made
come
that,
from
yeah,
somewhere.
It's somewhere in the ether.
A rogue email from the UCB from we don't know who. Lovely drive, Joe Weatherly past the outstretched foot of Jamie Overton, and that's going for 4 runs up towards the pavilion. Nice straight drive from Joe Weatherly, and he'll feel a little bit better after that.
Yeah, great shot from Joe Weatherly. As I say, he's in Nick. And driving that one straight down the ground for 4. But yes, so Craig's got 13 in that game now, I think, because he took a 7 for in the first innings.
7 for 50, was it?
Yeah, so 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh no. 7 plus 5 is 12, isn't it?
Ah.
Whoops. That's not good.
It's close enough.
Oh dear.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
He's Overton again to Weatherly. Pulls that away, and that's in the gap. And that's going for 4 runs, even to the short boundary side. I wasn't quite sure if it bounced just in front of the rope, but it did, just helped it on its way. And Weatherly picks up 2 boundaries in those final 2 deliveries from Overton, which completes the over. And Hampshire 26 for 1 following on. They are now behind by 218.
Just watching Rory Burns there. He gave Jamie Overton a little pat on the backside. And he's done a good job for his skipper so far this morning. So sorry everybody, yes, 7 plus 5 is 12, not 13. Although there's every chance he will take 13 from the looks of things down there at Taunton. Now Simon Harmer is out there now for Essex. I think I know the way he'll go about it. He'll try and knock off those runs as quick as he can and go home. As James Taylor is in over the wicket to Nick Gubbins, who's forward, and plays this one straight back up the pitch. Just say on the Surrey live stream during the lunch break, lovely interview with the late great Robin Jackman. It was very nice. It's a lovely chat with, top of my head, I think it's Charles Colville. And very nice feature that. Which got played last year as well. So it's got Robin Jackman bar here now as well.
Have they?
Yep. In over the wicket once again comes Taylor, and that's just a little bit of shape into Gubbins, but he's looking to work around that front pad, hits the pad, rolls away into the leg side. Leg by will be the signal. 1 more to the total.
Used to bowl those lovely away swingers, didn't he?
Yeah, good bowler.
Yeah, he was, yeah.
Good bowler.
Well, didn't he, now I might be wrong, so apologies if I am, wasn't he one of the reasons that because he'd been to South Africa, that England didn't tour somewhere or were going to?
Yep. Yep. Is that West Indies tour, I think?
Yeah, and they objected to him being in the England tour party because
right.
he'd been to South Africa.
That's right. Waiting over his bat once more is Joe Weatherly on 17 as Taylor is in, and Joe Weatherly's in behind this one. Quick singles taken. That's good running. Nick Arifa having to come up from backward point. That's good running. Popped it into the offside, and Nick Gubbins responded to the call. Scampered through for the single. 1 more to the total. And that moves Weatherly on to 18. 28 for 1. Not a cloud in the sky today, I don't think. It's just lovely.
It's hazy, isn't it?
Yeah, gorgeous day. Really nice. His Easter eggs are melting. There's James Taylor. He's into Nick Gubbins, and Gubbins cuts down to backward point. There is Jordan Clark to do the fielding, and there's no run. Oh, Essex, 60 for 8. I know. So 60 for 8. It'll be Siddle or Overton. Siddle this time. And it's Harmer that's out. LBW, you see, and that's the other thing. If you look at all the dismissals, they're either LBW or bowled, which tells its own story. As in goes James Taylor, and this one forward solidly goes Nick Gubbins. Yeah, it's either caught behind or in the slips, I would have thought. Here we go. Nick Brown caught green, bowled Overton. Alistair Cook caught behind, bowled Siddle. Sam Cook bowled Overton. Tom Wesley caught behind Overton. Dan Lawrence caught Overton, bowled Siddle. That would have been in the slips. That's where he stands. Those big hands. Critchley bowled Overton. Wheater, LBW bowled Overton. Harmer, LBW bowled Siddle. As in comes James Taylor. Gubbins is forward, thickish edge down towards backward point. Scrambling stop by Jamie Overton, and that gets Nick Gubbins off the mark. And there are 13 minutes until lunch on this third day, and following on, Hampshire are 29 for 1.
A couple of tweets. Chris Tregoning at Solent Sport, afternoon to you. He says we're going to need a big innings here from James Vince when he comes in. Needs to dig deep. Alex Pryor, this was a discussion we had yesterday, which I think was going around the country anyway, of course, with that news that Joe Root stood down from the England captaincy. Do you think that Burns should come back into the England Test side and the skipper the team, as he is a proven championship winning captain? We spoke lots about that yesterday, didn't we? He was definitely a candidate.
One of the names that came. So just looking at this at Taunton again,
Yes.
This is really boring, but
No, not
Somerset, first innings, Ben Green caught behind Stetegi. Tom Lammonby caught at slip off Harmer, 48. Matt Renshaw bowled Cook. Hildreth caught behind. Abel caught in the slips off Cook. Goldsworthy caught in the slips off Cook. Davis caught behind off Snater. Lewis Gregory caught in the slips off Harmer. Craig Overton bowled by Stetegi, and Peter Siddle caught at slip off Harmer. And shall we have a look what happened? That's a bit naughty of me, this, isn't it? But it just tells its own story, these dismissals.
I'll be very interested to see what the match report is. That's cut away by Gubbins. New bowler at the pavilion end. It's Jordan Clark. He has a deep cover. He has some insurance out on that short boundary side. Gubbins picks up a single, 30 for 1.
Yeah, and so that Essex first innings, Nick Brown caught Abel bowled Overton. I'm not sure where Abel would have been standing for that.
He's around the gully area, isn't he?
Is he? Might be up at mid-off.
I've seen him field in the gully
Guessing
area.
on that one. Hildreth's normally in the slips. That's Alistair Cook. Wesley caught behind off Overton. Cook bowled by Overton. Lawrence, LBW bowled Siddle. Critchley caught Renshaw bowled Overton. Not sure where Renshaw would have been. Rosington, LBW Overton. Wheater caught behind Overton. Snater would have been caught by Hildreth in the slips off Overton, and Stetegi, LBW bowled Gregory. I haven't had one yet. Sort of doesn't look like caught behind bowled or LBW or caught in the slip, Gordon.
The evidence suggests that there aren't too many balls that are going straight up and down. Here's Jordan Clark then, right arm over, with Lee pushing forward up to mid-on.
So, yeah, and now 65 for 8 with a target of 84. Essex.
Great game. Jordan Clark with 2 slips and a finish gully. Comes in and bowls. Weatherly prods forward, goes out just in front of square on the offside. Can I just get a couple of emails in as we get towards the luncheon interval? Harry Jones, solidcricket@gmail.com. Arrived at the Oval just after the Hampshire first innings. Good choice by Burns to enforce the follow-on. It seems Jamie Overton is in a siblings battle with Craig. He is, we've been mentioning. Looking forward to a great day's cricket after a disappointing night seeing Fulham lose to Derby. In the football, that's what I remember him emailing. That's hooked away in the air, but safe on the short boundary side, and that is 6 for Joe Weatherly. And he moves on to 24, and it's 36 for 1.
Yeah, worth a go from Jordan Clark.
Yeah.
But Joe Weatherly with that short boundary, banged in by Jordan Clark. And Weatherly picking that one up about belly button height, really, and pulling that away with 6. Of course, he bowled him with a Yorker.
Yes. That was a completely different length. There's probably a few yards in the difference between those 2 lengths. Clark bowls a length ball, which is turned away on the leg side by Weatherly. Simple single for him, 25, 37 for 1. Rick has emailed solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, hello, from New Zealand.
Oh, lovely.
He says, hi, Kevin Mark. Watching the stream from Wellington. Lovely place. Enjoying the great commentary. Kev, I see you played for Wellington back in the 1980s, says Patrick. Yes, I did. Played a season and a bit.
I remember you and Mr. Coney having a nice old natter about
Coney,
that.
yeah, we spoke about that in the past. He was my captain there. Bruce Edgar, took over the captaincy when Jeremy Coney was captain in New Zealand. It's a lovely drive by Nick Gubbins down the ground, or up the ground from our position, up towards just the left-hand side of the pavilion. Lovely straight bat of Gubbins there, well forward, good stride. He moves on to 10, I think that is, or is it 6? Maybe the scoreboard has already moved. And Hampshire are 41 for 1. Yes, the Basin Reserve was my home ground for a little while. Enjoyed it there. Very breezy Wellington, windy Wellington it's called. Patrick will know that, of course, but yeah, loved it over there. Jeremy Coney, Bruce Edgar, we had in the side in those days. Ewan Chatfield,
he was a good cricketer.
Yeah, I roomed with him a couple of times on a couple of away trips.
He had that quite weird action, Ewan Chatfield, from memory.
Yeah, very military, medium pace. Yeah, almost off the wrong foot.
Yeah.
He was the one that got knocked out, didn't he, batting?
Oh, that's right.
And I think he was actually knocked out for a period of time.
Yes.
And was brought back. I don't think he was breathing for a little while, apparently. He did tell me sort of one time when we were rooming together about the incident, but of course that was a long time ago. That was mid-80s.
Well, you were a mere pup.
Whippersnapper.
Weren't you?
Young whippersnapper. Went out there to play a bit of club cricket, and then Tony Pygott was the overseas...
Did he get called up?
Player. Well, no, he got injured.
Oh, he got injured. As forward is Weatherly to Will Jacks, who's coming in to bowl some off-spin from the Vauxhall Inn, because he did get called up for his one England cap
played
on
one
a
England
New Zealand tour, wasn't it?
Yeah, maybe, but it wasn't. I don't think it was that. I don't think it was that year. I know he got injured early on.
As Jacks is in, and Weatherly's allowing this one to go.
In fact, no, I tell a lie. He got injured about halfway through the season, I think, of Wellington, and then they said, "Oh, Kev, would you take his place?" And I said, "Yeah." I said, "Why wouldn't I?"
As in comes Jacks again, and Weatherly's down the pitch. Jacks does the fielding off his own bowling, hurls it back. It sort of slipped out of his hand, but it's a good bit of work that from Will Jacks.
And then the following year, they didn't have an overseas player, and I got wind that they weren't getting one, and I chanced my arm and went out and played. And when I was out there, they said, "Would you play the season for Wellington?" I said, "Yeah, of course."
Lovely. As forward again goes Weatherly. Scott Borthwick, been out to New Zealand quite a few times.
I didn't do much for Wellington, to be fair. I did all right, but
I've never been to New Zealand, but it sounds the most gorgeous place. As forward once again goes Weatherly and plays this one with soft hands.
There used to be this annual cricket book brought out. I forget the guy's name. He was a well-known journalist at the time. The DB Cricket Annual, it was called. It was brought out every year.
Jacks is in. That's very wide outside the off stump. Got that one a bit wrong, Will Jacks. And that's left alone by Weatherly. End of the over. It was a maiden from Will Jacks, and Hampshire 41 for 1.
It was quite a big sort of volume. It was a bit like the equivalent of almost a Wisden over here sort of thing,
right,
but it was their own New Zealand sort of first-class cricket sort of annual. And because I'd played a bit the season before, and when I went out the second time, I remember somebody showing me in the book what this guy had written about me it's the previous season, and it said that Kevin James was something like a very average, one of the more average overseas players that has played in first-class cricket. He said, "I thought, oh, okay, thanks."
Oh, thanks for that.
In fact, I think that was probably kind. Actually, it was probably less than that. I can't remember, but I remember thinking, "Oh, right, okay." I've still got a season and a half out of it, though.
A little harsh, isn't it?
Well, I mean, it's fair enough. I mean, you get all sorts of things written and said about you over the years. It's fair enough. I don't blame the guy. He's probably trying to be honest as he could, and I don't mind people being honest.
No.
So if they really slag you off, it's a bit silly. But
better not come near me with that sort of
No, I certainly didn't. No, I remember because I was quite young, and it is, you know, you can understand that people do close themselves off at times because, you know, when you're young and you do see odd bits written about you and said about you, it does hit you a little bit. Oh, he's played a missing, has he? No, he's edged that as Gubbins. That is through to keeper Ben Folkes. He was just playing a defensive shot there, Gubbins. Round the wicket was Jordan Clark, and that is the Hampshire second wicket down. Gubbins goes for 6, 42 for 2.
Great time to get a wicket as well, just before lunch. Just looking to force off that back foot was Nick Gubbins. Big edge. Jordan Clark has his first wicket of this second innings and goes for 6. And as I said, that's a real fill up for Surrey to get another one before lunch, especially Gubbins, who, as I said, loves batting here, but it hasn't really been his game, this one. 21 in the first innings and 6 in the second. in the 11th over of this second innings for Hampshire. They find themselves 41 for 2. Well, it's interesting you say that, J-Mo, because imagine now with all social media and, you know, if you play Test cricket, there are cameras all over you and people writing everything about you and everyone's got an opinion.
100 times worse.
Oh, awful.
You can understand why players do close themselves off.
Absolutely.
And in fact, you have to. You know, to succeed in any professional sport, you do have to block a lot of things out. I was pre-social media, of course, but you still have to do the same. And if you know, and if you can do that, unless you're a really, really super player, but even they'll get 10 times more abuse. But I think if you learn how to do that and just only sort of listen to the people you trust, you're all right. But too many people, you know, listen to all the other stuff as well, and it does do your head in. It does absolutely do your head in. And unfortunately, you know, a lot of good players, down the years, and I'm talking decades, of you know, well, not so much good players, but players that could have been all right. You know, if you're not mentally strong, you know, you're finished.
Yep. Oh, absolutely. And I think in this day and age as well, as we all know, with jolly old social media, you know, everyone can have their say now.
Yeah. I'm not saying I was particularly mentally strong, to be honest, when I played, but I think I did work out a sort of a way to sort of help. But it takes a, you know, some learning. Yeah. It really does.
Not half.
I mean, you slagged me off constantly
off air.
Absolutely,
but that's fair.
But it sounds like we get on well.
Oh, you thought it was off air, did you? You listen to my podcast? No, it is difficult these days.
Yeah,
I'd have thought.
Yeah, it's need to be a particular type of character. New batter is James Vince, who gets a length ball, which he plays back to the bowler. I missed the replay actually of Gubbins' dismissal. It was short of a length. I'm not sure how much it.
No, I'm not sure
moved.
It did a huge amount. I think he was just trying to force, and he got. I think if anything, it probably got a little bit bigger on him than he was expecting. He was just trying to force off the back foot, and
the bounce did.
Yeah, I think it just got a little bit bigger.
But I think that's a dismissal that he won't be particularly proud of. That's a nice shot by Vince through mid-on, wide of Amla, and that is going for 4. Invariably, when Hampshire are in trouble and James Vince comes in, there's usually a boundary off Vince's bat within at least a ball or two of him walking to the wicket. And you do get this sort of initial, things are back to normal. Just watching that on the replay. That actually ball did shape a little bit on James Vince, but played it really nicely. But he took it off about middle stump in the end. Here comes Clark again, bowls to Vince. Vince off the back foot, steers that just in front of point. Did a bit of extra bounce there, which got one or two of the Surrey fielders excited initially. Felt that perhaps James Vince didn't quite play that with 100% assurance. What is the word?
Assurance.
Assurance.
Assurance? Yes, assurance.
Yeah.
I think that's a word.
Something like that. 46 for 2. Here's Clark to Weatherly, who plays that back to the bowler. We are right on lunch here. So at the end of this over, which is 1 ball left in the 11th over of this Hampshire follow-on, we will have a break.
Just to say, at Taunton, Essex need 2 runs. They are 82 for 8. They won't go for lunch now.
No.
Oh, but no. Will they? Doesn't it have to be?
Oh, you can do it 8 down. But unless the umpires think there's a result. I don't know.
Or is that a tee? That's close of play. Yeah. It wouldn't surprise me if they went off for lunch.
Can't do, can you? Clark bowls outside the off stump. Weatherly leaves alone, and that should be lunch here at the Oval. Another session which has belonged to Surrey, although it started with a run fest for Barker and Fuller, but once they went, well, in fact, they were part of the collapse right at the end. Hampshire took their overnight total from 152 for 7 to 222 for 7, but Barker went for 57, Abbott went for no score, Fuller went for 41, 223 all out. Jamie Overton with 3 quick wickets, a couple of short deliveries accounted for Barker. That was a wicked one, especially to Barker. Abbott nudged Overton to short leg, and Fuller went bowled to a much fuller delivery from Jamie Overton. He went for 41. Overton finishing with 5 wickets, 5 for 54. Hampshire adding 71 to their overnight total for their last 3 wickets, and were bowled out for 223. Unsurprisingly, Rory Burns asking Hampshire to follow on, and in trouble once more here, Hampshire at 46 for 2.
Yes, thank you, Jomo. And I will go and get some lunch and leave you here on BBC Radio London and BBC Radio Solent. But on the Surrey live stream, as we said, for you during this lunch break is a lovely, lovely feature with the late, great Robin Jackman. And that will guide you through the lunch break on the Surrey live stream.
Robin David Jackman was one of those cricketers who, once seen, was never forgotten. A bustling, fast median seamer, Jackers, as he was universally known, was from the time he first got on the staff in the mid-60s to his retirement in 1982, the cornerstone of Surrey's attack, taking over 1,600 wickets in all cricket for the county. His exuberant, theatrical appealing became part of the furniture at the Oval during the 1970s and is all part of the story that makes Jackman a true Surrey legend. Well, Robin, when did you discover cricket?
What a great opening question. At school, I guess. More than anything else. You see, I went to boarding school when I was 8. So that would have been it. That was when I started playing. You just played every sport that the school played.
Were you always a Surrey man?
Yeah.
Was Surrey your county?
Yeah, I went to school in Kent, only because my grandfather went there, my father went there, my brother was sent there. So that was just a sort of family thing. But we lived, when we came back from India at the end of the war, 45, we lived in Surrey for the whole, I lived in Surrey for the whole of my life until I immigrated.
And who would have been your early heroes as far as Surrey players were concerned? Were you conscious of the great Surrey side of the 50s?
Peter May. It's an immediate answer, and I had the privilege of batting with him on Cranley, at the Cranley Cricket Club, which he lived right next door. I batted with him in a club and ground game or something. He guested for us. It was a great experience. So he was my hero then.
And how did you first get involved with Surrey then? When did they first take an interest in you? Or did you have to make them take an interest?
They didn't. I had to make them. You're quite right. I just decided that I decided very early in life that what I wanted to do was to play cricket for Surrey, and with a bit of luck for England if I could get good enough. But I didn't go through any school systems because, as I say, I was educated in Kent. And so when I left school at 16, I think my dad dragged me out because he reckoned that 6,000 quid for 2 O-levels was not really a fair return. So he pulled me out of school early, which made me really grumpy because I was about to be, not head boy, but I was about to be a school prefect. I would have been captain of the house, captain of cricket, captain of football, captain of hockey, captain of shooting. I'm sounding like I'm showing off a bit now, but there was a chance that a few of those things might have come my way. And I was looking forward to my senior year, which I never ever got, but he got it dead right. And I got on with I'd been going up to the Gover Sandham School in Wandsworth for a few years already. And I just continued. That was the sort of Surrey connection.
When you were at school, you were an off-spinning batsman. Where did the seamer come from?
When I was in junior school, I was an off-spinning. When I went to senior school, they wanted me to run out and bowl fast. I was still only 4 foot nothing. And fast was hardly the right word. But yeah, I batted in the top 4 at school all the time. At one stage, I had all the school records, senior school records, until they were broken by a bloke I coached in Rhodesia.
But you were to make your name as a seamer.
Yeah.
Now, there's a constant theme going on throughout your career. Robin Jackman is not tall enough, he's not quick enough. Was that what you heard constantly whenever it was talked about sort of moving up a level? Not quick enough, and really it's not tall enough to be a quick bowler.
It didn't sort of resonate in my ears, but yeah, I heard a few people suggest that it would be harder for me because I was only 5'9.5", and therefore didn't generate a great deal of pace. And there were the comments where he runs in quicker than he bowls, and you put up with all that.
You got your first contract in the mid-60s, 65 was
65,
it?
yeah.
Was that a big moment, and how did it come about?
It came about because David Gibson had a serious cartilage injury, and in those days they didn't fix cartilages quite as quick as they do nowadays. So he wasn't going to start the season, and I'd had a pretty decent year for Surrey second 11s in the games that I'd played. And remember, when I played second 11 cricket, when we played Kent, I played against the likes of Bob Woolmer. When I played against Warwickshire, I played against the likes of Dennis Amos, Neil Aberley. And so the cricket was proper cricket, and therefore if you did well, one or two people just noticed it. And eventually they just needed the backup on the staff, not to play in the first team, but on the staff for the absence of Gibson.
So how old would you have been in 65 when you got that first contract?
20.
And was time just beginning to run out? I mean, were your mum and dad starting to say, Robin, 20, you're not earning a living out of playing cricket. If you don't get a contract, time to do something else?
Yeah, that leads to a story, in as much as my dad eventually said to Arthur Mack, actually I would have been 19 because I only turned 20 in the August of that summer. My dad said to Arthur McIntyre, who was the coach then, I need an honest appraisal of whether Robin's going to make it or not, because if he's not, I need to get him into doing a proper job, other than digging up in. I used to work at a nursery just to sort of mark time and be available to play cricket all the time. And Mac suggested in his own inimitable way that I wouldn't make it as a first-class cricketer. So my dad sat me down that night and told me about the meeting. And I said, will you give me one more season? And that season came round, and then David Gibson got injured. I got offered just a one-year contract in order to, as I say, cover, and that was the start.
So you're a 19 going on 20 when you get your contract, and you pitch up here, presumably sort of round about the end of March for your first pre-season.
Beginning of April, yeah.
How did a sheltered public school boy fit in with what was a pretty hard-bitten old pro of a dressing room?
Great question. Great question. I'm ashamed, but I'll answer it honestly. I got here, and I'm talking about the likes of Loader, Locke, Laker, Barrington, Constable, Fletcher, Mickey Stewart was captain, Edrich obviously, and Royce Wetman. And I'm walking over this actually was for Surrey trials. So I've got it slightly wrong, but I'll tell the story anyway. Surrey trials, and they were in the nets over on the right-hand side as you look up from the pavilion. And our nets were further down, and I'm walking past all these nets, and I heard a few phrases that I can't say I hadn't heard before, but it was quite sort of
fruity. It
was fruity, to say the least. And why I should have been shocked, I really don't know. But I sort of, it made an impression on me, let's put it that way. And when I went home that night, my dad said, how did the trials go, how did things go? Stuart Story was coaching in the nets at that time. And I said, Dad, I don't know that I should pursue this career. And he said, why not? And I said, I don't have a whole lot in common with most of the blokes that I've come across up there. He said, go and get me a whiskey and get yourself one and come and sit down. So I did. He sat down and he said, you have everything in common. You have cricket. Now get on with it. Fantastic.
Well, you finally became a first-class cricketer when you made your debut against Cambridge University. Now, the schoolboys, they looked along to today fairly disparagingly, but I would imagine for the young Robin Jackman to know that you are now a first-class cricketer, you've played in a first-class game, was a great moment.
Yeah, it was super. And what made it better was that it was here at the Oval. It wasn't down at Fenner's, so it wasn't in the schoolboys' backyard as the senior pros used to refer to it. I'll tell you a nice story about that in a minute when we played Oxford. But back to the debut game, it was special, but it was made more special because it was here at the Oval. Yeah.
Your county championship debut was a couple of weeks later, and it was against Middlesex, again here at the Oval. So here's a question to test you. Your first-class wicket, who was it and what was the nature of that wicket?
Were you talking about
your first championship wicket?
Championship wicket?
Yeah.
Who was I playing again?
Middlesex. I'm going to help you here because I think you're going to pass on it. R.W. Hooker, stumped long, bowled Jackman. Great start for an out-and-out seamer.
Brilliant. But they were very slow and low here, the pitches, you know.
First of 4 stumpings that were taken off you in your career, and it was your first-class wicket.
Yeah, I had a couple of club stumpings taken off me too, out in Cape Town.
In your third championship game, it was against Warwickshire, you took your first 5-wicket haul in first-class cricket. Was that a sort of a coming-of-age moment that you now really started to believe that yeah, you could cut this?
It was at Coventry. It was very green, and I got something like 5 for 75 in 15 overs on a pitch that I should have got 5 for 30 in 15 overs, and perhaps 10 years later I would have done. But I was so chuffed, and I walked off the field and sat in the dressing room, and I didn't stop talking. I was just thinking. Meanwhile, back on the ranch, Warwickshire have got a reasonable total, and it's going around all over the place. And Stuart Story came over to me and he just nudged me in the ribs and he said, "Do me a favour, shut up, I'll explain later." I said, "Oh, okay." 2 opening batsmen went out, and things settled down, and Stewie said, come with me, and we took a little stroll, and he just said, "You know, everyone in there is thinking that they've got too many. Well done on your 5 wickets, but don't be too chirpy just yet, because we've got a lot to do to win this game." And I don't, to this day, I wouldn't remember whether we did or we didn't, but it was good advice.
Well, one thing certainly to come out of that conversation you had with Stuart Story after the Warwickshire fifer was that also the moment that the penny dropped that, okay, you were not going to be scaring people out, so what you had to be was relentlessly accurate and just make sure that you nipped the ball about a little bit, but always on a good length. In other words, you were Mr. Consistent.
100% correct. I went out to Cape Town in the winter of 1968 to do just that, to play a decent standard of club cricket on pretty good pitches. And my only goal wasn't necessarily to take thousands of wickets. My only goal was to make sure that when I came back, I could consistently bowl a line and length, and therefore make it difficult for people to score, and in that way, hopefully pick up wickets. And I had a fantastic season out there. I did get my fair share of wickets, and I went in the whole of that club season. I went for less than 2 runs and over, which was what I'd intended to do, and that transpired into becoming a reasonably economical bowler.
The Surrey side in the 60s and going on to into the 70s, with especially with Jeff Arnold, had a reputation around the country being a pretty miserable, moaning lot, and that Jeff in particular was always one to tell you where you were going wrong, and I think you probably chirped in as well.
The brown axis.
The Jackman-Arnold moaning axis. Fair comment, or?
Yeah, no, we were pretty good.
Oblong, he liked to moan.
I can't sit here, Charles, and castigate my fellow players of a long time ago. But we did have that reputation, sadly, of not being the cheeriest bunch of people.
So it was, but it wasn't a miserable dressing room.
Not at all, not at all. It just, the wicket was flat again. The wall. Jeff was particularly funny on certain occasions when he would shout across to Harry Brind, sitting under the scoreboard, and in the groundsman's hut, so to speak. You know, what a little beauty he'd provided again today when the first ball of the day bounced twice before he got the longie. That was on a Wednesday afternoon. There was no one in the ground except my mum and dad, I think. Very funny.
Mickey Stewart had been your captain from the minute you came into the side, and in 1971, as he's about to retire and give up, you actually managed to get the millstone of the 50s away from your neck because you win the championship. But that was actually quite an important season for you, wasn't it? Because come the denouement, Mickey left you out to include the young Bob Willis.
Yeah. I've got to say that the most influential person in my career and behind my dad was Mickey in life, you know, because he taught me so much, and he taught me a lesson on this particular day, because I'd played quite a lot. I think I'd played about 12 or more of the championship matches, and with reasonable success as well. Now it came to the crunch game. We needed, I think, 6 bonus points, 6 points out of the game in order to seal the championship. And he left me out. I couldn't believe it. And I'm ashamed to say that I sulked. There were only 12 of us in the dressing room. And he said, "Robin, I'm afraid you're missing out today. Bob, you're playing." And then they went out and did warm-ups and bits and pieces. And I was a proper little sulk. Mickey came over to me. He sat down next to me. And he said, "I want you to behave like a professional cricketer. And you do the job of 12th man better than ever you've done it before." Because I had done it a few times before. Get that face off you. 100% correct. And justified. Because he said to me, the reason I've played Bob is because I think we might come, if we come to a stage where it is critical that we get a wicket, and we run, for instance, you had to get your bowling points inside so many overs, or something, bowling bonus points. And I just fancy that he's the guy who's more likely to do it with something extraordinary. So that's why I'm playing him. Now, cheer up, get your face sorted out, and let's go. And he was 100% right, because we were running out of time, and I was in. You used to watch, as 12th man, you watched from the batting, from the Hampshire dressing room. You couldn't see the field from the opposition, from our dressing room. So you're sitting amongst all the Hampshire guys. And they were saying to Richard Gilliott, because they wanted to obviously finish as high as they could, they would try to persuade Richard Gilliott to declare, before we got our final bonus point, in order that we would have to then set proper totals, and hopefully they would win the game through it. And he was being badgered to do that for some time. And he was saying, "No, just another 3 or 4 overs or whatever." And Bob came on, and he bowled out David Turner. He yorked him. That was something extraordinary that Mickey was talking about. Stuck a yorker in the block hole.
And your response as 12th man, and Mickey tells the story, was that you appeared with a tray of drinks with the bonus points secured and the championship in the bag, and it was not the usual orange juice, but you came out with a silver salver and flutes of champagne.
Correct.
And Mickey says, "What's going on?" So that was kind of Robin Jackman, 12th man, showing you could do it properly with a bit of style.
Absolutely, absolutely. And we lost the game comfortably.
But you had the championship.
But we had the championship.
Now, you mentioned your county cap. And it was interesting just walking up through the oval to here today to talk to you. And I was looking at sort of the pictures on the walls, and I was looking at so-and-so joined Surrey in 27, county cap 2007, same year. In those days, it was a real achievement to be given your county cap.
It was, and I'll tell you what proves it. I'm wearing the Surrey cap player's tie, which has only just been introduced recently. And it's got, on the back of it...
141. I can see it there.
There it is. 141, the number.
And that's you.
And that was me. Now, 1-4. How long have we been playing cricket? 200 years or something? I don't know. How long has Surrey been playing cricket? I can't be number 1-4. I must be number 700 and something. You would think, but as you say, it was tough. It wasn't easy to get a cap. They didn't hand them out willy-nilly. You know that they didn't hand out 9 a year or anything like that. 1 a year, maybe 2.
Now, the Robin Jackman of the 1970s. First of all, you had become a part of folklore due to the Times cricket writer Alan Gibson, who nicknamed you the Shoreditch Sparrow, which was a name that stuck with you for a long time. And of course, there was the Jackman appeal, which was famous throughout the land, certainly in first-class cricket. Where did the Jackman appeal come from?
Junior school. Bowling off spinners. And it was in a house match. And I ran up and I hit this bloke on the pads. Trying to think of his name. And I turned round, and the umpire was a man called Colonel Baker. And I said, "How's that?" And he gave him out. And they were running a leg by at the time. And the poor boy got up the other end. He didn't know he'd been given out because he wasn't looking or anything, and he hadn't heard an appeal, so there was no reason to check with the umpire whether he was out or not. So Colonel Baker said, "I've given you out. I'm sorry, but you've got to go." So he sort of went off a little bit miffed. And then he gave me a rollicking and said, "When you appeal, you make sure I can hear it."
And that stuck with you forever.
He didn't mention the station master at Vauxhall or anything like that, having to hear it, but that was the beginning, yeah.
And did you like the Shoreditch Sparrow thing? Did that make you laugh?
I quite did, because I sort of investigated as to why, and he said, well, it can't be denied that there's a certain amount of theatre involved when you're playing cricket, especially when you're appealing. And the Shoreditch Sparrow apparently was a bloke who used to pitch up in the Shoreditch Theatre. And this bloke, his nickname was the Shoreditch Sparrow because that's where he used to perform. So it was, then of course thinking back to my earlier aspirations to go on the stage to follow my uncle, it all kind of fitted.
Just talking as we go through the 70s, a couple of memorable seasons. 73, you were the leading all-rounder in the country. You got more, as all-rounders, most runs, most wickets.
The Weatherall Award.
The Weatherall Award.
Amazing.
When you consider all the ones, I mean, there's Imran knocking about.
Oh, no, but I mean, that's right. It's a joke, isn't it? When I looked at the trophy and saw the names on there, Mike Botham and Sobers, and Imran Khan, and
Henley, I suppose. Actually, he was probably a bit later, wasn't he?
Yeah. What am I doing here? And it was the criteria that decides it. It's very simple criteria. You had to get a reasonable amount of wickets at a decent average, and you had to get a reasonable amount of runs at a decent average. And I can't remember the wickets. I know the runs. I think
you got 92 wickets in that year.
92, yeah.
And 620 runs. 600
runs, yeah. At 36, I think I averaged about 36, 37. But that's the important thing, was the average. It wasn't. And I think I ended up batting quite close to 7 in 1 or 2 games towards the end of that. And Jeff Arnold used to reckon I batted with a Bowers pole, because every time I nicked it, somebody catched it, dropped it. And he used to yell out the window, "He's batting with a Bowers pole." He'd never get him out.
Well, the following year, 1974, you won your second bit of silver with the club because you won the Benson Hedges Cup.
Yeah.
And it is amazing when you look at the scorecard from that Benson and Hedges final. And I'll just read you. Surrey, 170 all out. Well, in today's game, it's all over in 20 overs.
Jackman, 36.
Jackman, 36, second top score. Leicestershire, all out, 143. Jackman won for 34. He didn't get man of the match, by the way.
I know I didn't. Tell me about it. Another hump.
But
I think John did, didn't he?
John Edwards
got 54.
I don't think he even got that. I think it was 40 odd.
Yeah.
But amazingly low scores for a one-day game. I mean, it wasn't getting the crowds flocking in for the brighter game.
Hardly, no. I don't recall the pitch, whether it was doing a lot. It couldn't have done if I got 36.
But July '74, what a month for you, because that was when you got your first England call-up. You played your first one-day international for England.
Yeah.
Where did that rate amongst sort of the Jackman highlights?
At last, I managed to play for England.
Had that always been there?
Yeah.
And had you always believed it would happen?
No. I knew that quite a few things had to happen for me to get selected, because there were so many really good bowlers around. I mean, a lot better than me, and so there had to be a couple of injuries involved before I got picked. Or maybe I was bowling reasonably economically in the domestic Benson Hedges and so on, and so they thought it was time to give me a chance. But it was hugely, it was a huge moment for me, because now I could I'm sorry I'm laughing, I'm just thinking of Bob Willis. He used to call now I could wear an England sweater, and the England one-day sweater, the first one, had one line on it, that's all. Bob would have said, "Welcome to the egg marketing board." He used to call it that. Now, of course, it's the coronet and three lions for whatever you're representing, which is great.
And again, we come back to emotional moments in your life. Going out there to play for England in a Test match and a wicket in your first over, fifth ball.
The wicket in the first over isn't nearly, it doesn't touch how good it was to actually walk out onto the field. I'd love to have said with an England sweater on, but of course we had to wear the MCC sweaters. We didn't wear England sweaters until a little bit later, not a lot later. But it was only then that I thought I had a right to say Robin Jackman, Surrey in England. I didn't put the last bit on in my own mind when I played the ODIs. This was the climax of all the hard work and all the support, all the help.
Can you see the wicket still in your mind? Can you, if you close your eyes and run the film of your life, can you see it?
Yeah. Little low catch. Fantastic. What a start.
And you had Jeffrey Boycott.
I've got a Boycott standing at mid-off. So he slow it down, because I was running in, bowling, playing miss, nick it or whatever, playing miss, leave it alone, down to third man, whatever. We used to have third man in those days, amazing. And Boycott's saying, slow down, I'm in such a lovely rhythm. I said, what's the matter? I'm going like I'm going mad. He said, if we bowl this lot out for 120 on here, how many do you think we're going to get? I think he wanted more time for the pitch to quieten a little.
Typical Jeffrey. Now let's go back to Surrey, because in 1979 Mickey Stewart was appointed cricket manager here.
Yeah.
So you're getting towards the end of your playing days.
Yeah.
You're not completely done and dusted yet. The other big thing that came along in 1979 with Mickey, although he wasn't responsible for his signing, was a rather large West Indian by the name of Sylvester Clarke. And he actually was a huge bonus for you, because he terrified him at the other end.
Yeah, and without a doubt. I don't think I would have necessarily played for England if it hadn't been for Clarkey. Two things happened. Not only did he bowl the speed of light at one end, and nobody could really look to score. Nobody really looked to score off him, and they did look to score off me. And by then, I'd pretty much learned how to bowl, which gave me obviously a greater opportunity to get wickets. But they also dug the oval up, so at least the ball would carry to the keeper. It's no good having the fastest bowler in the world running in on a feather bed. So that made a difference too.
79, 80, 81, you got to one-day finals at Lord's and lost the lot.
Yeah.
1982, which is actually your last year,
Yeah.
you got to the final against Warwickshire, and this time you won it.
Great West. Yeah.
Great moment.
Huge. It was also my...
It's there.
Yeah.
There it is.
There it is. Could do with a bit of a polish, I might say, John. It was a great moment because I knew, the rest of the team didn't. Mickey did, because I'd told Mickey at the beginning of the season that I was going to pack up at the end of the 82 season. So I knew that it wasn't my last game for Surrey, because we still had some county games to play, but I knew it was the last time I'd play for Surrey at Lords, or the last time I'd ever play at Lords. And of course I didn't pack up at the end. My county career came to an end, but then I ended up going to Australia. So that was a very, very special moment. I was the only bloke who knew.
As you look back, and as you have looked back, who influenced you the most in your career?
Mickey Stewart.
One game in particular that stands out? One wicket that stands out?
Not really.
Did you achieve everything you wanted?
Yes.
And finally, what does this place still mean to you?
Everything.
Robin, thanks for talking to us.
Thank you.
Well, a very warm welcome back to the Kia Oval here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Solent and the Surrey live stream. Luncheon is over, and on this third day, Hampshire resume after lunch 46 for 2, following on after they were all out this morning in their first innings. Hampshire for 223. Surrey then enforced the follow on. Jamie Overton 5 for 54. And the 2 wickets to go before lunch. Ian Holland very well caught by Ollie Pope. That second slip off James Taylor for 8. And then Nick Gubbins caught behind off Jordan Clark for 6. James Vince is 5. And Joe Weatherly is 25 not out. They're already out there in the middle. Surrey are having a huddle. Alongside me is Mr. Kevin James. So lovely day, blue sky, sun beating down. Hampshire up against it at the moment, Mr. James. But again, it's exactly what we said this morning. This is all just about Hampshire bat. Just try and bat and bat and bat for as long as you can, really.
That's all it is. But unfortunately, that seems a little beyond them. I detect that the pitch isn't quite giving the bowlers the same amount of help today. Not that it's given the bowlers a lot of help anyway over the previous 2 days. It's been a good wicket all round, I think, but slightly less. I think the Surrey bowlers have to work a little harder. Not helped, of course, by no Kemar Roach, so they'll be bowling a few more overs anyway. But I just think the batters need to make it a little bit more difficult for the Surrey bowlers. I'm just not quite sure that they are doing at the moment. But unfortunately, sometimes the scoreboard, when you are so far behind in the game, that it can be difficult to sort of impose yourself on the game as a batter. Each little mistake is magnified, literally, by the match situation.
Well, it'll be James Vince on strike. It's going to be James Taylor to get us started after lunch from this Vauxhall. Then 2 slips and a gully as James Taylor right arm over the wicket to James Vince, who's had a drive at the first ball after lunch. And James Vince couldn't resist and wandered off towards square leg. Just to say at Taunton, amazing end to that game, because the scores were tied with Essex 9 down, and then Essex managed to get over the line against Somerset. So Essex win by 1 wicket there at Taunton. But at one point the scores were tied with Essex 9 down as Taylor is into Vince, and Vince lets this one go from just back of a length outside his off stump. Nice shape on that again from James Taylor, and taken by Ben Folkes, moving away to his right hand side. So dramatic scenes at Taunton.
Yeah, great game.
I must admit, I was waist deep in chicken and rice at that point for lunch, but
it did seem to have an abnormally large amount of food on your plate.
I was quite hungry, I must admit, and there seemed to be quite a bit knocking around as James Taylor is in over the wicket to James Vince, who lets this one go on a length outside his off stump. But yes, then news filtered in as I went through my chicken and rice that Essex had got over the line at Taunton and won by a wicket. I still think they should have taken lunch, personally, just before those winning runs. But no, well done to Essex. That as the dust settles on all of that, that's 2 losses for Somerset in their first 2 games. As in over the wicket is Taylor. That's a good length to Vince. Vince just pushing forward, trying to get his angles after lunch. That went past his edge. And it's taken by Ben Folkes.
It'll be a tester for Vince here. If Taylor bowls the spell that he bowled last night, didn't quite get the same consistency this morning, did he? The length was a little variable, and as was the line. It wasn't a lot, but he really tested Ben Brown last night with that sort of line and length that he's bowling here to Vince. And if he can keep that going, Vince will be put under pressure.
It's in again to Vince, and Vince looking to work into the leg side, gets a leading edge that scampers up towards mid-off. Rory Burns tumbles away to his left to do the fielding. Well, he picked up the first wicket, that of Ian Holland. Very good catch, as I say, from Ollie Pope at second slip, diving in front of Jamie Smith. And then Nick Gubbins just looking to force off the back foot to a ball from Jordan Clark that bounced a bit more than he was expecting, I think, at a thinnish edge. And Ben Folkes doing the rest behind the stumps. Taylor is in once more to Vince, and Vince looking to work around that front pad. That's going down. That always looks leg sidey if that is such a phrase. And hands are kept down by umpire Milnes. End of the over, and maiden first up from James Taylor, and a good one.
Yeah.
And Hampshire are 46 for 2.
Yeah, he just needs to keep that line and length going, and he will find, I'm sure, some success at some point today. Can I just put this question out there, because it was a discussion I was having over lunch. Where did Alex Stewart play his club cricket?
I should know that.
I know, you told me where he played in Australia, which wasn't quite where I was looking for, but it was not a bad answer.
I've got, for some reason, I've got Sutton in my head, but I don't know why.
You might be right. I just remember playing against him and first coming up against him in a club game when I was at Hornsey. And we came south of the river, and I can't remember what club it was. Here's Jordan Clark, and that's cut in the air, but safe in the end by Joe Weatherly as it races down towards third man for 4. Reached for it, didn't come out the middle of the bat, but it was high in the gap between the slips and the gully. 50 up for Hampshire, 50 for 2 following on. They trail by 194. So has anybody got that answer? Where did Alex Stewart play his early club cricket? At Back and Across, at Solent Sports, solentcricket@gmail.com.
Just what Joe Weatherly would have wanted. First ball after lunch, a little bit short, might just get bat on it, get moving again.
He's on 29. Here's Clark. That's full. And that's off the bottom of the bat, out on the offside. And there is no run.
Elsewhere, Lancashire 506, Kent 209 for 6. At Canterbury, Gloucestershire 56 for 2 in their second innings. So trailing Yorkshire by 92. As we were saying, Essex have beaten Somerset by a wicket. Nottinghamshire 50 for 2 against Glamorgan, so trail by 27.
I've got an answer. So that's turned away on the leg side by Joe Weatherly for a single. He moves on to 30 now, 51 for 2. Neil Trestrail, who's probably Mr. Club Cricket around Hampshire, on the Hampshire committee. Alex Stewart, Morden Wanderers.
Morden Wanderers, of course. Yeah.
Morden Wanderers home.
There we go.
That was where I went and played against him. Morden Wanderers, that's right. I'll tell you who else played there, who he was about 50-something years of age in this particular game. So you had a very, very young Alex Stewart, a young Kevin Jones, outside the off stump, left alone by James Vance. A guy called Russell Endine, who I learnt during the game had played Test cricket for South Africa.
There you go.
And in this game he was already about 50-something, but still loved playing the game and played in that second game. So
Great,
Morden Wanderers.
Yeah, I was.
Thanks, sorry.
I was on air with Jacqueline Shepherd, daughter of John Shepherd, the other day.
Oh,
and I used to
right.
play against John.
Okay.
He was still pretty good.
Here's Jordan Clark. It's played off the back through extra cover by James Vince. Now there is a man out deep, so he'll only get 2, whereas it probably warranted 4. And Vince moves on to 7, 53 for 2.
Leicestershire are 232 for 7 in reply to Durham's 428. And following on, Sussex making a really good fist of it. Following on against Derbyshire, 97 without loss. Tom Haynes is in the runs again. The Sussex captain now.
It's Jordan Clark was way outside of stump. End of the over. 53 for 2 following on. Hampshire 191 behind.
Yeah, Tom Haynes is scoring lots of runs again this summer. And a bit later today, the opening game of the double-header between the Cayman Islands and the Bahamas. It's an absolute belter of a game, that one. And for you IPLers out there, Lucknow Super Giants 199 for 400, I think, for KL Rahul. And the Mumbai Indians, who, as I was saying, haven't won a game yet in the competition, 63 for 3. So Yadav is 2 not out. But they've already lost 3 wickets there, the Mumbai Indians. As James Taylor, it will be, down below us, 191. Hampshire trail by. Taylor is into Weatherly, and Weatherly gets a short one cutting out towards the sweeper on the cover rope. That's Ryan Patel out there. And that'll just be a single, but what a day it is weather-wise, eh? Gorgeous. It's almost, I always think on days like this that the pavilion almost looks 3-dimensional. It looks like it's coming out towards you because it's completely clear blue sky behind it. nip downstairs during the lunch break. Lots of people here just strolling around the ground on Easter Saturday as Taylor is into Vince. And Vince, a right-hander, of course, allows this one to go. That's the line, that's the length.
Yeah.
And James Taylor just keep banging away at that line and length.
It's just a little bit of extra bounce from time to time, isn't there? I found that last night. Didn't really find it this morning at the back end of the Hampshire first innings. I've just read a couple of interesting things about Russell Endine, actually. He met his wife over here, that's why he lived in Surrey.
As Vince stands with that bat raised as Taylor's into him. There's the drive from James Vince. Typical Vince shot. Get a single out there towards Ryan Patel. One more to the total. Vince moves on to 8, 55 for 2.
He passed away in June 2003, aged 79, but he played 28 tests for South Africa in the 50s. But he had it says here, he had a part in 2 highly unusual test match dismissals. He was the wicket keeper whom Len Hutton obstructed, leading to Hutton's being given out obstructing the field.
As Taylor is into Weatherly and looking to work around that front pad is Weatherly, hits him up on the thigh guard, and there's no run again as that potters down to backward point.
You wouldn't see that dismissal in many cricketing publications. And Endine himself was given out handled the ball, the first time in Test cricket history a well, it says batsman here, but it was batter obviously, but back then it was batter, was dismissed by this method. Interesting. And here he was playing for Malden Wanderers at the time.
Malden Wanderers. That's leaning forward is Weatherly as Taylor's into him and he's cutting. That flashes away between backward point and gully and whistles off. Bit of width. Come out looking to be positive here as Joe Weatherly. And that whistles off to the boundary rope for 4. He'll move on to 35. Hampshire moving on to 59 for 2. Just a little bit of width on that. Weatherly, he's sort of quite crouched in his stance anyway, and just threw the hands at that. Absolutely whistled off. Down to that third man fence for 4. Sound of a pigeon. Down below us, flying off into the wild blue yonder. As James Taylor is in once again to Weatherly, and Weatherly's forward, thickish inside edge, runs off down towards long leg. And the fielding's done by Jamie Overton. One more to the total. Poor old Craig Overton. 13 wickets in the match, I think it was, and ended up on the losing side down at Taunton. And 60 for 2.
On the subject of pigeons, is it me, or have there been fewer number of pigeons during this game than normal on this ground?
Let me have a look. Yes, you're correct in that assumption, Kevin James. Although they tend to turn up at the strangest times. They're never really that consistent with their timings.
There's Jordan Clark from the pavilion end. Weatherly leaves that alone outside off stump.
Be busy in Trafalgar Square, the old pigeons today, won't they?
Bit of food flying around.
Yeah, absolutely. I saw one the other day, poor thing. It didn't look very well. It was sort of hobbling along the street. Didn't look in the best of form. But they get everywhere here.
Well, I mean, there's none at the moment. And when you said that one was flying past, I'm thinking that's probably the first one I've seen. And yet normally there's quite a few hanging around. Weatherly drives out to the man deep. That's Overton. 61 for 2, and Weatherly moves on to 37. I'm just wondering, maybe because it's early season, there isn't that much, if any, grass seed.
Yeah, that
down.
will be.
So there's no reason for them to be hanging around.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, Bill Ollie. And very good point from you.
Thank you.
Old spring watch over here. So, yes, no, that's a very good point.
Just call me Chris Packham. It's from our neck of the woods. So that's pushed out square on the offside. I think New Forest, he resides somewhere.
I quite enjoy a bit of the old spring watch.
Yeah?
Yeah. We had a lot of pigeons at Edgbaston last week because they built a nest in the up on the balcony. So quite a few pigeons around last week. No, they were all sort of flying about the place.
Nobody's made an attempt to move them?
Not as yet.
No. Jordan Clark short of a length. Vince in behind that. Pushes that up towards Amler at mid-on.
Well, they certainly hadn't last week. So there were a few around. What I like with the old spring watch, for some reason, I mentioned this last week, I like the old time lapse where you sort of see flowers grow. And then I was saying I like a time lapse of a building going up. Always find that quite interesting.
Clark. Vince on the back foot into the gap in the covers for a single. Moves on to 9, 62 for 2. Just little things quite interest you, don't they?
They do. I'm very happily pleased. On a day like today, if I wasn't at cricket or work, nothing better for me than a bench in a park. And I would have deposited myself there at about 9 o'clock and removed myself at about 6 o'clock in the evening with a book. Absolutely ideal.
Clark to Weatherly. Wide of off stump. Weatherly's not offering a shot there. End of the over. 62 for 2. Hampshire following on. 37 to Joe Weatherly. 9 to James Vince. And Hampshire trail by 182.
I absolutely love this time of the year, though, because you feel like you're getting into summer. The cricket season started and sort of everybody's in slightly better moods because the sun's out. Plus, sporting-wise, there's so much going on. So I mentioned the World Snooker Championships, the FA Cup semi-finals this weekend. It's just so much sport at the moment, all packed in, so it's terrific. It really is. And Easter weekend, I've known Easter weekends, of course, where county sides have been on pre-season tours. You sort of spent your Easter weekend on a pre-season game, but we're into the second week of April now, or the second week of this season, as James Taylor is coming in over the wicket to James Vince. And Vince covers up, good length again to him. Forward he goes, plays it back up the pitch, and there's no run. And yeah, everybody tomorrow for Easter Sunday with their eggs.
Expecting a few Easter eggs?
I'm not. No. Not expecting anything really. I remember the lovely year where my old man he gave me a cricket ball for Easter. Brand new cricket ball. No, it was a proper cricket ball. As in over the wicket once again comes James Taylor. Forward goes Vince and plays this off a goodish length straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. And I was absolutely over the moon with that. I really was. But no, there'll be none of that tomorrow. None of that tomorrow. Of course, you'll be hoping to get an egg.
Hoping.
If
I'm here, I won't.
No. But someone somewhere may have bought you your favourite chocolate egg for Easter. As Vince waits again. Over the wicket comes Taylor, and forward goes Vince. Good length again. Probing away here is James Taylor. I remember when I was ahead of the game in terms of social media and content.
Oh,
Kevin James.
When have you not been?
And what about this for a bit of thinking? I mention this every Easter. Jason Roy at Chelmsford, and I lobbed him an Easter egg, and he hooked it into the river, and I filmed it and slowed it down as the Easter egg exploded. But then I had to clear it all up. But it was spectacular. As over the wicket comes Taylor, and this is driven by Vince out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope, and I think they'll get a single. I had something like Jason Roy says, "Have a smashing Easter." Good, eh? Jason loved it. And
thank you, Mark Zuckerberg.
Thanks ever so much. They'll all be at it. 63 for 2.
There is an obvious question, actually, to back that statement up of yours. Is where was he when he batted that Easter egg? Was he in the middle?
No, he was we were behind the stand near the river, because I thought all the chocolate will go in there. As in over the wicket goes Taylor, and that's driven down towards third man, and they'll get a single. As it was, it went everywhere, and I spent about an hour sweeping it up. But that was pre-season as well, I think.
Yeah.
64 for 2. But you have a look. You have a look on social. Someone somewhere will be smashing up an Easter egg and say, "Have a smashing Easter." You see, I was ahead of the game there, Kevin. It's all about content.
Did you patent the phrase?
No, I didn't. And then afterwards, I thought, what a waste of a good Easter egg. As James Vince waits again, and this one's left alone outside the off stump. And end of the over, 64 for 2. Weatherly 38, Vince 10. Of course, 5-hour editorial meeting for that idea. Lots of ideas thrown around.
Well, if you're paid by the hour, why come up with a quick answer when you can spend 5 hours?
That moment of genius from me. Why don't I lob an Easter egg at Jason Roy and get him to whack it? Went down very well. Went down very well.
Without mentioning any brand names, which might be difficult, what would be your all-time favourite Easter egg?
Oh, that is an excellent question. Can I have a moment to think about that? Because there's a number of options.
Here's Jordan Clark from the pavilion end. Oh, his edge just past a diving second slip, and that is going down towards the third man boundary, which is picked up. Is that Nico Reefer as the substitute fielder? Hasn't been allowed to go and play for his club this afternoon. I think it may have carried, I don't know, but it was certainly out of the fingertips. Is that Ollie Pope's second slip?
Yeah, good effort to get
just
across to it.
Replay, I'm not sure. Third slip may have had a bit of a chance. It looked like it might just have gone to ground before it would have reached third slip. Anyway, Weatherly advances by 2, 66 for 2 the total. That's wide of off stump.
Yeah, it was a good effort.
Weatherly moves on to 40 now.
From Ollie Pope.
Well, it was a big dive.
Very much so. I'm a big fan,
yes,
in the old Easter egg department, of the one that comes in a mug. Because then not only have you got the Easter egg,
yes,
you've got a nice coffee mug to go with it. So I quite like one of those.
Yes.
Because all the chocolates sort of taste the same to me.
Do they?
Really, yeah.
Weatherly pushing forward back to the bowler. Do you not think then that an Easter egg that costs £1 doesn't taste as good as an Easter egg that costs about £20?
But my point being, you see, so the Easter egg's going to taste the same because all it is milk chocolate or dark chocolate. It's what comes with it. So if I were to buy you, and I won't say the name, but if I were to speak quietly to you like that, that would obviously be me. If you think about it, yeah.
That's worked away on the leg side. Lovely shot, Joe Weatherly. That's 4 runs whipped away, and it's gone fast to that short boundary side. And he moves on to 44, Joe Weatherly, and the Hampshire total to 70 for 2.
But you get your egg, wouldn't you? And then you get a couple of those bars with the egg. Which I quite enjoy.
Yeah, good fun. See, I slightly disagree with you. I think there is a difference between an egg costing £15 to £20.
Well, I've never bought one that much.
Well, I haven't. I'm told. Outside the off stump, and that's left alone. Because there are various makers of chocolate, as we all know. And I think at times you can tell the difference.
Can you?
Yeah.
Interesting. I've never gone above a £5 for an egg.
As much as that?
Yeah. I've never gone above a £5. That's my set limit, is a £5 on an Easter egg. Yeah. Because, well, let's be honest, you're going to eat it.
So is a £15 plate of food in a restaurant. That's all you're doing. That's wrapped on the pad. That's going down the leg side. That's the end of Jordan Clark's over. 70 for 2. Weatherly has 44. Vince has 10. And we've had just over 20 minutes of play since lunch. Hampshire have gone from 46 for 2, and they trail by 174.
Because as you say, you can buy, I think you can, can't you, buy quite expensive Easter eggs?
Well, apparently so, but yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I think I'll just be delighted to get anything, to be honest with you.
Well, you did get one.
I got one. Yeah, I haven't eaten it. It's gone.
Has somebody whipped it?
Someone's half-inched that. I think I know the culprit because he went through his first one before the start of play on the first day. Here is James Taylor, and this is turned off his hit by James Vince out towards deep mid-wicket, and they'll pick up another single. Quite like a hot cross bun around this time of the year. Don't mind a hot cross bun. That and a pano raisin, obviously, which is my new pastry of choice.
It is, isn't it? Yes, you were ranting and raving about those on the first day.
I do like a pano raisin, but quite partial to a hot cross bun as well. As over the wicket comes James Taylor, and well, that's a good one to Weatherly, just shaping away from him off a goodish length, and into the gloves it goes of Ben Folkes as Weatherly pushed forward and it beat his outside edge.
traditional hot cross bun with the currants, or you can get ones now that has a bit of chocolate in them?
No,
and what have you?
traditional. There's a yeah, there is something about a nicely toasted hot cross bun with a bit of butter on. Very nice indeed. As Taylor over the wicket he comes again, and forward solidly goes Weatherly. Plays this one back up the pitch, so still trailing by 173 Hampshire. So they're in one of those positions where you just sort of got to take each ball as it comes, and you can't think too far ahead of anything here. Surrey, they'll just keep patiently banging away and trying to create some chances. Picked up a couple in this second innings as Taylor is in again, and Weatherly in the work leg side hits the pads, rolls away. Ben Folkes comes round, leg by will be the signal. 72 for 2.
If you had to pick a number, and these days you know what it's like with food in supermarkets, I think I'm right in saying I saw hot cross buns literally on about New Year's Day, so you can get them well in advance of Easter. How many hot cross buns do you think you will have consumed since they've been on sale up to this point?
In my lifetime?
No, sorry, I meant this year, sorry, yeah.
Oh, only one from memory.
One?
Yeah, but it's not Easter Day yet, though. As Taylor is in, and this one's left alone outside the off stump by Vince. So tomorrow I'll have a few.
You'll make up for it.
Right. But I'm a bit like that, you see. I wouldn't have an Easter egg until tomorrow.
Well, no, that's different. I think that's different. But hot cross buns, I mean, you could have had any number in the last 3 months.
Absolutely.
And you've chosen to have one.
I had one. It was very nice indeed. And that was probably a fortnight ago, I'd say. I've had a few pano raisins in that fortnight. As in comes Taylor again. Forward goes Vince, plays this one back up the pitch. The fielding's done by James Taylor. And of course, yesterday we had our very nice panettones from James. Those were rather lovely as well. End of the over, 72 for 2. Weatherly 44 and Vince has 11.
I think you'd be in the bottom 5% of the country. If you asked people in the last 3 months how many hot cross buns have you consumed, are you saying one? I think that's really seriously bottom end.
Well, yeah, I'm sure a lot, but tomorrow I will be quite happily.
You'll move up the table.
I will. I'll make
rapidly.
a late bid for promotion tomorrow, I think, on the final day of the season. Yes.
Jamie Overton into the attack. He's yet to take a wicket in this second innings, although he polished off the Hampshire first innings pretty quick. Barker and Fuller enjoying themselves this morning in the sunshine. Took the Hampshire total from 152 for 7 to 222 for 7. That was after about 55 minutes. And then Jamie Overton, seriously quick bouncer at Keith Barker, which he gloved through to Ben Folkes for 57. Here he is here from the pavilion end, outside the off stump to Weatherly, and he leaves it alone. A short ball to Abbott, second ball, which didn't get up quite as much, but Abbott just guided it into Jamie Smith's hands at short leg. And then James Fuller got a more pitched up ball from Overton and was out for 41. Hampshire went from 222 for 7 to 223 all out. And Overton finishing with 5 for 54. And as Mark Church said at the time, Jamie Overton's first 5-wicket bag for Surrey. There he is. Again, short. And that's pulled away by Weatherly. It's in the air, but it's safe. Not timed. And the ball won't quite reach the boundary at the short boundary side. Went for the hook. I think he might have been a little early, actually. It sounded like it went off the toe of the bat. But expecting it, I know, because I think Jamie Overton will test the batsman's mettle this afternoon. But certainly not one of his best pull shots, Joe Weatherly. But he got away with it. 74 for 2, and he moves on to 46. Hampshire trail by 170 now. Here's Overton bowls to Weatherly. Weatherly in behind that. We'll get a single to Amla's right hand at mid-on. Jake Robbins has emailed sunandcricket@gmail.com. Enjoying the cricket from a gloriously sunny Ventnor on the Isle of Wight. Did you know that Ventnor receives the most sunshine hours in the UK.
Is it?
Yearly, Ventnor. Yes,
Oh,
it does.
lovely.
Yeah.
I bet it's nice there today then.
Yeah, it must be. Yeah. Beautiful. Good ground there. Good cricket ground there at Ventnor. I think it's got some something gardens, something to do with flowers or something there next to the ground. Anyway, I can't remember. I've been there several times. Are Hampshire scheduled to play on the island this summer? Yes, they are. Short. That's a good bouncer. Vince sways inside the line, but he's got a good bouncer on him, Jamie Overton, and we've seen that already today from what I was saying a few minutes ago. Hoping to see some fight from Hampshire this afternoon. Wicket looks good for batting. It is on the whole, Jake. It's just the match situation which is putting Hampshire under heavy pressure. There is a game at New Close on the Isle of Wight. Newport. It's a one-day 50-over game, and I can't remember which one, but there will be. Here comes Overton again, short, and Vince pulls, gets on top of it as well, and hits it along the ground. Fielded at mid-wicket. Didn't quite get as high as Jamie Overton was hoping for on that occasion. Vince moves on to 12, 76 for 2.
Lovely roll of the wrists on that.
What are those gardens called? I wonder if I can look it up.
Well, I haven't been there for a long time, but I think I do remember. But was it because Nottinghamshire were there? Because Mr. Bracegirdle took lots of photos of himself, like Captain Pugwash or whoever it was on the ferry going over.
Pugwash. That's right. We had played Nottinghamshire in a 4-day game about 3 years back. The Botanic Gardens, of course.
The Botanic Gardens. Lovely.
It's turned away on the onside again. Amler in play. He's having to chase back towards the boundary. He should pick that up. In fact, he's made a bit of a meal of that, but he's done it. And they pick up 2. I thought for one moment the ball was going to win that race, and the ball wasn't travelling that particularly fast, but he did well in the end. Amler?
One day I am going to pluck up the courage to ask why Mr. Amler has that particular sun hat, because it always falls off.
Yes, it's probably a lucky sun hat.
Well, it might be, but it always falls off his head when he moved. So it's either a smaller one might, as I said last year, might solve that problem. Jordan Clark's just nipped off, so Jordan Clark's making his way back up the steps, and that will mean back onto the field of play is Tom Laws, doing some sort of 13th man duties really, because Nico Reefer's already out there for Kemar Roach. This partnership worth 37. James Vince on 12 as James Taylor comes over the wicket to him, and Vince up on his toes and just guides this one down towards third man. Take a single. That moves James Vince on to 13. And Hampshire move on to 79 for 2. Who was it who made their India? It was an Indian first 100 for Hampshire at the Isle of Wight.
Oh, Ajinkya
Rahane. That was it, yeah. I remember that.
And Sam Northeast got 100 as well.
It looked lovely. It looked really nice.
It was beautiful.
On
Great
the
4 days, like being on holiday.
As in over the wicket comes Taylor, driving is Weatherly. It's out towards the sweeper on the cover rope, and Joe Weatherly goes to his 50. Of course, big 100 in the opening game against Somerset last week, and now he's got to start here in this second innings. Played very nicely, 50 not out, and Hampshire moved to 80 for 2.
9th time he's passed 50 in first-class matches. He's only just passed 50 first-class matches as well, but he actually reached 2,000 first-class runs when he got 5 in the first innings, which I failed to point out. Apologies.
James Taylor is into James Vince, and Vince letting that one go as it just nipped back a little bit at him from James Taylor. Yes, 80 for 2. So yeah, Joe Weatherly, that was a career best one, 6-8.
Yes, it was, yeah.
So he's building on that now.
Second first-class 100 that was. The last one back in 2018 against Lancashire at Old Trafford. 62 balls, that 50 for Joe Weatherly.
Yeah, very nice innings. 2 slips in a gully as James Taylor is into James Vince, and Vince lets him go for goodish length outside his off stump, then wanders off towards square leg. Actually, Amler was just having a bowl there, stood up at mid on, so it's Jamie Smith at first slip. Apologies, Will Jackson, I think that is at first slip. Ollie Pope at second. In the gully. Oh no, it is Jamie Smith at first slip. My eyes really are letting me down. Jamie Smith at first slip, Ollie Pope at second, Will Jackson in the gully. As James Taylor is in, and this left again by James Vince on or around that off stump line, just going away from him, but tidy figures again here from James Taylor into his 9th over. 1 for 26. That wicket of Ian Holland before lunch. But no further damage after lunch for Hampshire. They were 2 down at lunch. 46 for 2, so added 38 since the lunch break. Taylor is in, and Vince is working this one back up the ground towards Amler. Stood up there at mid-on, and there is no run. End of the over. 80 for 2 then Hampshire. Weatherly has 50. Vince on 13, and it means that Hampshire still trail by 164, Kevin James.
Joe on the tweets at Summit Sports says the Isle of Wight game is against Northants on August the 9th.
Lovely.
Thank you very much, Joe. And Jonathan at Godstone Vineyards. Other vineyards available, of course, around the country and in the south. English sparkling wine is far better value than any Easter egg. Just saying. Is it really?
Interesting.
You wouldn't get Jason Roy
smashing sparkling wine.
No, into the river at Guildford,
it's a great video, that. Now, the other, Will Jacks has nipped off for a call of nature, because I've just seen him heading into the groundsman's workshop. So Nathan Barnwell's out there as well now. So we've got Nathan Barnwell down below us at third man. Nico Reefer is at backward point, because he's the Kemar Roach replacement. And then Tom Laws sweeping out on the cover rope, because Jordan Clark's nipped off as well. So it's all change out there at the moment, but from going from 1 sun hat, we've gone to 3, because Nathan Barnwell and Tom Laws are both wearing wide-brimmed floppy sun hats, as is, of course, Mr. Amlers, who will no doubt be turning around to pick it up at some point quite soon when it falls off again.
Probably a good chance in this over, because he's the only man on the leg side saving 1 at mid-on. So he's got a bit of an area to cover. Here's Overton to Weatherly, who's on exactly 50. Oh, he's trying to pull that away and gets hit on the thigh pad. Throw comes in and wraps him on the pad or on bat, and it ricochets to Rory Burns at mid-off.
Ow. Twice there for Joe Weatherly. He's trying to pull that off the front foot, it's hit him. Rolled down to Ollie Pope, who understandably has had a shot at the stumps, because Weatherly was sort of wandering around, wondering where it hit him. And that hit him as well. But he's absolutely fine. But it was like a coconut shy there for a moment, Joe Weatherly.
Throw from Pope. Quite a fierce throw, wasn't it? There's a bit of power behind it. Here's Overton to Weatherly. Foolish edges through gully. Nobody there. Has gone quickly down to third man. And that's gone for 4. Went quickly. Low, but it was in the air. Weatherly moves on to 54. 84 for 2.
Yeah, that did fly off the edge, didn't it? Nathan Barnwell was only just gone out there. Didn't have a hope of getting round to that.
Only 2 slips for Overton. Not a particularly attacking field with Hampshire in this situation. 160 behind. Overton in. Weatherly works that wide of Amler. Then the hat comes off. As Amler, you were right. We knew it was going to happen this over. Throws the ball back to Folkes, and Weatherly moves on to 55. 85 for 2, Hampshire following on.
Every time Mr. Amler runs after the ball, his hat blows off.
It did actually stick on his head a little bit longer than normal.
I wonder if it's his running style, and it means that the wind gets underneath.
Yeah. It's a trademark, isn't it? A bit like his blocking. It's a trademark. Overton. Vince drives along the ground, and it's half stopped by, that'll be Nico Reefer. He's got a painful finger there as it slid under his body, but there is a man sweeping. And Vince gets a single after all that. He's on to 14. 86 for 2.
Nice looking shot from James Vince. Looking like he's getting his head down here. James Vince, 14 not out, rehearsing down there at the non-striker's end. He's set up, playing straight.
Still 2 slips for Weatherly as well. Comes in, does Overton from that pavilion end, and that's cut away off the front foot, and that's 4. That has raced away past Reefer's left hand at backward point. Wide from Overton. Weatherly moves on to 59 now, and it's 90 for 2. Runs have been easy today, haven't they? Just those 3 quick wickets from Overton at the back end of the Hampshire innings, and then Holland and Gubbins falling before lunch. But in and around that, runs haven't been particularly hard to come by if the ball has been in an area where you can play your attacking shots. 90 for 2 then, as Overton comes in again. Bowls to Weatherly. Weatherly gets a foolish delivery on middle and leg and turns that away on the leg side. And he moves on to 60 with that single, and it's 91 for 2 Hampshire at the end of that over. I think Surrey are, at the moment, are going to have to dig deep in the field.
50 partnership between Weatherly and Vince.
65 balls as well, that's pretty quick.
Yeah. I think we're going to get a bit of spin because all the bits and pieces are being brought out. So off goes Laws and Barnwell. Jacks is back out there because he's going to be bowling the spin, and Jordan Clark's back out there as well. So Laws and Barnwell make their way off after an over together fielding. And Will Jacks, who picked up a couple of wickets last night, comes into the attack in this second innings for the first time in the 22nd over of this Hampshire second innings. Gentleman there with his young child on his shoulder, finding his seat in the stand. Got the old sun hat on there as well. So Will Jacks with his off breaks, and it will be Joe Weatherly on strike. Vince continuing to rehearse straight drives down there at the non-striker's end, so he'll have a slip and a short leg, and man just behind square at 45 on the sweep. Deep backward square mid-wicket, deepish mid-on as Jacks is into Weatherly, and the first ball short and cut by Weatherly out towards Hashim Amla, sweeping out there on the cover boundary rope, and they'll stroll the single. Moves Weatherly on to 60. 91 for 2. Rory Burns, I think he's trying to get a signal to Jordan Clark to go. He was behind square to get in front of square out there at mid-wicket, as in comes Jacks. Forwards goes Vince. Plays this one down into the leg side. Lots of cries of encouragement behind the stumps from Ben Folkes as forward goes Vince, out for LBW, and nothing given by umpire Robinson. Umpire Milnes, apologies.
I remember Vince getting out LBW here to Verdi a few seasons back. I don't know if you remember.
As Jacks is in and forward goes Vince.
I think I've still got a picture of that on my phone.
Was it not out?
Well, I mean,
you keep all those ones on your phone, J-Mo.
Yeah.
As over the wicket once more comes Jacks, and this is leg stump, and it's turned nicely by James Vince down towards long leg. Back goes Ollie Pope to do the retrieval work as the throw comes in, and that'll be a couple more to James Vince. He moves on to 16, so trail now by 150. Hampshire at 94 for 2. Jacks is in again, and Vince is forward and just playing this one back up the pitch. End of the Jacks over, 94 for 2 then. Weatherly 61, Vince has 16. Kevin James is, oh dear, oh yes, high, and going down. Why have you kept it on your phone?
I don't know, and I couldn't remember if I still had it, but I mean, you can see the moment he gets hit, well, it's not even on the pad. I know he was given out.
That was 3 years ago, 4 years ago now.
2018, April.
Yeah, 2018.
I've got another one on my phone where Liam Dawson was adjudged run out at Chelmsford. I think I've got that. I'll have a look at that later. Overton. I'm like that. Here comes Overton, short, and Weatherly just sways inside the line. Before I look for it, I have had a picture sent on the Twitter feed at Solent Sport from Pete, who's sent a picture of his laptop open with the Surrey live feed on it. Heathrow.
In Heathrow?
Yeah.
Hang on.
He's near the food
Near
counter.
the airport. Oh, he's watching from Heathrow.
Yeah,
I
from
thought
the
you meant
Heathrow
the name of his road was Heathrow.
Oh,
Lovely. You're flying off
confusing.
somewhere nice.
I presume so.
Lovely.
Unless he's in the unless he's in the arrivals lounge waiting for somebody.
Oh, yes.
Length ball, which Weatherly plays back to the bowler. Let me see if I can find out that Liam Dawson run out. I mean, that was a good picture, wasn't it? I have to say, the moment that he got struck on the pad, and even without me saying anything, you said, not out. Oh, there we are. There's another one. Now, look, Liam Dawson, the ball hasn't even struck the stumps, and look where he is.
This is back in 2017.
Yeah, got all these on my phone. That's pushed out square on the offside by Weatherly, and there's no run. I mean, my phone is, well, I wouldn't say it's full of that sort of thing, but I just like to keep the odd memento.
People say I'm dull.
Not that I hold a
Night
grudge.
out with J-Mo. Have I showed you the picture of Liam Dawson's run out in 2017? Because I've got it here on my phone. Brilliant.
About 11 o'clock in the nightclub.
Absolutely brilliant.
Have you seen this picture?
Yeah, brilliant.
Here's Jamie Overton. Nice drive from Weatherly, but only as far as Burns at mid-off.
Nice photo here from Alex, back and across, and he says, we all go out with the chocolate, £12.50 after certain Easter eggs hidden somewhere else, and there he's all ready, and the picture is big armchair, the live stream and the commentary in the background, and then a bowl of eggs. Very nice looking armchair as well there. Hot cross buns also in the pantry. Thank you, Alex, that all sounds rather lovely.
Here's Overton. Shot is pulled up in the air now. I don't think Folkes is going to get there, not quite. Ball bounces as he races back towards the fine leg boundary. Anxious moment there for Joe Weatherly, got right underneath that huge top edge. Unfortunately, the extra pace of Craig Overton took it past Ben Folkes, but at the moment it looks like it had gone straight up in the air. Weatherly would have had his heart in his mouth there for a moment. 63 he moves on to. 96 for 2. Weatherly again showing that he's quite happy to take on the short ball.
Yeah, it hurried him, didn't it? Just for a second, and so it went straight up in the air.
Another good short ball there from Jamie Overton. Comes in the game, legs ball. Weatherly thinks about a single, but Burns quickly in from mid-off. End of the over, 96 for 2 following on. Weatherly 63, Vince 16. These two have put on 55, I think that is. It's 55 or 56 anyway.
And Man with Large Hat says, lovely to hear today's instalment of Practical Patisserie. A little foray into the art of chocolate, a very pleasing augmentation. You boys are wasted on the world of sport. Thank you. Man with Large Hat, that's very kind of you, sir.
That previous tweet you got, what was it? Just a bunch of Easter eggs in a basket on a sofa?
So there we are. It's obviously in the front room, so there's the table, eggs in a bowl,
yeah,
and then the Surrey live feed and the commentary on the telly, and a very nice looking armchair as well.
Coordinated,
that looks really nice. As Will Jacks continues from the Vauxhall end, and forward comes the right-handed Vince and plays this one out into the offside.
It's made me crave an Easter egg, this conversation. Yeah. When I walk past the, well, hopefully if I'm still in the hotel tonight, when I walk past the corner shop, I shall buy one.
Lovely. As in over the wicket comes Jacks forward. Goes James Vince. Oh, your evening's all lined up for you. You can sit on your bed with your Easter egg and look at your photos of Liam Dawson's run out, James Vince's LBW.
I do that every night anyway.
Driving. It's James Vince up to mid-off, and Nico Reefer does the fielding. A cricketer I know who shall remain nameless, as in over the wicket comes Will Jackson. It turns this one into his leg side. We were walking back one night, and he popped in this shop and got one of those bags of chocolate you can get, you know, with all the little bits of chocolate in. You know, over the wicket once more comes Jacks, and this is pushed out into the offside, and there's no run. And I said, "Oh, you going to eat them back in your room?" He said, "I like nothing more, Churchy, than lying on the bed, opening the packet, and having them on my chest while I eat them, because sometimes I fall asleep as this one's turned leg side and down towards short fine leg it goes, and there's no run. I fall asleep and then I find a couple in the morning. What a strange way to spend your evening, but there you are, each to their own, I suppose. 96 for 2, Weatherly 63, Vince 16. Yes, well, yes, if we're here tomorrow, which I think we will be, Mr. James, I'm going to bring you in an Easter egg, because I'm concerned you feel you've no, I'm
going to buy myself one.
So well, I might bring you, but I might bring one in for you as well.
But my worry is, and I'm sure this has happened in previous years, that actually when you start going looking for Easter eggs at this late moment, there's none.
Nah, there you won't be able to get them.
So I might have to settle for something else that's chocolatey. Park Del Porro at Solent Sports says, good to see Hampshire having a game again at New Close on the Isle of Wight, and also nice to see a new away venue on the schedule when Hampshire play away to Glamorgan at Neath in the Royal London Cup. Have you ever been there? Have you
I think
done a game
have. I know I've done one in Cresselly.
Where?
Yeah, Cresselly. It was in the north of Wales on a farmyard. Surrey Glamorgan one-day game, because we got to the end of it.
Farmyard?
Well, we got to the end of it and the game got delayed because the farmer let the cows out. And they all wandered across the outfield.
No.
Yeah, no, genuinely.
Wow.
And we were sat in a tent that blew into a field. Great day out.
The medium pace of Ryan Patel will take over from Jamie Overton at the pavilion end. Right arm over. Comes in and bowls, and that's cut away. Short and wide there, and that's going to be 4 to backward of point. Had to reach for that one, Joe Weatherly. Kept it down nicely. He kept on top of it. And he moves on to 67. And that's the Hampshire 100 has come up. That's a bit of a loosener. I'm not actually doing the game at Neath this year. Actually, I'm away for a few days. So I still won't know what it's like to go to Neath. I'm sure it's lovely. I'm sure the cricket ground is even better. Plenty still hope to see the United Services ground at Portsmouth get back on the schedule. Haven't played there for a while, Hampshire. I think Dave Allen will agree with you on that one as well, as that's driven up to mid-off. I don't think that will happen anytime soon, but that's only a personal opinion. They play rugby league over some of that outfield now. I know the Royal Navy's rugby league team got through to about the 4th round of the Challenge Cup this year.
Yeah.
One of the last couple of community clubs that were at that stage, weren't they? Yeah, they played, and they went up to Batley, didn't they? The Batley Bulldogs.
You don't want to be playing Batley.
That's it. That was a game too far, as that's driven out through extra cover. Again, there's a bit of width there from Patel. Big chase for the man out deep. I think that's Jordan Clark, and they'll come back for 3. Joe Weatherly moves on to 70 now. It's 103 for 2. You were nodding at me. You obviously knew all that.
I've done a couple of and I've done a couple of games at Batley. Proper rugby league. That
is it?
Proper rugby league. Yeah. They always say that, you know, if you pull out a Cumbrian rugby league side in the Challenge Cup, you know you're up. I think actually, funny enough, I think the London Scholars might have got Batley this year from memory in the Challenge Cup, but no proper sort of heartland there, rugby league.
Pete's back on the tweets. He was the man at Heathrow.
Ah, yes.
Here comes Patel again. Bowls straighter, and Vince works their way down to fine leg, and that'll be 4. Not quite getting his lines right here, Ryan Patel. And as we've already seen that on this pitch, especially today, there are plenty of runs to be had, even though Hampshire are in this situation that they are in. 107 for 2. Pete says, I've been stuck waiting for luggage for nearly 90 minutes.
Oh no.
Ouch. And he's just reminded me that he was tuned in from San Marino on day 1.
Oh, so he's back from San Marino?
Yeah, he's back from San Marino.
From North France? Is that where we thought it was?
But Pete, you did show us up, because we got it completely wrong where we thought it was. Vince is forward. It's pushed up to mid-off. He did show us up, actually, didn't he, really? Lack of geography. I always find it, well, amazing, actually, when the odd times I watch reality TV and some people sort of having these conversations and they think Dublin's in England and Paris is, I don't know, Spain or something. I mean, you just think, really? But I suppose we were in that category. I was. With San Marino. That's punched out into the covers. No run to end that over. 107 for 2, Hampshire following on. trail by 137.
It's nerves that does it in the big pressure moments, I think, on the old quiz shows. Yes, talking about reality TV, there's a new one about celebrities in the Arctic, with a gentleman who's well known as being the Iceman, he's known as. He just runs around in a pair of shorts. And the other night I watched Owain, the BBC weatherman, pluck up the courage to jump into a hole with some cold water in it. Entertaining.
I mean, apart from the obvious, why would you do it? But we know why celebrities do those things, don't we?
Absolutely. To overcome their fears.
Of course, that's exactly what it is.
Amongst other things. So, chat between James Vince and Joe Weatherly out there in the middle. And it will be Will Jacks continuing down here from the Vauxhall end of the ground. As over the wicket comes Jacks, and this is tucked nicely by Weatherly into the leg side. Picks up one, picks up two. Jordan Clark, tight that from Jordan Clark. He's put the slide in. I think if we were going telly, we'd be upstairs for that.
I'm not sure the Surrey live feed will show that again.
Well, yeah, I'm not sure. He's a bit of a way away, but my impression was he possibly was knee, hand and ball at the same time. But it's 3 more to the total, and 3 more to... What was that, James Vince? 3 more... No, they've ran 4 anyway.
Yes.
Because, well, they ran 4.
So it doesn't matter. It
doesn't matter anyway. So he's on to 74 now. Here's Joe Weatherly. As Jacks is in again and pushed back up the pitch, and there's no run. I think he was touching the rope there as he flicked it back, Jordan Clark. But they ran 4 anyway. Good running from Weatherly and Vince, as this is tossed up by Will Jacks, driven away by Weatherly out towards Hashim Amla. Oh, his hat's not come off. There you are. Ah, his hat stayed on that occasion, Mr. Amla. So 1 more to the total. 1 more to Weatherly. He moves on to 75.
A rare sight.
Indeed it was. As over the wicket again comes Jacks, and Vince waits on the back foot, plays this one out into the offside, and Ben Folkes comes round from behind the stumps to pick up. Jacks in once more. He's giving that one a bit more of a rip, I think. Forward goes James Vince. But at the moment, these two are doing a terrific job for Hampshire. No great alarms since lunch.
Nope.
But they're getting their heads right down here. Jacks is in again. Forward goes Vince with a big stride. Plays this one back up the pitch. There is no run. End of the over. Weatherly 75. Vince has 20. 112 for 2 then Hampshire. Trailing after being asked to follow on by 132.
71 unbroken now for the 3rd wicket between Weatherly and Vince. After Ian Holland went early for 8 and Nick Gubbins for 6. Both those wickets before lunch. 41 for 2 when Gubbins fell. 46 for 2 at the break. We've had just under an hour's play, haven't we? Since the luncheon interval. Good lunch here at Surrey, as has been on each of the 2 previous days. Had extra chicken.
Yes, there was a bit today.
Beautiful. Here's Ryan Patel with his medium pace. Right arm comes in and bowls to Joe Weatherly. Cut, but quite close to him, so it's into the ground. Bounces up nicely for Jamie Smith to take at point. That haziness that we've had for most of the day is slowly but surely disappearing, and we're getting nearly clear blue skies. There's certainly no clouds around now. Nice day in the capital once more. Did I read it was the warmest day yesterday or something? Weatherly's forward, goes out into the covers. Was it the warmest day of the year or something?
It was yesterday, but I think today might beat it.
Oh, really?
Yes, I think today might end up being the warmest day of the year until tomorrow. So, yes, very nice.
But it's nice it's come over Easter.
Oh, gorgeous for everybody, especially on a sort of bank holiday, and all the parks are full up.
Yeah, and it was a proper sort of holiday feel, Easter feel, sort of when I was walking past Westminster Abbey, and then a quick detour up to the houses, up to the Big Ben as that's pushed out into the covers. I took a picture of Westminster Abbey a couple of nights ago when I walked past it, and then I thought I'll just veer off to the right by another 100 yards or so and take a nice picture of Big Ben.
Oh, lovely. Big Ben. Lovely. The clock's still not working though, is it?
No, it's still showing midday or midnight, whichever.
Yeah.
But there's no scaffolding, or there wasn't on the side I saw anyway. Weatherly gets a straight one, which he turns away on the leg side, maybe a little bit too straight, but it was all right. He's okay. Moves on to 76, 115 for 2.
I think Surrey would have said to themselves, wouldn't they, that there will be a patch, like there's going to be a partnership somewhere from Hampshire in the second innings. On this pitch,
has to be.
There has to be a partnership somewhere. So you just keep going, and Rory Burns will be trying to work out how he's going to manoeuvre this round with his bowlers.
Yeah, one man down, of course, with Kemo Roach not available to him. That's a drive by Vince out to deep cover. Jordan Clark, the fielder. Vince moves on to 21. Yes, one big partnership, but really in this situation with this pitch and with bowlers maybe beginning to tire, or certainly won't be long before they do a little. I would expect 2 or 3 big partnerships, or big-ish anyway, really. It's Patel outside the off stump, and Weatherly leaves that one alone.
Yeah, because there's not much happening at the moment for the bowlers, so it's about plugging away here, and you're just hoping for possibly a little rush of blood to the head or a mistake. But if you're a batter here, you're just saying to yourself, we have got to make the most of this.
Yeah, definitely.
Got to cash in, got to keep going.
Forget the match situation. You take this situation as Weatherly drives. Thick outside edge along the ground between slip and gully. Down to Nico Reefer, the substitute fielder at third man. So Weatherly will keep the strike. Moves on to 77, 117 for 2. Out of all the situations in terms of, not game situations, but the sun out, this pitch, the way it's playing now, you could probably count on one hand, throughout the season where you get this opportunity to bat on a pitch of this nature.
Absolutely, and you've got to make the most of it. So James Vince and Joe Weatherly are doing that at the moment. Will Jacks to continue with his off breaks. Down below us from the Vauxhall end, everybody just enjoying the sunshine away there in the Peter May stand. See the flags up there. Peter May boys, I think, are here, sat up there at the back of the stand as Will Jacks is in. And Weatherly just waits for this, opens up his feet and then tucks it into the leg side, but Ollie Pope quickly round to do the fielding. And there is no run. There might be a few red faces tonight, actually. It's warm enough today. As in over the wicket goes Jacks, and this is a lovely looking shot from Weatherly, just driving away out towards Ambler. The throw comes in over the top of the stumps, and one more to Weatherly. He moves on to 78, 118 for 2.
Do you get the feeling that there's slightly less crowd here than yesterday? Slightly?
Yes, I think slightly. And there's so much going on, isn't there, over this weekend? As in comes Jacks again, and Vince drives this time. That's a lovely shot. Away through extra cover. That will race away for 4. It's hit the boundary rope and got into the stand, and just have to wait for the ball to come back. Of course, that's a new thing this season, that the crowd can pick the ball up and lob it back, which you weren't allowed to do for the last couple of years, of course, with COVID. But the crowd,
they seem silly little things now, don't they?
Yeah, they do, but actually at the time they were so important. As Jacks is in, and this is tucked away by Vince into the leg side. Yes, for a couple of years, well, A, there wasn't a crowd here for a lot of it, and B, if they were in the crowd and they did handle the ball, you had to go and get the ball sanitised. And sweeping is Vince. He's got this pretty fine, actually. That's going to race away down to the boundary rope for 4 more. So this is an excellent partnership developing between James Vince and Joe Weatherly. And it's worth 85, and it's 126 for 2.
Yeah, well, this is only, I mean, in terms of saving the game, Hampshire aren't even at base camp yet, but it's good fight being shown.
Very much so. Jacks ready to come in once more over the wicket to Vince. That'll be a full toss, just lobbed up by Jackson, you can tell as he let go of it, he knew he'd got it wrong. And Vince has put that away, just drives it away through the covers for 4. Ollie Pope and Rory Burns get together for a bit of a chat about this. 114 now Hampshire trail by. That's just to get to parity. 130 for 2. But they're ticking along very nicely at 4.64 and over at the moment. So if they keep going along at that sort of rate in 30 overs time, they'll have a bit of a lead, will Hampshire?
Yeah, you just get the feeling out there that the pressure is slowly but surely easing on Hampshire a little bit. But I mean, a wicket, because there's so much time left in the game, so much, that a wicket will suddenly bring it back into sharp focus. But at the moment, Hampshire can enjoy the way things are going at the moment as Patel bowls. And that's cut away by Weatherly to backward a point. Reefer comes round from third man, does well, just in front of the rope. Keeps it down to 2. And Weatherly moves on to 80 now. 132 for 2. Hampshire trail by 112.
Yep. Good athleticism there from Nico Reefer.
It's been in the game a lot.
Natural mover. Nico Reefer sprinting round to his right, diving and getting the ball. I can hear the sound of the ice cream man arriving now. He'll do it. He'll do all right today. She'll do all right today.
Weatherly works that through mid-wicket. I don't think Overton's going to get there, or is he? Yes, he is. Good running from him at deep mid-wicket. 2 more to Weatherly, moves on to 82. That run rate continues to be pretty good.
He might take a wicket now, but I'm not sure how long Rory Burns will stick with this with Ryan Patel at the moment.
He's not getting any help at all.
Not at all, and they're just knocking it around at the moment.
Pretty straight up and down, isn't it? At very medium pace. 134 for 2. All the talk about food that we've done today is hot cross buns, Easter eggs, ice cream. That's whether he pushes forward out on the other side. Everybody would have thought we were still hungry.
Well, but it just was the sound of the tinkle there from the ice cream van arriving. And I should think in all the parks up and down the country today, they're there selling their wares out the back of their ice cream vans. They'll be doing a great trade today.
So Patel from that pavilion end to Weatherly. Weatherly drives just wide of Rory Burns, but they'll pick up a single. 83 Weatherly, 135 for 2. I'm just wondering where the ice cream vans stop around the ground, because it's all double red lines. So they can't actually stop anywhere near here, can they?
Well, I think there is a road round the back that they do stop at.
Oh, right.
And yes, but you often hear them arriving. Very loud tinkle.
Patel outside the off stump, and Vince not tempted as he goes through to Folkes.
Yeah, one of those where he was shaped to cut it, didn't he? And then just watched it go. Just he was as it went past Ben Folkes and landed in Ben Folkes' gloves. It was almost as if James Vince had played the cut shot, but actually he just let it go. He's in perfect position to play it, but then thought better of it, because in this situation.
Yeah. Here comes Patel again, straight, and that's worked up to Amless. No ball. Signalled by umpire at the far end. Unlike last year, which, I mean, this game's very similar, isn't it, where Surrey got millions and Hampshire batted twice, not particularly well. But unlike last year, second time around for Hampshire this time is that the ball's doing very little, if anything. Whereas Kemo Roach last year was getting the ball to hoop around, and it was very difficult indeed. Vince Pauls doesn't time it, goes out to mid-wicket. End of the over, 137 for 2. So, you know, whilst, yes, Hampshire are not in a great position and the game is very similar to last time, the difference now is that there is absolutely no reason to think that Hampshire shouldn't get a decent second innings total, whatever that will be.
Well, yes, and I think, you know, Kemar Roach, all those skills from Kemar Roach, and then going off yesterday with that hamstring problem, poor fella.
Scan today, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's what I read. Well, hello to Johnny. Well, how about this then? Right, say, and you don't think I'm down with the kids? Johnny is tuned in his studio in Gorebridge, Midlothian, whilst mixing. There you go. So Johnny's there in his studio. He's mixing away, mixing up something for the wheels of steel, and listening to us, Kevin James. So there you are. You never know. We could be in the. Do they still have the hits parade these days, or? I don't know.
You're asking the wrong man.
Yes. Well, thanks, Johnny. That's nice. And Johnny's in there. He looks like he's got state-of-the-art mixing equipment. Yes.
Is that what they say in?
That's what they say.
Music producing land.
Yes, on the mean streets of Kent. Here is Jamie Overton into the attack from the Vauxhall end. Short ball, that's crunched. Joe Weatherly on the crash helmet. This will be a concussion protocol test for Joe Weatherly, because he's looked to pull that and it smashed him on the visor, I think. So
calling for another one.
Yeah, he's wanting another helmet, because that was banged in first up from Jamie Overton. He looked for the hook shot and it has gone wallop.
Well, the good news is Joe Weatherly looks all right.
Yeah, he looks fine.
So I don't think we've got any problems on that, but it's just, as you say, it's the protocol now to go through the. In fact, to be fair to Jamie Smith, I think he just walked up to Joe Weatherly and said, "Are you okay?" So Joe Weatherly doesn't look in any problems at all. I think now we've just got to wait for physio Cleggy to come on and go through the questions and what have you, but maybe the helmet's dented. Looks like he's called for another one. There is Cleggy out there in the middle if you're watching the live feed. Good physio Cleggy.
Yeah, and Alex Tyso, fine figure of a man for Surrey as well. They've got some good ones around the tracks, haven't they, these days, for the physiotherapy departments. So yes, these will be the questions that, as I understand it, they fill in something at the beginning of the season.
Oh, right.
And then they get asked that question, and as long as the answer's the same. But, I'm not sure what the questions are.
But then how would Cleggy know? I mean, you're talking of about 20 players that he needs to know all the answers to the questions. He's not come out with a notebook.
No. It might be, what day of the week is it? What time is it? Where are you? But he's fine, Joe Weatherly, but quite rightly, just the physio's going through all sorts of bits and pieces with him, and then he needs a new visor. I think that's what he's asking for.
Yeah, that's a dent.
He's got a dent in that helmet on the visor, so he needs a new visor. I remember this happened to Tom Curran once, and they couldn't find a helmet that fitted him. And dear old Stuart Meeker ran out at one point with about 6 helmets. It looked like he was running along with hanging basket. And finally found a helmet that fitted Tom Curran. So Weatherly, he's obviously taken a bit of damage. And James Vince is trying to do some DIY now on that helmet. And players come to a halt because they're still signalling away up to the dressing room. So just to remind you where we are this morning. Well, we're at the Kia Oval in South London, of course. Hampshire started this morning 152 for 7, and James Fuller and Keith Barker started very nicely this morning, and then Barker was the first to go. Got a fearsome delivery from Jamie Overton from nowhere, really, and gloved the ball to Ben Folkes behind the stumps. Went for 57. 2 balls later, Kyle Abbott caught by Jamie Smith at short leg without scoring, and then Jamie Overton picked up his 5th wicket, finished off the innings when he bowled Fuller for 41. I'll try that sentence again. When he bowled Fuller for 41, and then Surrey enforced the follow-on after Hampshire rule out for 223, and Ian Holland was then very well caught by Ollie Pope off the bowling of James Taylor for 8 at second slip, and then Nick Gubbins caught behind off the bowling of Jordan Clark for 6. At lunch, 46 for 2, and now Hampshire have moved this on to 137 for 2, so still trailed by 107 runs. And the key thing from a Hampshire perspective is still be batting tonight. Then we'll see where we are tomorrow, but still plenty of overs to go today. 48.5 overs remaining today. Joe Weatherly's okay. He's had his running repairs to his crash helmet as well. Jamie Overton's getting ready to come charging in. Now, from memory, this is the first time we've seen Jamie Overton in the game from the Vauxhall end. As over the wicket he comes to Weatherly, another short one. Oh, now has that brushed the glove? They've gone up for caught behind here. Surrey were convinced There was a noise from somewhere. He was swaying inside it. It didn't bounce quite as much as he was expecting. They went up behind the stumps. All I can think is they think it's brushed the glove, but it could have brushed the shirt. Oh, I think that's a good decision. I think that's brushed the shoulder of his shirt. I think that's a really good decision from umpire Milnes. Really good decision, because he's dropped the hands, he's swayed. I think that's brushed his shirt as it went through. Definite noise, but I think that's brushed the shirt. The gloves didn't look anywhere near it. As the right-handed Weatherly waits again, leaning forward as Overton's into him, short, and that's cut by Weatherly for 4. Good shot from Joe Weatherly. He's got right on top of that and cut it away for 4. Weatherly moves on to 87, 141 for 2. Jordan Clark's going through his warm-up routine, and that brings up the 100 partnership between Messrs Weatherly and Vince. It's been a very good one, this. Came together with the score on 41 for 2 and have now moved Hampshire on to 141 for 2.
Much needed for confidence and many things, really.
Overton is in once again to Weatherly. Another short one, this one. Oh, Ben Folkes, behave! Because Weatherly's tried to drop the hands on that. That's hit the edge of the bat, I think, and Ben Folkes had to step to his right and then has dived full length, hung in the air and taken it with the right mitt. This is a terrific catch from Ben Folkes. That's come off the back of the bat. That's a brilliant catch from Ben Folkes, and it's Jamie Overton who makes a much needed breakthrough for Surrey. But what a catch that is from Ben Folkes. And gone for 87. Weatherly, fine innings. He's had a bit of a time of it in this over, but Jamie Overton has his 6th wicket of the piece, and Hampshire are 141 for 3.
It looked to me, if you're watching the live feed, if you agree with me, hopefully, that it was banged in short by Overton, but it didn't really bounce. But what it did do is it nipped back a fraction.
Yep, and I think it hit the back of the bat.
Well, it's certainly high up, and maybe somewhere around there. I think you're right, off the shoulder. But I think Weatherly, what he's tried to do is to try and keep the bat and his hands close to his body, not go up with the bounce, although it didn't get that high. But the ball has just followed him a little and caught it. He wasn't playing a shot at that. I think he thought that was going past the top of the bat, the glove area, through to the keeper. But by nipping back a fraction, it's just caught that area of the bat, and it's a great catch. But again, Overton on a pitch which is flattening out, his short ball, whether it's got up or whether it hasn't, has been a problem. And I think, for me, I've watched a lot of Jamie Overton. You watch him more. Now he's a Surrey player, of course, but I think his short ball today has been as good as I think I've seen from him. It's been a real threat. We saw that at the back end of the Hampshire innings. I mean, the short ball at Keith Barker, which he gloved through to the keeper, was a wicked delivery, really wicked delivery. But he's bowled it a few times, and the Hampshire players, most of the time, pretty much most of the time, have struggled to deal with it effectively. Yes, they've pulled him a few times on the leg side, but it's been hard work going against him.
First ball for Liam Dawson. Got a good one from Jamie Overton yesterday to Liam Dawson. And this first ball short, Dawson's in behind it, plays it into the offside. It was a great catch from Ben Folkes, because like a goalkeeper, that was going in the top right hand corner, and he is just hung in the air, and it would have surprised him as well. That's the thing, it sent him the wrong way, and he's still got back and got a hand in the air to take it. As Overton's into Dawson, Dawson's short ball, thinks about a quick single that isn't there, as he gets in behind it and pushes it out into the offside. Jamie Overton makes the breakthrough, 141 for 3. Dawson yet to get off the mark. Vince 33, lovely innings from Weatherly, 87. Well, the other thing, of course, is a couple of short balls previously to that. One that did get up and hit him on the helmet, and then one that they went up for a caught behind, thinking it hit the glove, but it hit the shoulder. But I think, as you say, Jamie, he was trying to get out of the way of it. It kept coming at him, And it is a terrific catch when you see it again.
Yeah.
Because Ben Folkes, as I say, he would have been saying, right, he's going to let this go, and he was going to his left. Then it's either hit the back of the bat or the sort of toe end of the bat, and he's had to go the other way, and it, like a goalkeeper, top right-hand corner, he's just plucks it out. And great catch, and a 6th wicket in the game for Jamie Overton. And Hampshire 141 for 3.
Well, just as I was almost relaxing a little bit, expecting the partnership to carry on, Overton decides otherwise. Here's Jordan Clark, straight length ball, which Vince turns away on the leg side. 2 pigeons flying across the ground. And as I say, there's been a dearth of pigeons for this game. It is a ground where you get very used to seeing them all over the place, eating grass seed, flying around. We've hardly seen any. In fact, as I say, there's 3 more. Maybe they're returning. Maybe they have remembered that at this time of year there's some games on and the food is plentiful, and maybe they are starting to come back. Here's Clark to Dawson. Dawson forward into the gap in the covers. They've actually got a sweeper on the covers for Dawson, even though he's only just got off the mark. 143 for 3. Big blow that.
Yeah, huge blow. And Weatherly played really nicely there. But it sort of hit on the crash helmet, then that big shout for Corbell where it brushed his shirt, and then again just trying to drop the hands on that, but he just kept following him.
Yeah.
And as I say, Ben Folkes had to sort of change angle very quickly there.
Here's Clark, and that's whipped away off the pad by Vince. Folkes quickly across. That'll be signalled a leg by. 144 for 4. Surrey Legend says, if Overton keeps this up, do you think he could be the quick bowler England need overseas? Those bouncers are looking lethal. Well, I know Craig Overton was. I mean, he's not. Jamie's the quicker of the 2, isn't he? Of the 2 twins. And this, you know, as I say, when wickets start to flatten out like this, this is where he comes into his own. He's not a pitch it up, let it seam a little bit and swing type of bowler. Although the ball to Dawson, as I mentioned earlier, was terrific last night. But where everybody else is just struggling to make an impression is where he comes into his own. That's full. Dawson guides that again down to the deep sweeping position in the covers. 145 for 3. Hampshire trail by 99 now. But yeah, he's certainly made things happen today, isn't he?
And I think as well, you know, he's had quite a tough time with the ball for Surrey. So the first season, all that behind closed doors, and last summer as well, he's worked really hard, and I think we're seeing it all come into fruition now. And this is why Surrey got him here. Is, as you say, on a flat one, he can suddenly make things happen.
5 for 54 in the first innings, including the last 3 wickets for 1 run at the back end of the Hampshire first innings this morning. Here's Jordan Clark bowls. Vince pushes that out square on the offside. Reefer in quickly, substitute fielder.
Worth his weight in gold though, if he can do it on a consistent basis, because it gives Rory Burns such an option. It really does. And Surrey here are just going to keep chipping away, because without Kemar Roach, they've all stepped up so far and done their job for the side.
Clark again comes in, and Vince works that ball to mid-wicket. Good diving stop. Prevents a boundary being taken at the end of that over. 145 for 3. Vince has 34. Dawson has 2. Paul Williams, who's in Portugal, lucky him, at Sonnet Sports, says Hampshire will be getting a reputation of not being able to deal with a short ball. I think the way Jamie Overton has bowled his short ball today, I think a lot of batters would struggle. I mean, they have been serious short balls. I mentioned Barker, but there's been others where they've got into a bit of difficulties. They've just been straight and quick. Just watching the replay there.
Yeah.
Of that catch of Folkes.
Yeah, it's a really good catch from Ben Folkes, because it's just great athleticism. Because it's going over the top of him at one point, and he's sort of hung in the air, as I say, goalkeeper-esque. taking it one-handed. He was pleased with that one, I think. There's Jamie Overton. Will come into Liam Dawson on 2, and Dawson's tucking him off his hip. Out towards deep backward square. We'll take a single to Jordan Clark. And that'll be one more to the total. But yeah, the ball he bowled Dawson with yesterday was an absolute perler from Jamie Overton. That was yesterday. Today, he's suddenly got one to really rear at Keith Barker and follow Barker basically and gloved him. And then that one there for Weatherly, I think, as you say, the problem for Weatherly was it kept coming straight towards him. And super athleticism. And diving away to his right was Folkes. This is pulled, short ball by Vince. That's a lovely shot. That's for Jordan Clark. Tried to get around and flick it as he slid, but he's missed it completely, Jordan Clark. But it's a lovely shot from James Vince, right on top of it, in front of square, whistles through mid-wicket and over the boundary rope and away for 4.
I don't think Overton will be too deterred by that. I think Vince is going to take him on. Vince does hook pretty well, but I've seen him get out doing it as well. And I think Surrey are still in a comfortable position where it's worth trying it out a few times.
Yep. 150's up. 150 for 3. Oh, there goes the ice cream man. In over the wicket comes Overton. Another short one. Well played by James Vince. He has swayed inside that. That's quick from Jamie Overton. That really is brutal from Jamie Overton. You don't see a huge amount of this these days.
No, you don't.
But it's great when you do.
It's great to watch, isn't it? You can't take your eyes off it. That was one not to hook. And fortunately Vince didn't, but it's a little bit too paced as well, isn't it? There, because still part of the track is still a little green. That one did climb and went through a bit quicker.
Proper aggressive fast bowling this from Jamie Overton. He's in again to Vince, and Vince is forward. Remember Fidel doing that here one afternoon. He suddenly cranked it up, and that's turned by Vince, that delivery into the leg side. He'll pick up a single. Vince onto 39, 151 for 3.
For me, it's the most fun in a game. Fortunately, because you're not facing it.
I was thinking
that's what for me. That's what professional sport's all about, isn't it? It's watching other people do what you think, I don't really want to be doing that. But these guys have got to do it because they're being paid to do it, and it's very difficult. It is very difficult.
In comes Overton. This one's fuller of length, left alone by Dawson. And taken by Ben Folkes, moving away to his right hand side. Some birthdays knocking around the place. We had Dan Norcross the other day. Today, very good man, Patrick's birthday today. So happy birthday to Patrick.
Patrick?
A good friend. It's his birthday today. I think he's out in the sun listening in the park. Very nice way to do it. In over the wicket once again comes Overton, and this one's pushed off the back foot by Liam Dawson out there into the offside, and there's no run. End of the over, 151 for 3. But yes, I think it's not often that and the thing about these short balls from Overton is when he gets it right, as a batter you've got nowhere to go. It's sort of that horrible, we did sort of earlier, was like, get off me. It just keeps coming at you, and it is very hard to play. And as you say, a little too paced, but that last one to Vince was really, really quick, and Vince played it beautifully.
Yes, you can see if you're watching on the live picture feed, you'll just see little areas of still greenness in the pitch, which is slowly disappearing. It's outside the off stump from Jordan Clark, and Vince leaves alone. But of course, if the ball pitches on those, he just goes through that bit quicker and a bit of bounce. When it pitches on the white stuff, not so much. And we've seen Overton bang it in and not really come off. So as a batter, you have to be very careful, because if you are hooking and pulling, then you've got to be picking the right one.
Steve Finn would say, you don't want to hook it and it goes straight up the chimney. That's the way he describes the top edge these days, Mr. Finn.
Jordan Clark outside the off stump. Vince leaves alone.
But we saw Weatherly actually as well, didn't he? He had a hook that went straight up and went over Ben Folkes.
Yes. A tilted chimney.
Yep, and that was off Jordan Clark. But again, just going back to the Folkes catch as well, it was the fact that it had been going one way, had to come back the other, and it was going over him. And it was a terrific grab. I've just reenacted it there on the live
You do it
stream,
again, just to show everybody.
like that, and then he sort of went like that.
Yeah.
You see?
It's almost like you're out there. That's pushed back by Vince up towards mid-off. It was like you'd replayed the shot. It was like I'd watched.
Yes.
Folks taking the catch, your description there.
Two elite athletes there.
Yeah.
Myself and B Folkes, of course. But no, it was a great bit of keeping, it really was. And you could tell with Folkes that he enjoyed that one as well, because he sort of jumped up with a big grin on his face.
Yeah, a bit like you just then. It's full, worked up to Amler at mid-on. Keeps his hat on.
It's fine. I think the hat's fine as long as it's not sort of having to break into any sort of stride. I think if it's just either side slowly, it's fine. But I think it's when the wind gets underneath it.
Yeah.
Tends to blow off his head. His white brim sun hat, as you remember.
Still a breeze from left to right as we looking at the flag above the pavilion. As it's another length ball as Vince just pushes out quietly on the leg side. Blowing towards the Crystal Palace antennae, according to yourself. I can't actually see it. You've said it a couple of times. I'm looking to my right. I can't see it.
Right, no, it's straight over. You see where the sponsor sign is?
Yes.
Yeah,
oh, I see it.
Going.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, so you can see it up there. It's a bit like the Eiffel Tower from a very long way away.
Very long. Yeah. About 1 o'clock as we're looking. Straight, full, played back to Jordan Clark by Vince. End of the over, 151 for 3. Vince has 39. Dawson has 3. Hampshire trail by 93, and there are 45 overs left in the day, so an awful lot of time left in the game. Hampshire at the very least need to get in front and then some. So as well as they've done much better in this second innings. They've got to do it again. I'm watching that catch again by Ben Folkes. They love showing that highlight on the Surrey stream, don't they? Mark behind us, look at it, he's loving it.
I'll tell you what, that'll be on a loop, won't it?
Yeah.
It's going round and round. Yeah. Folkes leaping, salmon-esque. Yeah. I'll tell you what, it would look even better in super slow-mo. Diving forward. Oh, look, there's the Eiffel Tower on the live stream as here comes Jamie Overton in over the wicket to Dawson. Beats him, all ends up with that's the length again, because Dawson's thinking it's going to be a short one here. And that's what he bowled him with. Well, obviously that one didn't hit the stumps, but it was sort of that length delivery that did for Dawson in the first innings.
That view on the Surrey stream of the Crystal Palace and Tunnel is a much better view than I'm getting. I could only see about half of that.
It was shimmering in the mist. There you go. Look, you see it's on there now for listeners on BBC Radio London. It also looks a little bit like one of those rockets, old spaceships. As this is a short ball hooked in the air by Dawson. Gone. Caught down at fine leg. It's Ryan Patel down there. It was banged in again by Overton. Dawson on the hook. Top edge, good catch from Ryan Patel, and Dawson has gone for 3. Overton, well, he's now got 7 in the game, and it's 151 for 4.
Well, I don't think Liam Dawson will be particularly happy with that dismissal. Got underneath it, just helped it down towards fine leg, and not an ideal way to get out in this situation. You just know that Overton's going to bang it in short. If you don't get it one ball, it's coming the next, and if not, then it's certainly coming the next. He's certainly testing these Hampshire players out on this short ball, and well, they've got to be careful because they are starting to run out of wickets here. 6 wickets to keep intact, and they're still 90 odd behind.
Yeah. So Ben Brown makes his way out into the middle. Yes, again, Jamie Overton making something happen here. Good catch from Ryan Patel, because he had to come around. He was up there a while. He had plenty of time to think about it. but hung on. And gone for 3 is Dawson, 151 for 4.
I suppose the number of times we saw the Ben Folkes catch on the Surrey stream, I wonder how many times we might be seeing that catch over the next 20 minutes.
I tell you what I'd like to see again on the live stream is that the old Crystal Palace antennae again on that, because that looks spectacular, sort of close up on the live stream.
Now, I'm going to test Mark out on the stream here. Can you split the screen and on the left-hand side show the tower, and on the right-hand side...
There it is,
well, that's the full screen. I want to see you. Get it in focus.
Oh, no, that's Jake focusing
Get it in
the
focus.
camera. Yeah, that's Jake doing that.
Yeah, I think he needs to be retrained, Jake, on the camera.
I think what he's done there is he's done that to you see, it's what you've got in the foreground, but there it is again. And it honestly, it does. It reminds me of sort of a 1960s American rocket. A spaceship that used to go up to the moon. But what a lovely sight that is, the Crystal Palace antenna. So Jamie Overton, and it's Ben Brown on strike. 2 slips in there as Jamie Overton is in to Brown. It's down the leg side, and Brown nothing on this. And Ben Brown looked very good in the first innings, very compact, very organised, and James Vince will be hoping he can stick around with him for a while.
Can you do split screens on the stream? No, you can't. No, they haven't got that technology.
Don't test it. Oh gosh, post-production. It'll all have gone home. As turning again is Jamie Overton down below us. Comes in over the wicket to Ben Brown. Short ball. Brown's off the mark here, just tucking it off his hip. Out into the leg side. And they will pick up a single. And that'll be 1 more to the total, and the first run for Ben Brown in this second innings. 152 for 4. Hampshire elsewhere. Kent are following on against Lancashire. All out in their first innings for 260 at Canterbury, a 1-5 without loss. Of course, as we told you earlier, Essex have beaten Somerset by a wicket as Overton is in, and this is tucked away by James Vince down towards long leg. They'll pick up another single, 1 more to the total. Gloucestershire 111 for 4 in their second innings, now trailing Yorkshire by 28 runs. Nottinghamshire 111 for 3 in their second innings, so they lead Glamorgan by 34. Durham 16 without loss in their second innings against Leicestershire, lead by 171, and Sussex 155 for 2 following on. Trail Derbyshire by 176 as Overton is in and Brown is pushing off the front foot down towards backward point, and there is no run. End of the over, 153 for 4. Brown 1, Vince 40, and a chat out there in the middle between those two gentlemen, and a bit of work for Hampshire to do, and a round of applause for Jamie Overton after picking up that wicket of Liam Dawson.
Terrific spell from Overton. He's leaking a few runs, but he's picking up the wickets, which of course is what Surrey really need. Runs still not really too much of a problem, with Hampshire still 91 behind. I make Overton's spell so far this afternoon 6 overs 2 for 29, something like that. Might be 30 or so. Here's Jordan Clark, inside edge there from Vince. Ball just came back into him a fraction as it goes out on the leg side. Moves on to 41. Vince with that single, 154 for 4. Yeah, it's all about wickets, isn't it, really? Now
5 for 54 for Overton in that first innings.
Yeah. It's been good today, hasn't it?
He has, he's been excellent.
Good value, full value. He's in his element, isn't he? He's been in these situations many times. Just gives it absolutely everything and just keeps coming at you. Very, very difficult as a batter. But here's Jordan Clark, slightly too short as Ben Brown steers that out square on the offside.
I love Ben Brown's putting the bat up again to say no. He does it after every defensive shot, doesn't he?
No.
Sort of sticks the bat up at the non-striker. Stay where
there.
you are. Yeah.
You stay there.
Well, at least it's you know it's no. There's no doubt about it, is there?
It's going to be a run out now, isn't it? Jordan Clark from that pavilion end, length ball. Brown steers it to mid-wicket.
But he's a very compact player, isn't he, Ben Brown?
Good 49 in the first innings, wasn't it? Bowled by Will Jacks with one that turned between bat and pad as he was looking to drive through extra cover. Maybe a bit of turn out of Barker's rough. I haven't seen too much of that. I haven't seen any of that today. Here's Clark. Bowls, length ball. Brown forward, pushes it up to Burns at mid-off.
I think the only thing I'd say with Ben Brown, a bit like men of smaller stature, tends to play quite a lot from the crease, doesn't he? He doesn't jump fully forward. It's all about balance, and he's really good on the short ball. Saw that yesterday.
Those little short-armed...
Yeah, pulls off his hip.
Pulls, yeah, jabs. Very effective. Might get tested out a little bit when he faces Jamie Overton. Length ball. Ben Brown in behind that, plays that back to Jordan Clark. I'm sure we'll see that. We'll either see that come out, or I don't know. I think it's very difficult to just say I'm going to duck. I think a lot of people will say, well, why don't you just duck? You know it's coming. Duck underneath it. But because it's slightly too paced and some bounce more than others, I think to just drop anchor the minute you see it pitched in halfway down is not ideal. Some pitches you can do that, and you know it's always going to go over your head. I'm not sure you're always going to know that. Let's play back to the bowler, and it's end of the over, 154 for 4, which of course then the skill of the batter very much comes into play, because we've all seen players who just go for it no matter what.
Do you remember Andrew Hilditch?
Oh, I remember that
He
name.
went in that, I mentioned this, for that Ashes series of 85, he kept getting out hooking. He could not help himself. Bang it in, and he'd just hook every time and top edge it and get caught on the boundary. But yeah, I think if you are a hooker or a puller, it's quite difficult not to do it, really. Yeah. Sort of, you know, you say about ducking, and yeah, that would seem. But if you're a hooker or a puller, your first instinct is to have a hooker or a pull. If you see it short, as Jamie Overton comes in over the wicket to James Vince. Vince tucking this fuller length delivery off his toes. He's looked nice today, James Vince. He always looks nice, but he's looked very, very reassured today. He's on to 42, 155 for 4.
You're right, there are players that are compulsive hookers and there are ones that don't at all, but it takes a particular skill to know when to hook and when not to, and there are very few players that can do that.
Be interesting if Ben Brown does take it on. The only thing you would say is he's got a lot of area. He's got to get a lot of it. As Overton's in, here it is, short one, well played. Ben Brown just sways inside it, but again it's in that target area again, isn't it?
It's a good line, because if you're hooking at that, you're just outside off stump, who aren't really in control. But that, you know, that again is an example of one that's just really kissed off the surface and gone through.
Waits again.
It's going to be tested with a short one here, Ben Brown, that's for sure.
Very much so. Over the wicket comes Overton, short ball, up on his toes goes Brown, nicely played. Into the leg side. Overton's charged across to do the fielding off his own bowling.
Ben Brown wanted to get up the non-striker's end. Plenty of fast bowlers have been played well from the non-striker's end. I don't think, you know, Overton's quick, but he's not of a pace that seriously worries you. It's just what he's doing is he's testing your skill out against the short delivery, and he's bowled some short balls that as good as short balls as you'll see this season.
Nick Berry's birthday as well today.
Oh, the old EastEnders.
Yes.
And what was the police?
Heartbeat.
Yeah.
It's his birthday.
I've said this many times about Nick Berry. Come back to that.
Oh,
maybe not when you've been on commentary.
Forward to this. As short leg's gone in now for Brown, as Overton's into him and he's looked to go up on his toes. Brown just tucks this one away down towards Will Jacks, and they'll take a single. 156 for 4.
Hampshire fans have already switched off because they know what I'm going to say, but Surrey fans won't have heard me say this. Many moons ago, when he was in EastEnders, and we were on a pre-season trip to Barbados, We used to, on non-match days, we used to do all our training in the morning before it got too hot, and he used to wait for us on the beach. And when we turned up in the afternoon, we all went on the banana boats up and down the coast.
With Nick Berry off Heartbeat?
Yes.
Wow, Kevin James as Overton's in, and that's hitting the face of the bat of James Vince down towards third man. There are many things you've told me that I've been jealous of. Your first-class career, wickets against India, hundreds. But going on a banana boat with Nick Berry,
that's right
that's
up there.
Right up there for
right
me.
Up there, isn't it?
Well, I think only if John Nettles would be the only person above that for me.
Really?
Yeah, I like Nettles a lot.
Do you?
Yeah. Of course, Berry had a top 10 hit as well, didn't he, with Heartbeat and the theme from EastEnders.
Oh.
Over the wicket once more comes Jamie Overton to Ben Brown. Short one, Brown sways inside this, and that's into the gloves of Ben Folkes away to his left-hand side. 157 for 4. Taking nothing away from the Hampshire squad of that era.
No.
But why was he so keen to wait for you fellas to go on a banana boat with him?
Well, he was holidaying with Kathy, what's her name?
Oh, yeah.
You know who I mean.
Yeah, I know exactly who you mean.
And they were out there together at this hotel, which was just down the road from ours. So, you know, short of, I don't know what else they were doing, but they were mostly sunbathing on the beach. But when we arrived in the afternoons, he was straight out there on the banana boat with us. Yeah, it was great fun. Good fun. He was a good lad. He was good. Excellent. He couldn't actually, funny enough, in those days, he couldn't linger on the beach too long. That's cut away hard by Vince. It's gone out towards deep extra cover. It's good fielding. Vince will pick up 245. As you can imagine, even over there, which is fairly quiet on the west coast where he was, but he couldn't actually lay around too much because people recognised him as they walked past, and so they would get bothered a bit. So the fact that he was out at sea with us up and down the coast, people couldn't bother him there. I think that was part of that as well.
That was probably at the height of his fame.
I think it was, 159 for 4. Clark comes in, fall down leg side, well taken by Folkes. So yeah. 25 past 3 here at the Oval.
You'd get a bit of a shock there if you're on your holiday though, wouldn't you? You're walking along the beach, the old banana boat comes in, and there's the Hampshire squad and Nick Berry.
Yes,
Like, well, there you are.
See, I've already had one Hampshire fan saying, "Oh, I've never heard that story." Oh no, I've told it a few times. Apologies. It was for the benefit of the Surrey audience, who are probably equally as less impressed.
No.
That's a push to mid-wicket. Gillian Tailforth, her name was. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you for that. Yes, that's it. She was in Footballers' Wives as well, wasn't she?
Yes.
Gillian Tailforth. But yes, well, I'm most impressed by that because, as I say, of my two sort of, he's not really a detective, was he? He was a policeman in Heartbeat. But then, of course, Bergerac and Midsummer Murders, Nettles. Love a bit of John Nettles.
Did a lot of voiceover stuff, didn't he? Vince turns that away down to fine leg for a single. 46, 160 for 4. I once sat on a tube train next to Mr. Rumbold.
Did you, up the Bailey?
No, Mr. Rumbold, who was the...
Oh, I thought you said Mr. Rumbold.
No, that's Rumpole.
Oh, sorry.
Do you remember the series he was in?
Are You Being Served?
Correct.
Yes, that's very good.
He'd been at a function that I'd been at London, and I didn't know, because it was a big function. There was hundreds there. And I was taking the tube back to, I don't know, Waterloo or something to go back down south. As that's pushed square on the offside by Ben Brown for a single, moves on to 3, 161 for 4. And so by the time this sort of function finished and what have you, and people were dispersing, obviously quite a few people made their way to the nearest tube station, and I can't remember which one it was, to go to various directions around London and beyond. And I got on and I sat and I thought, oh, that's Mr. Rumbold. And he just said, oh, hi, because I think he'd seen me at the function. I think we'd both seen each other, but I didn't say anything. But I sat next to him. I said, oh, and he just sort of quick chat, and that was it.
Lovely.
There you go. Just passing the time as that's pushed out into the covers, and there is no run. End of that Jordan Clark over. 161 for 4, 46 for James Vince. Brown has 3. Hampshire are now 83 runs behind Surrey in the game.
Yep, we've got 9 overs until the tea break.
You must have come across a few people.
Well, I have.
You've had a few in the box here over the years.
Yeah, over the years. And also what's been quite interesting this winter is being back at the BBC and they filmed the old One Show. So you're going down in the lift and you walk out, and there's... I'll tell you who I saw the other day, and it was lovely to catch up with him. It was old Monty Panesar. Because he's been...
I thought you were going to say Alex Jones, not Monty Panesar.
No, Alex Jones. Rylan. Seen him a couple of times.
Is his teeth as white as they look on TV?
But he's a really nice fella, actually. Yes. Who else? There's been a few sort of Christmas time. It became a sort of like game, really, because near Christmas, you see, they build all the staging outside, and you know it's going to be a Christmas song. So it's sort of, is it going to be Barlow, Bublé, or Cullum? As in comes Taylor. Back into the attack to replace Jamie over to the forward. Goes Ben Brown, plays this one out into the offside, and then, it's Barlow again. So, yes. So that's all quite good fun.
Do you stick around for those slots?
No.
You don't?
Well, we're on air at that point.
Oh,
it's 6 till 8.
Yeah.
But sort of that, you know something's coming because they build all the staging.
Yeah.
So, yeah, all rather fun. 161 for 4, Giles Brandreth. As this one's left alone outside the off stump by Ben Brown. That's a tumbling take away to his right by Ben Folkes. Yeah, so you sort of you wander down, and then you sort of you think, the weird ones when you go and grab a coffee and see the newsreader is on their break on the telly, and then you get back in and obviously they've got all the screens up, and then they're back on the telly reading the news. And this one's left alone by Brown from Taylor off a goodish length, and that's taken by Folkes moving away to his right hand side. Oh, well, I think I can't ever remember. Sean Lay, who does BBC News 24, see him quite a bit around the place. But it's more that, I have to be honest, it's more that One Show thing that you wander down at lunchtime and they're all doing Jermaine Genius. And in over the wicket once again comes James Taylor, and this one's left alone outside the off stump. And then there's, you see, it's like lots of famous actors, and then it's always quite interesting when you see lots of, when there's a politician or somebody very important arriving, because all the police cars arrive and they're all escorted out. So yeah, very interesting.
You're in a privileged position there,
very
aren't you,
very much so.
London,
Yeah. It's an amazing place. As in over the wicket once again comes Taylor, and this one's left alone again outside the off stump.
See, I do watch the One Show from time to time if it's on and I'm around and that sort of thing, and I always get the impression that those music slots at the end, there's never enough people around, whoever the band is or the person singing, and there are some big names, from time to time, and I think, it'd be nice if there'd been a few more people there. Are there more people behind the camera than actually shown in front? Because I always think that's a bit disappointing. There doesn't seem to be that many people.
I think so,
there.
but as I said, the interesting thing is our show is between 6 and 8.
Yeah. So
we're normally just watching it on the telly in the production area, as well as this one's left alone outside the off stump. But maiden over there from James Taylor, 161 for 4, Brown 3, Vince 46. It's really sort of the build up to it as much as anything, and then you see. But we never knew. We'd see the staging being about, and it'd be like the conversation earlier. Barlow, do you reckon tonight? A bit of Bublé maybe. Oh, it's Cullum again. So it's all good fun.
We don't get as grand visitors to the Solent Studios, BBC South in Southampton, as that, but it was, I think, not last winter, but the winter before. One of the Kemp boys from Spandau Ballet that did EastEnders. Martin Kemp,
Martin,
is it? Yes. Kemp, right. So here comes Jordan Clark again, and that's worked on the leg side by Vince, fairly straight, as you could tell by that sharp intake of breath through the teeth of not Church. Vince moves on to 47, 162 for 4. Anyway, I was just in our office, sort of minding my own business, doing a bit of work. Then we've got our sort of next to the office, as part of the whole sort of fabric of the building, are our radio studios and what have you. And there hasn't been that many people working in our office over the last few years, obviously because of COVID and most people working at home, but there's been a few. There's a nice drive there from Ben Brown, square on the offside, but he won't pierce the deep fielder, so it's just a single. Brown moves on to 4, 163 for 4. Anyway, I'm sort of sitting there, sort of preparing a bit of sports news in the afternoon, that sort of thing. And anyway, and there was a few females in the office, and they're all darting in and out of our radio studios. And normally, I mean, nobody goes near there unless you're a presenter or a producer. And they're all going in and out, you know, flicking their IDs, and you keep hearing this tap on the thing all the time. I thought, what's going on here? And that's pulled away by Vince, and it kept low, and he's steered that down to fine leg, and he moves on to 48, 164 for 4. Anyway, so I asked them, I said, what's going on in there? And they said, well, Martin Kemp's in there being interviewed in the afternoon show. And they said, oh, have you been in? I said, why do I want to go in there? They said, oh, no, we're taking in turns to going in there. We can't wait to have a look and see what he's saying and sort of be near him, and then we're going to get, you know, we're going to get a selfie in a minute and that sort of thing. And they were just going berserk. Wow. And he's you know, he's getting on a bit, isn't he? I mean, he's not a spring chicken anymore. There's the short arm pull there from Ben Brown as it goes out to deep square leg. Yeah, they were beside them. I've never seen females so excited in our office for any stage.
The Kemps have always meant a great deal to me because they signed for Manchester Rovers when I was little in Roy the Rovers. Right. Yes, so that Roy Race went out and signed them from Spandau Ballet. So that was a big man. And I have to say, Paul Downton benefit game, 1990, I replaced Martin Kemp.
There's a drive from Vince, fielded at backward point.
No, sorry, I think I've bored people with this story before, but it was. I reminded Paul. Well, he didn't. Mr. Kemp never arrived, and I was working. I think I was 14, 15. So they said, "Do you want to have a game?" And I said, "Yes, please." When I walked out to bat, it was, "Would you welcome from Spandau Ballet, Martin Kemp?" And I walked out to bat, and then everyone was asking me for my autograph.
As Vince pushes forward, out square on the offside. End of the over from Jordan Clark, 165 for 4. Hampshire trail by 79 now.
But when I saw Paul Downton, I reminded him of this. Gary Lineker played in that, and that was straight off the back of Italia 90. Now, you would never get that now, would you? You know, Harry Kane turning up to play, but it was absolutely rammed to the rafters because Gary Lineker was playing after Italia 90. And there were thousands of people there to get Lineker's autograph. But yes, I played instead of Martin Kemp, the aforementioned Martin Kemp.
But what a stand-in!
Oh, what a stand-in!
Yes. And you got mistaken for him.
Well, I think it was, if you're a little kid, you're not going to know who Martin Kemp is, are you? So I walk out at 15 and they go, status quo, you won't know who that is. Martin Kemp. When I walked back in, all these little kids came up and said, "Could you sign my thing?" Absolutely, of course I could.
And you did?
Yep.
Would you put M. Kemp?
M. Kemp.
Oh.
Yes. As Will Jacks is back into the attack from the Vauxhall end. This one's tucked away into the leg side by Brown, and there's no run. It was better than me putting G. Lineker, wasn't it, at that point, after Italia 90. God, he'd be devastated. As in over the wicket again comes Jacks. This one's tucked away out towards deep mid-wicket. And they'll pick up another single. One more to the total. Gary and Martin. Kemp. Brown moves on to 6. Vince comes back on strike of 48. But they famously, anybody who used to collect Roy the Rovers or Tiger, remember they signed for Manchester Rovers. As forward, once more goes Vince. I think they had to miss the FA Cup final because Spandau Ballet were playing a concert. I remember it being a big problem for Roy Race, that. As in over the wicket comes Jacks again, and Vince is turning this one down into the leg side.
Didn't they do a spoof one-off
they did
TV program themselves? It was very funny.
Yeah, brilliant.
Very funny.
Absolutely brilliant. As waits again, does James Vince as Jacks is in, and forward goes Vince. But yeah, when I saw Paul Downton, he obviously at age 50 he had no idea that I'd even been there the other day. But I did remind him about Lineker, as this is sweeping James Vince just behind square. I think that might have hit short leg actually and taken a bit of pace off it, and there is no run. End of the over, one off it, 166 for 4. But I just remember thousands of people for Lineker because off the back of Italia 90, obviously. So yeah, and that was good for Paul Downton because, as I say, it was his benefit match. So loads of people turned up for that,
and weren't disappointed by the sounds of it.
Not at all.
That he hadn't turned up. Another very quick story that I know Hampshire fans have listened to. I'm going to think of some different ones, and I've got one or two in my head. But talk about standing in for people. I'm not sure I've told Surrey fans this one. Hayden, you might like this, you may not. I was at an awards lunch for a local radio station years and years ago when I actually was playing. Here's it's James Taylor, isn't it? Switching ends. I don't think he's bowled from the pavilion end before. Outside the off stump and left alone by Ben Brown. It was a local sort of heroes awards, so best neighbour, and done this sort of thing, that sort of thing. And and there were various sort of local sporting guys that were presenting the awards. I actually wasn't down to do any. I was just there as a guest for somebody else. People like Paul Walsh, guys like that were presenting that sort of thing. Good fun. Guy Whittingham, I think, and one or two others. Here comes James Taylor. And thick outside edge pushing forward, and there's nobody down at third man. And that'll be 4. Then we had a tweeter earlier saying, oh, shouldn't there be more third men? Well, maybe on that occasion, but Surrey won't mind that it's the odd one. 170 for 4, and Brown moves on to 10. And I'd been to this awards luncheon, quite a big one actually, 3 or 4 years, and I knew that there was a decent musical act, that were out. I mean, people like Nick Kershaw was one year, and Mystique, bands like. I sat next to Nick Kershaw at one of these awards things. He was a very good bloke. Anyway, outside the off stump, left alone, and the main act would present the last prize and then come on and do 3 or 4 numbers. And this particular year was Belinda Carlisle.
Oh,
right, the Go-Go's and whatever else. You've heard of Belinda Carlisle, haven't you? I know he's a young boy, but anyway. Belinda Carlisle, big singing superstar a few years back. Anyway, they get to the last award.
Belinda Carlisle?
well, not in so many words. It comes. That's towards mid-wicket. Anyway, they get to the last award, and just before they get to the last award, one of these sort of floor walkers for the radio station, it was a commercial radio station, came up and tapped me on the shoulder. And they said, got a bit of a problem here. I said, what's the matter? They said, well, Belinda won't come out of her dressing room and present the last award. She won't do it. She's refused.
Oh, no.
So I said, well, that's a shame. Always playing and missing outside the off stump there, Ben Brown. Full delivery. And they said, we haven't got anybody else to present the award. Would you do it? So I said, well, yeah, if you really want me to. I mean, it was the main award. I mean, they've had all these bloody sporting superstars, up there, and there's like little old me playing for Hampshire anyway. So they said, yeah, I'll do it, no problem. So anyway, and they said, right, and to present the main award of the evening, the captain of Hampshire cricket, Kevin Johnson, captain. He's just live on the radio. I thought, oh my God, I'm never going to live this down. Outside the off stump, left alone. And I thought, oh gosh, this guy's going to think that I've really, blown it up out of all proportion and made out I'm captain. But anyway, I did tell the club afterwards. I said, I really apologise for that. But I didn't tell them that. Anyway, so I actually present this award instead of Belinda Carlisle. But fortunately, she calmed down a bit after that, and then she came out and still did a couple of numbers. I didn't stay on and sing.
You didn't do Heaven is a Place on Earth.
No, I didn't do it.
That would have been something else off the back of that.
So there you go.
Well done, Jamie.
That's a big build-up.
Yeah, no, it's good. I like that. I quite like the fact that Belinda Carlisle wasn't coming out of her dressing room as well. Yes, but then out she came after Kevin James. Magnificent, absolutely magnificent.
I've told that story a few times.
I like that story a lot.
If you've heard that a few times.
Yes. I think who I'd prefer to see in action.
Singing anyway.
Yeah. 170 for 4 then. And a few running repairs here for Ben Folkes. The old fingers of Ben Folkes taking a bit of a pounding today. So trailing by 74 Hampshire now, 170 for 4.
Got a tweet here. Shall I sort of change the mood and change the subject for a minute? Alex Pryor has tweeted at Sun Sports, says, were you surprised that Dawson was one of the first picks in the 100? I appreciate you would see more of him than I have and would have a different view. Well, you've got to remember that, actually, he has been and probably still is, in that sort of peripheral squad of England, wouldn't he? I mean, he went out. He played in the at least a couple of those T20 games in January against the West Indies. So he's very much, you know, not too far away. I mean, he was travelling around with the World Cup year along with James Vince.
Absolutely.
You know, I know they didn't play, but he's there or thereabouts.
As Will Jacks is in, and James Vince plays this one down into the leg side, and there's no run. He's a very good cricketer, is Liam Dawson.
Yeah, I mean, we all get out in various ways.
As Jacks is in, quicker one. Pushed by Vince, back up the pitch. Good to see him back, because he obviously had that horrible, was it Achilles? And he had a big operation.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, he was
nasty
out for
one.
a while. He was on his crutches, in his moon boot, poor lad. Jacks is in again, and forward comes Vince. Vince is 48 not out here, just pushing that one out into the offside. And there is no run. Still a gorgeous afternoon here in South London, as Jacks is in, driven by Vince out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope, and they'll pick up one more. They always say, don't they, that lots of musicians want to be cricketers and lots of cricketers want to be musicians. There is that sort of correlation between the two, isn't there, over the years?
I've played cricket against David Essex.
Oh, now you're just showing off. David Essex. My mum really liked him. As in comes Jacks forward, goes the right-handed Brown, plays this one down into the leg side, and there's no run.
But you're right, they do, don't they?
Oh, very much so. As Jacks is in again, Brown forward. That was a nice floated delivery by Will Jacks. End of the over, we've got 4 till tea. Just to say, in the tea break on the Surrey live stream, interviews with Ailish Cranston, Danny Gregory, Alice Capsey and Bryony Smith that we did in the library in the museum. And obviously Surrey women getting into action very soon, tomorrow in fact. Free entry for their game on Monday at Wimbledon Cricket Club, which is a T20 double header starting at 11 AM, going through till 3. Food and drink available too. So Ailish Cranston captaining Surrey this season. First game tomorrow at Wimbledon Cricket Club. Free entry, and weather's going to be very, very nice. So well worth going to have a watch of that.
Perfect Easter, isn't it, with the weather? Here's Taylor with his right arm medium quicks, worked to mid-wicket by James Vince, who's on 49.
Well, talking about the 100, one of the stars of the 100, Alice Capsey, of course. And, Danny Gregory, lovely leg spin bowler. Danny Gregory,
she got the long ponytails. Yeah. Enjoy watching her bowl.
She's got her contract now. Bryony Smith, hugely talented cricketer, Bryony, and Ailish Cranston, the sort of glue that holds everything together, and captaining Surrey.
There's Taylor outside the off stump, left alone by Vince. Actually, she gives it a bit of a whack, Bryony Smith, doesn't she? Quite strong.
Bowls off spin as well.
Yeah, strong.
So no, that'd be a nice way to spend tomorrow as well, and interviews with those 4. I asked them an excellent question at the end of it, even though I say myself. I said so I think it was Alice and... Was it Alice and Danny together, or Alice and Bryony? I said, Alice described Bryony as a cricketer, and Bryony described her.
That one, yeah.
Well,
that's a mark of a true broadcaster, that sort of question. It's pushed up to mid-off and there's no run. I think when a broadcaster brings out a question like that, you know that they know their stuff.
Well, you know, you've seen Paxman do it over the years, haven't you? Humphreys. Yeah. When they're doing the old political ones, always ask 2 politicians to describe each other.
Yeah,
always a good way to finish an interview, that.
Of course, one of your great all-time interviews was Monty Panesar, wasn't it?
Well, it was lovely seeing Monty again the other day, actually.
Oh, you saw him again?
Well, going into the One show, because he's been
so you
doing
mentioned
this
that.
walk.
You did, yeah. Because he was the very first name you mentioned. There's Vince's 50. That's a clip off his toes. Gone very fine. Round of applause for the Hampshire skipper, leading from the front once more. 53 he moves on to, 175 for 4. He's looked good out there as well.
Yes, he has. And proper captain's not this at the moment.
96 deliveries for Vince's 50.
Trailing now by 69. Oh, Hampshire. But that was a ball on his pads, and it was just nicely worked away by James Vince for 4.
Yeah. 7 fours in that knock. Here's Taylor again. Down the leg side, exactly the same result. Line wrong there totally. And Vince won't miss those. Moves on to 57. It's 179 for 4. Hampshire trail by 65.
Yeah, he's just got that wrong on a couple of occasions, James Taylor. And James Vince is too good to miss out on that. And just clipping that one away neatly and tidily down to the fine leg boundary rope for 4.
Just got a text from Emily Windsor. The women's games are Monday, not tomorrow. I don't know if I said that or...
Oh, what's that mean?
Churchy said that.
Monday. What day is it today?
Saturday.
Oh, sorry. On Monday then.
Yeah.
Just Emily Windsor to pull me up on that.
Oh,
I'd have got away with that if it wasn't for Emily Windsor.
Oh, no, there you go, letting the side down.
Well, Steve, she'll be playing, won't
they're
she?
double-header T20s, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
Outside the off-stump left alone. Hampshire are playing Kent, I think off the top of my head, at Totton and Ealing Cricket Club in the suburbs of Southampton. Double headers on.
Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do it again because Emily Windsor's ruined that for me. I did my best.
Yeah.
Might mention her run out yesterday. She's not running her.
She's got runs.
Not running her batting. So during the tea break on the Surrey live stream, we'll be watching interviews with Ailish Cranston, Danny Gregory, Alice Captain, Bryony Smith. Now they're playing on Monday, as is the great Emily Windsor. That's at Wimbledon Cricket Club. Free entry. As Well Jacks is in over the wicket from the Vauxhall end.
She's just texted me to say she was only thinking of the Surrey women's supporters turning up tomorrow at Wimbledon with no game.
Goes forward. Goes Brown. She can try her best to get back on my good side. Brown on 10. T20 doubleheader Monday, and driving is Brown here to Jacks, and 3 o'clock it all finishes. Food and drink available too, and good luck to the Surrey women, and of course to Emily Windsor and the Hampshire women. This is a quicker ball. This one's cut by Brown out into the offside, and of course this will be home for Emily Windsor quite soon.
What is that?
Coming to the capital. Coming to the capital is Emily Windsor.
Why are you pumping your chest there? What's that about?
For the badge. 180 for 4. Coming to the capital. No runs yesterday for Emily Windsor. So, run out coming back for a second. You showed me yesterday. Showed me about 4 times there, Emily. You're running back for the second to James. Yeah. 180 for 4. As round the wicket comes Jacks. And Vince is forward and plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run. I do apologise. I can't remember what day of the week it is, to be honest with you.
No, that's fine.
They all sort of merge into one for me.
When you're working all over Easter, it's easy to get mixed up.
When you work in show business, that's a nice one. Just drifting, going on with the arm, coming round the wicket. Vince has played at that. That's beaten the edge. Nicely bowled by Will Jacks. 2 overs to go until the tea break, and those interviews with Ailish Cranstone, Danny Gregory, Alice Capsey and Bryony Smith. We're playing on Monday.
Correct.
Playing on Monday.
I think we've got the message.
At Wimbledon Cricket Club, and 180 for 4.
Yeah. So it's still a beautiful afternoon here at the Oval. Hampshire showing some fight here. 100-run partnership for the 3rd wicket between Weatherly and Vince. Dawson went soon after for 3, but another partnership developing here, which is worth 29 between Brown and Vince. Brown facing Taylor, works that to mid-wicket. And there is no run. Taylor's into his 13th over here, 1 for 38. The wicket of Ian Holland, the first one that fell before lunch. Well caught by Ollie Pope in the slips. He went for 8.
Just say Tom Haynes has got another 100.
Ooh.
111 not out for Sussex, the captain. He's in rich form, isn't he?
It's about the only one he's there, haven't they? They've been struggling, haven't they, Sussex? Outside the off-stump, Brown leaves. Former club, Sussex of Ben Brown's. Making the move in the winter.
111 following on out of 173 for 2. Tom Haynes, he's with Pajara. It's Derbyshire this. At Derby. Great season last season, Tom Haynes, and started this season very well for Sussex.
Taylor again then, right arm over, runs towards us. Brown pushing forward, plays that quite late into the ground, well fielded by substitute Nico Riva. Running round from short backward point.
Kent following on 18 for 1 against 20 for 2 actually now against Lancashire, as that updates on my screen. And Zach Crawley's gone and Daniel Bell-Drummond has gone as well for Kent, following on at Canterbury.
Taylor again to Brown, who's forward and works that away on the onside. There is a few more pigeons around now. A few of them scatter as it makes its way out to the short boundary side.
We were saying that Taunton Essex beat Somerset by 1 wicket in dramatic fashion. Gloucestershire 150 for 5 in their second innings. Kevin James is nipping next door to do an update just before tea time here for BBC Radio 7. So a lead of 1 there for Gloucestershire. And Nottinghamshire 142 for 4. They lead by 65 against Glamorgan as Taylor is in, and forward comes Vince. Plays this one out into the offside. Durham 54 without loss, leading Leicestershire by 209. And Sussex, as I was saying, 174 for 2, following on against Derbyshire. They trail by 157, and those all the other scores from around the country in the Championship at the moment. James Vince 57 not out as James Taylor is in turn. That's down the leg side now. Gone, caught down the leg side. Folks tumbles away to his left, and James Vince has to go, looking to help that one down to fine leg. That's a huge wicket for Surrey. And James Vince off James Taylor just looking to help this down the leg side, and a good low catch by Ben Folkes, and Vince has to drag himself off. Gone for 57. That's a huge wicket before tea for Surrey. It's been a lovely innings from James Vince, but gone for 57 and looks so disappointed as he makes his way off. But James Taylor has a second wicket of the piece, and James Vince making his way back to the pavilion. Gone for 57, but what a big wicket that is for Surrey before the tea break here on this third day. Still trail by 63 to Hampshire. 181 for 5 they are, and Vince makes his way past Felix Organ. He's making his way out there into the middle. So a second wicket for James Taylor in this second innings. Picked up the first one to fall, that of Ian Holland. So Holland caught Pope, bowled Taylor for 8. Gubbins caught Folkes, bowled Clark for 6. Weatherly caught Folkes, bowled Overton for 87. Dawson caught Ryan Patel, bowled Overton for 3. And James Vince caught down the leg side off James Taylor for 57. 181 for 5, and Ben Brown wanders out to join Felix Organ, who's making his way to the non-striker's end, and Will Jackson will be to bowl the final over before the tea break on this third day. We've got 1 over until tea. Ben Brown will be the man on strike as Jacks is in to Brown, and Brown is forward and playing this one back up the pitch, and there's no one. Welcome back to Kevin Jones. That's a huge blow.
Oh, wasn't it?
Huge blow for Hampshire, that.
Yeah.
Strangle down the leg side, always a horrible way to go as Jacks is in, and Brown forward he comes, pushes out towards backward point, and there's no run once again. Played so nicely, and you know, proper captain's not that, and he would have wanted to be there at stumps tonight, but it happens. As in comes Jacks again, and this is left alone by Ben Brown. Outside his off stump.
Sorry.
Apologies.
Second half century of the season, actually, that for James Vince. Got half century in his only innings last week, so he's in good form. But I think for me, that wicket that now has made a real chance that we're going to finish today.
Ooh. Will Jacks was about to come in over the wicket, but Ben Brown isn't quite ready. He puts his hand up. The Jacks that got Organ last night, actually, caught at short leg, as he's in and Brown is forward. And of course it was Jacks that got Brown with one where he just got him pushing outside that off stump and spun it back through his defences. Hit the leg stump as he's in again, is Jacks. That's quicker. Brown turns this one into the leg side. They've just chipped away after lunch here, Surrey, and Overton, that partnership of 100 between Weatherly and Vince, and then Overton getting Weatherly, good catch from Ben Folkes, of course, quite brilliant catch from Ben Folkes, then Dawson hooking Overton to Ryan Patel, and then that wicket of James Vince, huge wicket. Jacks is in, and a little shout for LBW. That's the one again that he just gets him pushing forward. It beats the inside edge of the bat. It's just outside the line, I'd have thought there, but that is T. And I think Rory Burns will be very pleased with this, mainly in the fact as well that of course they're doing all of this without Kemar Roach. So that was an inquisitive appeal with the last ball before T, but that is T. 181 for 5, Brown 12, Organ yet to get off the mark. Kevin James trailing by 63 Hampshire, but Surrey will go into T full of beans after that wicket of James Vince.
Yeah, I think they would have thought maybe 3 wickets in that session as a minimum if they're thinking about trying to wrap things up tonight. I still think these 5 wickets will take a while prizing out. It's still a good wicket out there, but Weatherly, Dawson and Vince, I mean that was a big wicket for Surrey, right on the stroke of T, and would give them now real heart and real hope and belief that they can wrap this up by the end of tonight.
Okie dokie, thank you Kevin James. You go and get yourself a cup of tea, sir. We'll be back with you on BBC Radio London and BBC Radio Solent in 20 minutes time, but now here on the Surrey live stream, interviews with Ailish Cranston, Danny Gregory, Alice Capsey and Bryony Smith in action on Monday at Wimbledon Cricket Club. T20 doubleheader starting at 11 and food and drink available too. So here are those interviews with Ailish Cranston, Danny Gregory, Alice Capsey and Bryony Smith. Lovely to see you both. Captain, can I start with you?
Yeah.
How excited are you by this new role that you've got? Congratulations, but how much are you looking forward to it?
Yeah, thanks. Really excited. I was speaking to John Batty, the head coach, a number of times after Christmas, and we had a couple of ideas, and then yeah, it was nice to get the call a few weeks ago to confirm everything. So yeah, really excited and honoured to be asked to do the role. So
it's always quite difficult pre-season wise as a captain, isn't it? Because you don't want to go too hard on thoughts and processes. How much are you're looking forward to actually getting started and playing some competitive cricket?
Yeah, massively. Like you said, there's a lot of sort of thought processes that go in behind everything, but actually as soon as you get out on the park, everything can kind of change. So for me at the moment, we've had a few sort of changes in the squad and a couple of the younger girls have come up. So for me, it's just more learning, about them and looking at what they can do and seeing how or where they all fit into the squad and how all the pieces fit together.
A few more meetings?
Few more meetings, yeah. We've got a training session this Sunday. So again, I'll be sort of going down with my notepad, having a little look around and yeah, but it's great. Got a really good relationship with John Batty as well. So yeah, we've had a number of phone calls and just sort things out like that.
Yeah, with JB, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Because he obviously captained here. So to have a guy like that as well, who knows the pressures and knows the, because at times you can get caught up in so much of other people's stuff, you forget about your own game. So he's an ideal guy to have alongside, isn't he?
Yeah, and he's super calm as well, really level-headed. Anytime you're sort of feeling stressed about things, he's a really good person to go to, just grounds you, and that's just performance-wise. So yeah, definitely really handy to have someone like him on board just to talk through certain things, certain ideas, and I think as long as we've got both of our plans kind of married together, yeah, I think hopefully it'll be a successful season.
Danny, under contract now, what difference has that made for you? Or already, what sort of difference has that made?
Mainly the contact time. Obviously in training a lot more now than I was on the pay-to-play contract. So just having that time with the coaches and with the other with the other players, especially these guys. It's been so beneficial, obviously learning from them, and even just asking the questions of the coaches, just having been able to have those conversations about my game is obviously only going to help that improve. Obviously more time bowling the ball, more time hitting the ball, obviously catching the ball. It's just been really beneficial, especially for my confidence, knowing that I've got the full backing of them and the team, and just that training time. Hopefully I can obviously put performances in the match.
Yeah, we spoke about this earlier, but obviously bowling, batting, catching is important.
Massively.
But also it gives you a chance to concentrate on fitness and other parts of your game that you wouldn't have had the time to do before. 100%.
Obviously the physical side is a massive side of it. Without that, we're not going to be able to put the performances in on the pitch. Obviously when you're under fatigue, you need to be able to still perform. So obviously having that time in the gym and the time to do my conditioning sessions, yes, it may be gruelling. Guy puts us through our paces, but I definitely say I'm in probably the best physical shape I've been in for a while. So hopefully that benefits me on the pitch.
There is so much cricket for you now, in so many different competitions and everything. How important is it to sort of, it's one of these buzzwords these days, isn't it? Compartmentalise. But compartmentalise each form of the game that you're going to be playing.
Yeah, it's definitely a challenge, and I think last year was a challenge that me personally I didn't deal massively well with. I think we were moving between 50 over and 20 over within a few days, and then sort of switching back between the two. But it was a great learning curve for sure, and I think, you know, now you've got the 3 different formats, 3 different teams. You know, we've got the Surrey Women, South East Stars, and then people go off to the 100. I think it's quite nice, quite refreshing going into that new team and then just having to reset your mindset and everything. But I just think it makes you better as a cricketer. I mean, every team that I play in, I've got a different role, so that can kind of be challenging. You know, in one team I'm opening the batting, in another team I might be batting at 4, and it sort of, yeah, it's something that it just makes you develop into a better cricketer over time. I think, like I said, last year it didn't work out massively well for me and I was struggling with it, but then I learnt so much from that I'm hoping this year I can, you know, take what those learnings forward, and hopefully it will be a bit of a better season.
Danny, the thing I've always thought with all of you is you're incredible at juggling so many different things that are going on, and obviously now under contract, but and the same with Eilish, you know, there's plenty of other things that you're doing going on. How beneficial is that you're so used to juggling so many different things, going into one comp and coming out of another?
Yeah, it definitely makes a big impact. Obviously juggling my university studies alongside the cricket has made me got to be very organised, and obviously keep those communication channels open with everyone so they know obviously what's going on. So in terms of quick switches between formats and that kind of thing, you're definitely prepared for the unknown effectively. So yeah, it definitely gives me an advantage on that one.
Okay, I'm going to put you both on the spot with a final question. I think you overheard what I did with Bryony and with Alice. So Eilish, talk me through Danny Gregory. Now the one we all remember, London Cup, 2 years ago. As I've said to Danny before, the great thing for me was on commentary when it went viral. How talented is this one?
Oh, massively. And I think, you know, Danny's someone always reliable. We bring her on to take wickets. She's, you know, takes wickets regularly, can bowl a 10 over spell, and we know that the batters at the other end aren't going to have much fun. But I just think for me, just seeing Danny grow from the last sort of 3 years that we've got to know each other better, and just see how much she's come on is just, yeah, really impressive. And now it's great to have someone like her in our team. You know, we're looking for that someone to take a wicket or to slow the run rate down, and we've got that one person who we can put on and know that they're going to be reliable every week.
Danny, I always describe your new captain as the glue in the side when I'm on commentary. There's always that calmness when she walks out to bat, and when she's at backward point, you know, don't go either side of her. How would you describe your new captain?
I think you've hit the nail on the head, to be fair, with the glue in the team. She's very calm and level-headed, especially when she goes to walk out to bat. We all have full faith in her. You know, even if it's a sticky situation in the match, she'll get you out of it. And she's a very diligent person, very professional around the squad. So she's a great person for the younger girls to look up to, really good role model. So very much so in the new captain spot she's got, I think she'll do a very, very good job.
Let me start with you, Bryony. I'll come to you in a sec about Australia, but how's your winter been?
Yeah, it's been good. It's been kind of a winter of two halves. Kind of before Christmas it was preparing for Oz, and then since coming back it's been nice to, I guess, put some learnings from Oz into my training before starting for Stars in Surrey this year.
How was it?
Yeah.
In Oz with England?
Yeah, no, it was good. It was a great learning curve, and I guess it's great. It kind of allows you to compare the gap between where I am now and the England team at the moment. So it's definitely a great learning curve, and you can learn lots of little bits from just being around the girls. Was it nice as well?
Because the end of last season was a bit of a whirl, wasn't it? You know, as I said, every time I turned up somewhere, you were winning something. But was it nice to get a bit of a break as well, and just have a think about how last season went for you?
Yeah, I did quite a lot of reflecting over what the season was, and like you said, it was a bit of a whirlwind, kind of during the 100 and after the 100. But yeah, I was able to reflect quite a lot, and also, I guess, get ready for Australia and try and cram in as much schoolwork as I can, so I can have as full a season as possible.
We'll talk about schoolwork later. Bryony, how was your winter? Because obviously you were out there in Oz as well.
Yeah, as Alice said, it actually broke up my winter really nicely. Just being able to get out in the sun and play some cricket during those months, which is quite a struggle in England, you know, when you're dragging yourself to training and it's snowing and raining. But no, I really enjoyed it, and you know, as Alice said, just to experience. I was talking to you earlier about the test match out there, just to be able to be there and experience that was fantastic.
Hunger's a good thing. How hungry has it made you to get involved in all that again?
Yeah, really hungry. I've always wanted to get back in an England shirt, and you know, being in the A team has really pushed me on, and being able to see what the first team girls are doing has just given me a bit more of a bit more hunger to be like, actually, this is where I want to be, and this is the level I want to be playing at.
And Surrey-wise, how much are you looking forward to the summer coming up?
Yeah, it's a really busy summer. I was disappointed last year in terms of I wasn't able to play for Surrey because of injury, but hopefully this year we can. I mean, we only start in a few weeks, so hopefully we can hit the nail running and win some games.
Yeah, Alice, same question to you, because as Bryony says, you're not far off starting with Surrey, are you? So how much are you looking forward to getting started?
Yeah, no, it's really exciting. I think I've been to a few of the training sessions, and there's a really exciting group. There's a lot of younger girls coming up. And yeah, like Bryce said, it's not too far away now, so it'll be great to get outside playing some cricket again with a great team.
Yeah, and of course South East Stars as well. Now you're off to Desert Springs, aren't you? You mentioned the weather there, but how good's that going to be to, you know, get out somewhere warm, have a bit of a heat, and be outside in good conditions before you come back and start the summer?
Yeah, it's going to benefit us a lot. Obviously we're out there to play cricket, but actually to get the whole squad together, all 15 of us, for a week is going to, you know, we've all been in and out a little bit this winter. Obviously we've been away, and a lot of the girls still have full-time jobs as well. But to get everyone for 4 or 5 days together all day, every day is going to be really beneficial.
How fitting everything in? But first of all, to you, we mentioned Alice schoolwork. How are you managing to fit everything in?
Yeah, well, I tried to get as much done before Australia, and then I went out with great intentions to do schoolwork out there. That didn't necessarily happen. I did a bit, but I didn't do as much as I wanted to. So I've been working hard since coming back. And like you said, it's hard to fit everything around. Obviously, cricket and schoolwork, they're two quite big priorities of mine. So I've been to all my training and then just doing the schoolwork around it, travelling, getting here on the train, so doing schoolwork on the train, that kind of thing. But yeah.
So are you taking schoolwork to Desert Springs? That's the big question.
That is the big question. It depends how the next 2 weeks go.
And Briley, sort of from a Surrey perspective, sort of what are the aims for this season? It's always at the start of the season is lovely, isn't it? It's a blank piece of paper. But what are the aims for Surrey sort of for this season?
I think definitely get out there and compete. You know, it's a bit of a new competition style this year, but yeah, definitely go out, look to get to that finals day and in the main final. I know it's all changed, so I'm not quite sure what's going on. But and then we've obviously got the London Cup here again, and I've never won it, so I'm hoping that this year we can get out in front of a pretty decent crowd, hopefully here at the Oval, and get that trophy back.
Yeah, and Surrey is so important, isn't it? I'll be honest with you, obviously with all the other competitions going on, not that it gets forgotten about, but there's so much spotlight on everything now. And as you just said, you know, structures change and everything, but it is so important for you, isn't it, the Surrey stuff?
Oh yeah, it is massively. I think at the end of the day, the Surrey cricket they're the ones bringing players up through the county age group and getting them ready for regional cricket and any higher cricket. So to be able to play in a Surrey team and to have this kind of season that's about to start, it's great not only to, like Bri said, compete, but also to see the younger girls coming up, and hopefully they can learn a bit from us and also just have a bit of fun, because you play best when you're enjoying it, don't you? So it'll be good to start going with the girls.
Okay, final question. I'm going to put you both on the spot here. Alice Capsey, talk me through Bryony Smith and what a player this one is. So just talk me through Bryony Smith, please, Alice Capsey.
Yeah, I mean, we've obviously been part of the same team for quite a few years. I've been fortunate enough to go on a few tours with her. I think she's taken up captaining the Stars really well. She's just someone that kind of everyone, what's the word? Gravitates towards, just because of her kind nature. And yeah, she's just really easygoing, but hardworking. You can see the hunger and what she really wants to achieve in her training. So no, it's great to be able to train and play with her.
Bryony Smith, talk me through this one. Because come on, last year, talk about going from there to there. That's exactly what this one did. Talk me through Alice Capsey, please.
Oh, she's a bit of a superstar, isn't she? You know, I've known her since she was, well, in my eyes, she's still about 12. So she's just the way she approached the 100 last year. I found it really impressive. I remember watching the first game on TV I was with the Fire, so I had new people around me, and I was like, it won't faze her at all. And you saw first ball, I think you came down the wicket and hit Hartley overhead for 4. So, you know, for me, I've also coached her, so we all knew what she could do. But to be able to show it on the big stage like that was fantastic. And, you know, she won games for us for the Stars, and she's been a big part of the Surrey system as well. So I'm sure she's all right, isn't she?
Lovely. Well, a very warm welcome back to the Kia Oval here on BBC Radio London and BBC Radio Solent, and the Surrey live stream, of course. Nice interviews there with Ailish Cranston, Danny Gregory, Alice Capsey and Bryony Smith in action on Monday, Surrey, down at Wimbledon Cricket Club. T20 double header starting at 11 AM free entry, and here today, day 3 of this first division clash between Surrey and Hampshire at tea, 181 for 5, following on, still trailing by 63 runs, 3 wickets to fall in that post-lunch session. First of those, Joe Weatherly caught by Ben Folkes off the bowling of Jamie Overton for a very well made 87, and Liam Dawson caught by Ryan Patel hooking Jamie Overton down to fine leg for 3, and then James Vince just before tea caught down the leg side off the bowling of James Taylor for 57. Ben Brown's on 12. Felix Organ yet to face a ball. Kevin James is alongside, having had a well-earned cup of tea, doing some of his notes away to my right, and it looks as if it'll be James Taylor who picked up that wicket of Vince just before the tea break to get us started after tea. So 32 overs remaining in the day, still a lot of cricket today. Hampshire 63 runs away from making Surrey bat again, and Rory Burns having a bit of a natter with James Taylor about all of this. It looks like he's going to start with 2 slips and a gully, and a backward point sweeper on the cover rope, a mid-off, mid-on, a mid-wicket and the long leg. And in fact it'll be 3 slips, first slip, second slip and a third slip. Taylor then in over the wicket to Organ with our first ball after tea, and Felix Organ's off the mark straight away, nudging this one out into the leg side, picks up a single, 182 for 5. Good evening to you, Mr. Kevin James.
Hello. Well, all the talk at tea break around here was, are Hampshire going to make this go into day 4, or might things end here on day 3? I mean, there's only 62 runs now different between the two sides. I think there's a good chance Hampshire are going to get in front.
Absolutely is. James Taylor is in over the wicket to Ben Brown, and Brown clips him off his toes out towards Ryan Patel, who's out there in front of the Peter May stand doing the fielding, and that'll move Ben Brown on to 13. That was a big wicket though before tea of James Vince, wasn't it?
I think, you know, when you're thinking about trying to take it into day 4, that was a big blow from a Hampshire point of view. Playing nicely as well, James Vince, wasn't he?
Oh, very well indeed. And then just strangled down the leg side as Taylor is into Felix Organ, and Organ drives back down the ground, and Rory Burns comes around to do the fielding up there at extra cover. The captain will be pleased with this.
Oh.
Because, as I say, they're doing this without Kemar Roach as well. That's the other thing. Of course, Kemar Roach going down yesterday with that hamstring problem. And Jamie Overton they've all sort of come and done the job today. His bowlers combined very nicely as James Taylor is in over the wicket, and forward goes Felix Organ, thickish edge, all along the floor. Will get a single, pulling Nico Reefer to his left at backward point. One more to the total, 184 for 5, and well, at the moment the follow-on decision is looking justified from Rory Burns. When you've got them 5 down the opposition and still behind, then you're pretty happy with where you find yourselves as a bowling side. Still batting to come though for Hampshire, as Taylor is in, and Brown, nice looking shot again, just forces off that back foot out towards the sweeper on the cover rope. That's Jordan Clark out there, and they'll pick up another single. Watch the crowd out there on the outfield during the tea break as well, on an absolutely gorgeous day here in South London. Perfect conditions for cricket today. Nice hubbub around the place, and I think a lot of people sort of have wandered in the afternoon to have a watch of all of this. In over the wicket again goes Taylor, and that's on leg stump, and that's just nudged away again by Felix Organ for another single. So quiet first over after tea. End of it, 186 for 5. Then Hampshire. Brown has 14 and Organ's on 3. Ooh.
Well, two players have got in for Hampshire, haven't they? Weatherly with his 87 and Vince with 57. I did think somebody at least would go on and get 100. The wicket's a good one now, isn't it? It's a real good one, and the bowlers are tiring a little bit, and the ball's getting a bit softer into the 48th over. I did think that somebody would come up with a biggish 3-figure score, but so far, no.
Well, they could do it from one of these two. They could do it with both of them.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's you know, it's not quite too late, but it's getting that way. But you're right. There's still some batting left. You'd hope and you'd think. Here's Overton full to Organ, who punches that up to extra cover, fielded by Rory Burns. Yeah, I mean, Ben Brown's got it in him. We know. Felix Organ has. There's still Keith Barker, who made 57 in the first innings. Still James Fuller, who made 41. Both of those look comfortable this morning for an hour. So there is still some resistance to come, you'd hope and you'd think. Overton comes in, length ball. Felix plays that late. Felix Organ into the ground. Trickles out to extra cover. I just thought that they would be slightly better than this. 186 for 5. There has been some fight, and there's been some good innings by the ones I've mentioned, but it's been a little disappointing in terms of this pitch hasn't really done a lot in the second innings. Hasn't done a lot all through the game, but just enough. But it's done even less today. Short, and Organ ducks underneath. This man bowling now has made things happen, both at the back end of the first innings this morning and this afternoon, with Weatherly and Dawson's dismissals. And yeah, Jamie Overton on wickets like this and in conditions like this is the ideal man. Yeah. Just to break things up. Yeah. Just when Hampshire are looking like, well, that 100-run partnership between Vince and Weatherly for the third wicket threatened to do much more damage, but Overton found a way through. Here he comes again, length ball, and Organ leaves alone.
And he's got 7 in the match now as Overton. So the Overtons so far in the games in this round of the County Championship have got 20 wickets between them, and the fact that Craig got 13 in a losing cause in the end for Somerset today.
Any word about what's happening in the aftermath of that game yet?
No word at all. Not heard of anything.
Interesting. Here comes Overton. It's a bit of bounce outside the off stump, but Organ leaves alone.
I think that will come from the CLO, won't it? Who will have to break away from lunch to find the forms and get them all filled in.
Well, I would have thought they've left the ground by now, so what is it, top secret?
Yeah, I think so. I think it goes to a secret location, the CLO forms.
And then it gets announced that there was a inquiry.
Well, it's bank holiday as well, so everybody's off.
Here comes Overton again. He almost plays it onto his stumps, kicks it away, does Organ after it hits his bat, just to make sure. Banged in again by Overton. 186 for 5. Surely somebody will be able to say, well, is the CLO, PLO, whatever they are, match managers? Are they not
pitch PLO, pitch layer, yes, you could have the PLO.
Are they not allowed to confirm at the end of the game whether they've submitted a...
I really don't know, actually, Jamo, to be fair. Yeah, ELO. They were excellent. The orchestral light, the electric light orchestra. But no, I don't know who the CLO is down there, to be fair.
Well, no, I just thought it might have been reported that they have
well, I don't know
raised concerns.
I don't know how they operate, really. James Taylor.
It's all very secret.
Yeah, it's top secret. Taylor is in from the pavilion end.
Which I don't think is good for the game either.
Over the wicket, forward goes Ben Brown, plays this one solidly back up the pitch.
Just keeping everybody guessing. I don't know, it's not great.
It's Easter though. It's Will Jacks. Couple of practice deliveries up there to...
Oh, is that a firework?
Sounded like it, didn't it? Up there to Hashim Amla. And you find it with a lot of the great detectives and secret spy type things. They don't tend to work over bank holidays. In over the wicket once more comes James, that's a nice looking shot from Ben Brown, just checks it out into the offside, and they'll pick up a couple here as round goes Jordan Clark to do the fielding. Great arm that from Jordan Clark, just launches the ball back, and Ben Folkes didn't have to move an inch there. Just went straight into his gloves. I was just looking at Jamie Overton's best bowling figures in first class cricket. In terms of an innings, his best is a 6 for 95, and in terms of a game, 8 for 143. So he's got an opportunity of beating that. As James Taylor is in, and Ben Brown's letting this one go outside his off stump, because he's got 7 in the game so far. As Jamie Overton worked very hard during the winter. He's got his rewards in his first game of this Championship summer of 2022. Jamie Overton, and they've all been good ones. They've all been good wickets. All 7 have been good wickets from Jamie Overton. A sort of a mixture of short and pitched up deliveries. As James Taylor is in to Brown, and Brown covers up again, pushes a good length ball up towards mid-on, and there's no run. As I say, everybody sort of, from a bowling perspective, when they lost Kemar Roach yesterday, everyone sort of slotted into his overs, if that makes any sense whatsoever, that he hasn't been able to bowl.
Hasn't been missed, has he?
No.
Not yet.
That in a way, it's not what the Surrey wanted to happen, obviously, but it will please Rory Burns and the coaching staff. Then over the wicket comes James Taylor, that the others have all stepped up. As forward comes the right-handed Ben Brown, plays this one out into the offside. Of course, Dan Worrell's on his way. Quite sure when Mr. Worrell arrives, but he's on his way to Surrey, and I just wonder whether Mr. Stewart might dive into his little contacts book, see who's about. Because obviously Kemar Roach, Dan Worrell's not an overseas, but Kemar Roach was, but we'll wait to see. But it didn't look good when he came off yesterday. As over the wicket once more is James Taylor, and forward goes Brown, and this is nudged away down towards third man. Ollie Pope is up in hot pursuit down below us. Brown will come scampering back for the second, and that'll be 2 more to Brown, 2 more to the total. Brown's on to 18, Hampshire 190 for 5, and they trail by 54 in their second innings, having been asked to follow on after they were all out this morning for 223.
How long does it before Surrey sort of publish results of scans? Are they do they normally do it fairly quickly?
Yeah, normally I'm not sort of involved in all of that these days, but normally it's once they get know exactly what's going on and how long it's going to be, they'll say something. Probably wait till the end of the game, won't they?
Short, outside the off stump, Felix Organ just pulls the bat inside the line as it goes through to Ben Folkes. Hampshire trailing by 54 here.
Yeah, but Surrey tweeted yesterday that he was going for a scan today. But I don't know
whether they get the results straight away.
Absolutely.
Or whether whoever it is that reads the... Because I think they probably get read at the hospital or something, or they'll come back here and then they'll get read by somebody, and then it sort of goes on through like that. So it may be a day or two, it may be quicker than that. I don't know how quick Surrey are. As regarding letting everybody know, guided down to third man from a short of a length ball, quite deliberate there from Felix Organ, who moves on to 4, and it's 191 for 5. Hampshire following on.
I think probably give it a couple of days. Not playing again till Thursday, are they? So I would think maybe next couple of days. Probably be some sort of news on that from the scan of Kemar Roach.
Imagine the West Indies are
well, that's the other point. They'll
probably have to liaise with them, won't they?
Absolutely. That's the way it normally works. Let them know what's going on, and so whatever it is, sort of the rehab program between the two.
Don't know when the West Indies are next in action.
He was here for the first 5 games. I know that much.
Oh right, okay. So
he is here for the first.
So he's got a window. If
there is I think so.
An international window, anyway. Here's Overton, runs away from us. Length ball to Ben Brown, who gets one that bounces from a length, keeps it down well as it goes out into the covers. Just hurries him a fraction.
But as I say, it didn't look great yesterday when he came off. Poor old Kemar Roach. sort of being helped off the field of play. Probably about this time yesterday, really, wasn't it, that happened? He just bowled James Vince with that absolute perler.
He had.
Knocked out Vince's middle stump.
Comes Overton again then to Brown. Brown forward, pushing it out to point. Good probing delivery there from Jamie Overton in the evening sunshine here.
Lovely, isn't it? Really nice. I think the forecast for tomorrow is pretty good as well, and I think for Monday it's pretty good. So everybody's going to have a very nice bank holiday weekend weather-wise, I think.
You got a little bit of sun before the start of play, didn't you? Just in that outdoor area just to the left of our box.
Has to be done.
Otherwise we don't see it. It doesn't shine into the box. Gets one that nips back and hits high on the pad.
It's nice length from Overton.
Still a little bit there from time to time. Overton hits the deck quite hard. We'll find something if it's there.
Good probing length, that, isn't it? Ben Brown's, as we were saying, he doesn't jump fully forward. He's quite a small man. He's very compact. Ben Brown.
Just the one slip. It's fairly wide as Overton comes in again and bowls. It's a good leave. Good delivery as well, just slightly fuller. Just shaping away from Ben Brown at the end of that over. 191 for 5 then. Hampshire following on trail by 53.
You indeed. Another one ticks by. It'll be James Taylor, I think, to continue. He's marching up purposefully from that pavilion end. I should think it's nice in the sun down there now in the Peter May stand. Just sat in those white seats. I would have thought that's nice down there now. Get your sunglasses on and your hat, having a watch. There is a very good chance that I'd be asleep by now, I have to say.
Would you?
Just sort of slowly, my head just slowly nodding forward as James Taylor comes in over the wicket to Felix Organ, and Organ's letting this one go. The right-hander, the outside is off stump. That's taken by Ben Folkes away to his right-hand side. As I get older, I find as well on the train that I'll be reading my book and then it'll hit me. And I often wake up with my head in my book, having sort of nodded off slowly forward into the middle of a chapter. Did
you fall asleep on the train last night?
Yes, I did actually.
Did you?
As in over the wicket once again comes Taylor. Forward goes Felix Organ, plays this one out into the offside. There's Jordan Clark to do the fielding. Again, there's no run. Remains on 191 for 5. It was quite crowded on the way back last night. There's people coming home from a day in London. Shopping bags and balloons. It seemed in my carriage anyway. I got one of those nice trips back where a lot of people get off at the first station though, which is good. As in comes Taylor. That's a lovely one to Felix Organ. It's got him groping outside that off stump. It's a nice bit of bowling from James Taylor.
Would that be Clapham Junction by any chance?
No, I go from Victoria. I'm going back towards Kent. So it's Bromley South where a lot of people tend to get off. And you're sort of packed in till there, and then there's that sort of, it's almost like you're letting big deep breath out when they open the doors and lots of people spill out onto the platform, and you can sort of move your bag and things. As Taylor is in again, short ball which Organ's playing off the back foot up towards Rory Burns, who stood up there at mid-off, the captain. Ashley Mamler's doing some stretching exercises up at mid-on. Jamie Smith and Ollie Pope in conversation at first and second slip. Well, Jack stood with his arms folded in that gully region. Smith is sort of pointing out towards mid-wicket here as James Taylor is into Organ, and Organ's turning it towards where Jamie Smith was pointing. And they'll pick up a single as Nico Reefer comes in off that boundary rope. One more then to Felix Organ. He moves on to 5, 192 for 5. I did notice, I mentioned barbecues last night. I did notice actually that there were a few on the go.
Was there?
And I would have thought there will be over the weekend as well for bank holiday. The old beer gardens. There'll be lots of people sat out in those during this bank holiday weekend. Waits does Ben Brown with bat raised as Taylor is into him, and Brown's letting this one go outside. Is off stump. End of a Taylor over. 27 left today. 192 for 5 then Hampshire. Brown 18, Organ 5, and Hampshire still trailing by 52.
Don't you worry that you might miss your stop when you fall asleep on the train?
No, I've got sort of that homing instinct.
Oh, have you?
But what I do like, I have to say, is on a train journey where you know the last station where it's going to stop is the one you're getting off on.
Oh, is it?
Because you can tend to relax
lucky.
a bit on that, can't you?
No,
not on my way back tonight, but when I fell asleep from Cardiff to Paddington the other day and woke up at Paddington. The good thing was I knew that was the last stop. Although I felt terrible when I woke up because I was in such a deep sleep. Didn't know what I was doing. Walked. This was that bad that I walked into the barrier where everyone else was coming out.
Ooh.
Yes, that went down well with everybody.
It's Jamie Overton from the Vauxhall End, where we're commentating from. Runs away from us and bowls. Edge, caught gully. Couldn't get over that, could Felix Organ, and that is a good diving catch in the gully. Just catching practice, really. And Organ goes for 5, and it's 192 now. 4-6.
Yeah, sharp catch that from Will Jacks to his left. Overton's got 8 now, and yeah, just couldn't quite get over the top of that. And good catch, sharp catch by Will Jacks, made it look very easy, and it wasn't. And Overton's 5 for in the first innings, 3 now in the second, 8 in the game. Hampshire lose Felix Organ for 5. And that's now 192 for 6.
I think every time I think we're going into day 4, there's a wicket. James Vince just before tea.
It's that old
when
cliche.
Weatherly and Vince were going well. Weatherly's out.
It's that old cliche, and there's never a bad time to pick up wickets. But Surrey have picked them up at good times.
Yeah, they've always picked it up.
Just when they've needed one, one's come along.
I think Felix will be a little bit disappointed with that dismissal. Bad away from the body, too much bounce from Overton, which has been a feature of his bowling in this game. That's why he's picked up the wickets he has, just finding a little bit extra out of this surface that the others can't, and has really given the Hampshire batters something to think about, isn't he, the whole time he's been on. Always at you, always making you think long and hard about how you play him, and really has bowled really well today. He's been very, very impressive.
He has, hasn't he? And his tail's up as well now.
And will continue to be up, because now Surrey really will believe that they can wrap things up tonight. And there is no bigger incentive for a side to wrap things up with a day to spare and have a day off. 4-day games are hard work. 1 a week. It does grind you down as a bowler, and any extra days off that you can have are always very welcome. So a huge, huge incentive now for Surrey.
Simon's tweet is saying, could we give a mention to Old Boys Collegians, a school first 11 side who are on tour from New Zealand. They're a very talented bunch of lads who played at the pre-season festival at Haileybury with much gusto, and playing many of the top school sides. So, well, the Old Boys Collegians are on tour, and I hope they're having a good time. From New Zealand, excellent stuff. Thank you, Simon. Well, at least the weather's nice for them. That's something, isn't it? It's always the thing, isn't it, about sort of festivals, cricket and tours cricket in this country. You just pray the weather's going to be all right.
Was it me? Sorry,
yes,
it is, yeah. Sorry. Leaving that alone is my fault. And I think that hit Barker on the elbow, as it didn't miss the stumps by very much.
And of course, Jamie Overton got going this morning with that brute of a delivery to Keith Barker. And that one, just back of a length, Barker's looking to let it go, and it kept coming at him. And that's the thing that Barker found this morning, was that with that ball that got him, it just kept going at him. It wasn't going to get out the way of it, and gloved it to Ben Foakes.
Here's Overton, just steers that one, does Barker, backward of point. I was just looking up Old Boys Collegians actually. It's a Christchurch-based cricket club in the South Island.
Yeah, nice tour that.
Yeah. Spent a season in Christchurch myself, many years back. Played for Sydenham.
And Wellington as well. You were saying.
Well, that was up. That was up. Yeah, bottom of the North Island.
That's great.
Yeah. And had a season or so in Auckland as well. So yeah. But yeah, love Christchurch. Lovely spot. Mind you, that was pre the earthquake, many moons before that. Outside the off stump, and Barker leaves that one alone. He'll be aware, and so will Jamie Overton, that this morning Barker got a wicked short delivery which he gloved through to the keeper. I don't think many would have got out of the way of that one.
Well, the thing was, it just kept following Keith Barker. He was trying to get out the way of it, and it just kept roared back at him. It was an absolute brute of a delivery.
Now, was Overton round the wicket to Barker when he bowled that delivery? Because he switched to round the wicket now. Comes in and bowls, it's full. Barker drives, not timed. Just about goes through extra cover, but Rory Burns can come across for mid-off, quite easily retrieve the ball, and Barker off the mark. 193 for 6 following on. They are now 51 runs behind Hampshire.
Yes, well, Barker started this morning in the first innings, 21 not out. Went on to make 57, alongside James Fuller, who was the last man to go in the first innings. James Fuller, bowled by Overton for 41. So Barker started the morning with the bat, and he's back out there now in this last session with the bat. Still trailed by 51. Hampshire.
Here comes Overton again, outside the off stump. Ben Brown leaving that one, making sure the hands and the bat are well out of the way as he does so. End of the over. Another good over from Jamie Overton. 193 for 6. Brown has 18, Barker has 1. And we have left in the day 26 overs. All the talk now is whether the game will finish today or sometime early tomorrow.
Well, there's a chat between Barker and Brown. James Taylor's going to continue from that pavilion end. Taylor with a couple of wickets in this second innings. 28 overs, 4 mains, none for 101 at Edgbaston. It's better than that really, James Taylor. Just took a bit of a tap when Michael Burgess was slotting balls left, right and centre. Jamie Overton getting a very warm round of applause as he makes his way down to third man. Men back for Keith Barker. James Taylor here continues, coming right on round the wicket, and this is tucked away by Barker off his hip on the angle, and that's going to race away down to the boundary rope for 4. That was a very good catch from Will Jacks though, to get rid of Felix Organ. Made it look very easy, but actually it was travelling. Just took it to his left and then threw the ball up behind him. But all Barker's done there is played that ball on the angle. When you see it again, he's taking that off middle stump, but from right arm round the wicket, it's just helping it go on its natural flow. 47 Hampshire trail by. Ollie Pope is just shining the ball up and then launches it up to Hashim Amla. He's got a wideish mid-off, sweeper on the cover rope, backward point, third man, 2 slips, long leg, deep mid-wicket. As round the wicket he comes, then Taylor, to Barker. He's got to be a little careful there. It's a great take from Ben Folkes, because Barker got nothing on it, but he's just got to be careful he doesn't get bowled round his legs. Keith Barker. James Taylor marches back down there towards the members. As in the pavilion, the Surrey flag just fluttering in the breeze on top of the roof. As Taylor is in to Barker. Barker all playing around that front pad. Gone LBW. That's well bowled by James Taylor. We were talking about angles. He's possibly just got that one to straighten a touch on Keith Barker. He's trying to whip round that front pad. And James Taylor delighted with that one. And Keith Barker goes LBW 4-5, and the finger went straight up from umpire Robinson, and Hampshire are now 7 down, and James Taylor has a 3rd wicket of the innings, and Hampshire are 197 for 7.
Yeah, he's played across that one, hasn't he? And I suppose you could argue a little bit that was it going down, but I think the fact he's come right across that just planted the foot a little bit. You've got the angle, of course, with the bowler coming in, right arm round. Always difficult for an umpire to judge what it's going to do for that last yard and a bit, but I think the shot and the way he plonked his front foot down maybe didn't help Barker's case there, but yeah, I don't think it really matters now. I'd be very surprised now if we're here tomorrow.
Well, Adrian's been in touch, and Adrian saying, somewhat ironically, instead of being actually here watching the game, he's in a holiday cottage in Hampshire watching the live stream and listening to the dulcet commentary tones of both Church and James. So there you are, that's a nice way to spend your afternoon. Not that listening to us too, but in a nice cottage in Hampshire, J-Mo.
Sounds lovely.
Yeah, very nice indeed.
I think a few of us Hampshire people would wish we were back at a holiday cottage in the home county. In our home county.
Oh, one of the greats has been in touch and asking, can you ask Mark Church which cricketer it was who likes nothing more than to go back to a hotel room with a bag of chocolates and eat it all and then fall asleep? But I will not divulge that name, but I send you all love and best wishes from that message. That secret,
one of the greats.
That secret will go with me. As
go with you where?
Well, back to Kent tonight. Fuller is back out there in the middle.
I thought you meant it was going to disappear with you forever.
No. One day I'll announce. Good spinner. Very good spinner. Very good spinner. So, it is James Taylor coming in over the wicket to Fuller. And Fuller is forward and playing this one up towards mid-on. And there is no run. Yeah, very strange conversation that was. I wasn't expecting it at all, actually. I told you as well, and I didn't mention this.
He's put me off eating chocolate, actually.
I didn't mention this still, but it also is in a lift with John Bon Jovi.
Yes, you did. You told me at tea, and I said, why didn't you mention that earlier?
I have now. Good afternoon, Mr. John Bon Jovi.
Is that what you said?
Massive fan. In over the wicket once again comes Taylor. This is tucked away down towards fine leg by Fuller to get off the mark with a single 198 for 7.
Mr. John Bon Jovi.
Good afternoon, Mr. John Bon Jovi.
See, I wouldn't have known whether to address him by his full name or a shortened version. Hello, John Bon.
Hello, Mr. John Bon Jovi. I'm a huge fan of you and your band.
Did he acknowledge you?
He was very nice, actually. He said, no, I didn't say hello, Mr. George, but morning or afternoon, I think. Afternoon. Over the wicket comes Taylor to Brown. Oop, it's rapping Brown on the pads as he looks to work into the leg side. Lovely hair as it rolls in there towards short mid wicket. End of the over, 198 for 7.
He Brown, said that to you.
18, Fuller has 1. And the wicket for James Taylor of Keith Barker for 5.
He said to you, lovely hair?
No, wait, no, I didn't. No, he's always had lovely hair.
Ah, right.
And I noticed that he did have lovely hair. A full head of hair. Mr. John Bon Jovi in the lift. Same with Giles Brandreth, actually.
He had nice hair?
And nice hair. And didn't have one of his funny jumpers that he likes to wear on. He was wearing a suit. Yes. One of the great things about being above the one show, Kevin James.
Well, you've seen...
We mix with the stars.
I was going to say, you've seen some of the all-time greats this winter, haven't you? Working at, what is it called there? Not Broadcasting House.
New Broadcasting House, I believe, on Oxford Street.
Yes, that's right.
Actually, I have to say, it's a pretty impressive entrance. Going off towards...
It's in a U shape, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, and you can see all the news taking place and everything. I'm always a bit worried I'm going to wander into that.
It's overturned. Ooh, that's a shortish ball from Fuller, and he didn't know much about that. Didn't know whether to play it, pull the hands out of the way. I'm not sure he did anything in the end once the ball had gone past him. Good one to announce his arrival at the crease.
That's where
Everton's
it's
made a
awkward.
habit of that today.
Yeah, again, the thing is, it's not going. It's short, but it's not flying up over the head.
No.
So it's following Fuller. And he's having to just keep an eye on it here.
There's Overton then to Fuller. That's gone for the Yorker. It's dug out by Fuller. That's a good bit of cricket, that. Good intelligent bowling from Overton and good awareness there from James Fuller. He's off the mark. 198 for 7.
Yeah, great delivery that. Well played by James Fuller, mind. Got the bat down on it. You saw the puff of dust as well when he dropped the bat down on the ball there. James Fuller. Ben Brown coming back onto strike on 18.
Still 2 men on the hook. In the distance away to our right. Overton comes in down the leg side. He's trying to waft that away. Good stop from Ben Folkes. Ill-directed delivery there from Jamie Overton. Not something I've said very often today. There must be a few other stars that you've passed in the BBC building, in the lift.
I'm sure there are.
Made tea for.
I must be honest, it depends what time of the day it is. Because in the mornings I tend to not quite be on the ball.
I suppose some you wouldn't necessarily recognise, would you?
No.
So Overton, that's
Oh,
all my
hello.
word, that's over everybody's head. That is tennis ball bounce like you've never seen before. Short, and I think 2 Ben Browns on top of each other wouldn't have reached that. That wasn't given 4. Was
No
that given
balls.
4 wides?
No,
Or
I
4
think
low
it was a
balls?
no ball.
There's absolutely no way nobody's reaching that. Not even Ben Folkes bothered with that.
Well, he just watched it go over his head. That was very short.
That was that's about as high as I think I've seen a cricket ball bounce for quite a while. 205 for 7. Hampshire trail by 39 now. Overton comes in again to Ben Brown. Length ball. That keeps a little low, and Ben Brown's on his getting low there to play at that one. It's just an example of sometimes there's a little bit of up and down bounce, but it's not much. But I think the little bit of up and down bounce we've seen has been with the bowlers bowling from this Vauxhall end, and there is a spot there, isn't there? But it's not much.
No, and I think it's that Brown tends to just try and get fully forward.
No, he
He's
doesn't
a
get
small
forward,
man, so he's sort of playing that ball from the crease as much as anything.
Overton again then, still giving it everything. Length ball, Brown's in behind that and pushes that to mid-wicket.
Well, he's 8 for now. In the game is Jamie Overton. So been a heck of an effort this today, really. Yesterday was good, but today's been outstanding for Surrey.
Yeah.
His best is 8 for 143 in a match. So one more.
That's surprising.
One more and best bowling figures in the game.
In again then to Ben Brown. Bowls. Ben Brown just flicks that away down to backward square leg for a single. Moves on to 19. 206 for 7. 24 overs left in the day's play. I think if Hampshire can get in front, and I'd like to think they will, even if it's not by very many, then I think the odds shift again to coming back tomorrow.
Yes. Yeah. What are we? 7 down now? Yep, 7 down now.
Still 38 behind.
You know, the other thing that could happen tonight, I suppose, is... No, actually, that wouldn't happen tonight. I'm just thinking about the extra half hour, but I think Hampshire probably... If we're still going in 24 overs time, you'd think that Hampshire would be 30, 40 runs ahead, perhaps, and might just be come back tomorrow if they were all out and try and get it tonight. Jamie Overton's marching off at the moment, so 12th man is on the field of play. So Jamie Overton just marching off at the moment as James Taylor from the pavilion end is coming into Brown, and Brown is forward, playing this one up towards mid-off, and there is no run. James Taylor his best figures in first-class cricket, 3 for 28. He's sitting on a 3 for here. Still very early in his career, James Taylor, but he's come on leaps and bounds during the winter. He really has. Everyone said he was bowling well in pre-season. As he turns again from that pavilion end, comes in over the wicket to Brown. That just bounces a touch on Ben Brown. Plays it very well down into the turf, and that rolls away towards backward point, and there's no run. Ben Brown wanders off towards square leg to have a think about all of this. Still to come, Mr. Abbott and Mr. Abbas. So Surrey will be very happy with where they find themselves at this point on this third afternoon. As over the wicket again comes Taylor to Brown, and that's down the leg side, and Ben Folkes flings himself to his left. Got a glove to it. Was there a bit of bat on that? There was. But I'm just looking at Ben Folkes and his shoulder as well there. Just landed slightly awkwardly, did Ben Folkes. So he's whirling his left arm there as he dived to his left hand side. Just landed a little awkwardly. So he's working on his rotator there, I think. Kevin James, I believe that's the name in your shoulder, the rotator. As in over the wicket comes Taylor to Fuller. Fuller's turning this one into the leg side. He'll pick up a single. That'll be one more to the total. One more to Fuller. He moves on to 3. 208 for 7.
Keep going to medical school.
Yes, indeed. Jackson's getting warmed up. I think we'll see a bit of spin from Will Jacks next over from this Vauxhall end. Folkes is all right. I think, just as I say, just landed a bit awkwardly as he dived away to his left. Taylor running towards us, coming in over the wicket to Ben Brown, and Brown covering up, playing this one up towards Rory Burns. Stood up there at mid-off. And there is no run. Been a very solid performance this so far from Surrey with bat and ball. I think the coach will be very pleased with this. Sat up there watching away wherever he is. James Taylor, over the wicket he comes, and Brown is pushing at this one. That rolls away down towards backward point. Jordan Clark does the fielding to his left. End of the over from James Taylor. Tidy over again from James Taylor. 3 for 56 off his 18. And Brown 20, Fuller 3. And I think we're going to get a bit of Will Jacks from the Vauxhall end.
Yep, 23 overs left in the day. Maybe a few more if we get into a situation where the umpires feel we can play to a finish. Overton's not back on the field, so it looks like he might be off for a little while.
Elsewhere, Kent 48 for 4. Following on against Lancashire.
It's going to be a big battle down at Canterbury. Two sides that didn't bat very well the week before.
And then
Hampshire there next week.
Gloucestershire and Yorkshire. Gloucestershire 190 for 5 in their second innings, so lead Yorkshire by 41. Nottinghamshire and Glamorgan. Nottinghamshire 168 for 5. So they lead Glamorgan by 91 runs. And Durham against Leicestershire. Durham 138 without loss in their second innings, so they lead by the small matter of 293. Sussex 225 for 2 following on, so still trailing Derbyshire by 106. And of course earlier on today, Essex beating Somerset by a wicket. Oh, very dramatic it was down there at the Taunton, but in the end Essex sort of tripped over the finishing line and picked up the win. There's been some running repairs for that shoulder of Ben Folkes in the break there, but he's okay to continue. Ben Folkes, he's a tough old thing, is Ben Folkes. Keepers normally are, though, aren't they? Because they take so much pain on their fingers and thumbs, and they're normally very, very tough characters, the keepers. So yeah, he's still rolling that shoulder a bit, Ben Folkes, but he's okay to continue. And Will Jacks will come into the attack from the Vauxhall end.
Oh, that he's waving to you. Here's Jacks, cut away by Fuller out to the man at deep cover, and Fuller moves on to 4. 209 for 7. Hampshire trail by 35 now. Jacks again, got the short leg in, and the slip, and Brown's on the back foot and works that square on the offside. Again, the ball goes out to the cover boundary, and another single. Brown onto 21. 210 for 7.
Good afternoon to Arnoud, who's listening in the Netherlands. Love to hear from you, Arnoud. Hope all's well.
Forward is Fuller, back to the bowler.
Nice part of the world. Phil Britt was out there looking at bulbs. Only a couple of weeks ago.
And looks after the museum at Edgbaston.
Indeed.
And does a bit of commentaries with the BBC. Does a bit more than a bit, actually. He's been doing it for a while. That's Fuller again steering it out into the gap in the covers. He moves on to 5. 211 for 7.
Bit of gardening as well. He was very pleased with his bulbs that he brought back.
Was he? Jacks again. Forward is to backward point. Amler doesn't pick up cleanly, but keeps his hat on.
Must admit, I'm not a big gardener.
Are you not?
No. I haven't got a garden for a start.
Well, that's probably doesn't help. Driving is Brown out to Amler. Just pick it up cleanly this time. End of Jacks over. 211 for 7 following on Hampshire. 33 runs now behind. It's a bit difficult to be a gardener if you haven't got a garden.
Yeah, well, due to circumstances, I haven't got a garden at the moment. But even when I did have a garden, I wasn't a huge...
Was you not?
No. I like looking at other people's gardens, or going to parks where flowers are already in full bloom. But never really been one for growing my own flowers.
And looking after them.
And looking after them. They take a lot of work, don't they?
Well, if you're away a lot, like you are, it's a bit difficult to give them the care that they need. Some more than others, some species, I guess.
Well, you often see it at the old village shows, don't you? The biggest cucumber or the biggest marrow competition. Not entered one of those, I haven't.
Well,
maybe as I get
from what you were saying,
older.
I didn't think you would have done.
So, Jordan Clark is coming back into the attack from that pavilion end to replace James Taylor. And 211 for 7, Hampshire. So, Jordan Clark getting ready to come charging in from that pavilion end. 2 slips and a gully as Clark is into Fuller, and Fuller, well, that one just came back a touch at him. Nicely played, just tucks it away up towards mid-on. There's no run. I once judged the old best cake competition.
Did you really?
Yeah, a village fete.
Now, I think that would be more right. That would be more up your street.
I really enjoyed that. That was a stand-in as well. That was a stand-in.
Was it? You weren't even the original judge.
Oh no, a bit like you with Belinda Carlisle. As over the wicket comes Jordan Clark, all driving. He's Fuller off a thickish edge, this. That's going to fly away down to the third man boundary rope for 4. So not exactly where Fuller intended, but it's still whistled off. Tom Laws, who's out there sort of doing 13th man duties, was giving chase. That whistles off down to the boundary rope for 4 runs and 215 for 7.
Can you remember what cake won it?
Victoria Sponge.
Was it?
I'm partial, must admit.
So you got your way as one of the judges?
I was the judge.
Oh, you were the only one?
Yep. As in over the wicket comes Jordan Clark, turns this one into the leg side, goes out there towards deep backward square. They'll pick up a single, 1 more to the total.
What was it up against?
Lemon drizzle, I remember. Carrot. There was a nice carrot cake.
Was it?
Yeah, that actually came quite close to winning. But no, it was the old Victoria sponge that won it.
What was good about it?
Oh, just lovely pastry.
Pastry?
No, not pastry. What do you call it? The stuff. It's the
sponge.
Yeah, sponge. That's it. Thank you. As in over the wicket's right hand side. But yes, I do. I remember a carrot cake. Very good carrot cake. Bit of lemon drizzle. I think there was I'm not a big chocolate cake fan. It's always a bit too much for me, chocolate cake. But I am partial, I have to say, to the old Victoria sponge. As over the wicket once more comes Jordan Clark, and this is helped off his hip in Ben Brown fashion that we saw in the first innings. He just lifts up that front leg and then just pulls it off his hip behind square. Nicely played by Ben Brown. He'll move on to 25 and Hampshire move on to 220 for 7.
Some judge you must have been, and when somebody said, well, what was the reason that Victoria
pastry.
sponge won it? You said because of the pastry.
Yeah, your pastry on your Victoria sponge was excellent.
And I must have thought, what have we got here?
Well done. And your cream and jam was magnificent. I seem to remember as well that there was a bit of icing sugar on the top.
Yeah.
Which sort of
gave it
that little bit extra as Jordan Clark is in again and driving his Brown handsomely. Down on one knee out there towards Ryan Patel, sweeping on the cover boundary rope. And they'll pick up a single. Ben Brown again looking in good nick here. He's on to 26, trailing by 23 Hampshire. 21 overs to go today. And they're 221 for 7.
Was there many cakes to judge?
There was about 5 or 6. I remember doing it live on air here actually once as well. They had for one of the now they have the Pride of Lions for the kids, which is fantastic. But it was one of their days, and they had a cake baking competition for that, and live on air judged the cakes, and they were very nice indeed.
Did you have to sort of make a munching sound for effects?
Took it very seriously. You know me, if I do something, Jamie, I give it 100%.
I can imagine.
Including tasting cakes.
221 for 7. Will Jack's the off spinner with a short leg and a slip in to Ben Brown, who prods forward. Goes up towards mid-on. 24 these two have put on now for the 8th wicket since the fall of Keith Barker. LBW to James Taylor for 5. Jacks again, rocks back to the back foot there, Ben Brown, as he finds the gap once more, and it is a big gap in the covers. To 22 for 7. Hampshire trail by 22 runs now. Surely they're going to get in front at the very least. There's Jacks. Doesn't seem to be any help for Jacks at the moment, so it's turned away through mid-wicket by Fuller. Moves on to 11, 223 for 7.
I suppose the other thing that does as well is we will take two overs out of today for the change of innings and the over urine.
Jack still giving it plenty of air as Ben Brown pushes forward out on the onside.
Extraordinary programme on the telly now where you have to guess if it's the real thing or a cake.
What?
So yes, it's an extraordinary show.
Sounds it. There's a drive there from Brown. Finds the man in the deep on the offside. Moves on to 28 now, Ben Brown.
Not a word of a lie, but it would be like a chest full of notes.
Yes.
Cash notes. And then there'd be 3 or 4 of those, and then you'd have to guess which one's the cake. Some of them are unbelievable, J-Mo. Wow. Unbelievable. Or a bowl of spaghetti bolognese.
Really?
And one of them's a cake.
Sorry,
there's an entire show in that.
Is there really? Done well to find an entire show out of that. It's driven up to deepish mid-on by James Fuller, who's going to keep the strike. 227 for 7. Hampshire trail by just 17. Well, I'm sorry I've missed that, because that sounds unmissable.
It is. You would be surprised. I reckon if you did watch it, you wouldn't get that many correct. I've sat there of an evening and had a real shock of my life, you know, when they've come out with a full cooked English breakfast, and it turns out that the one I've guessed is the cake is a proper full English breakfast. Good programme that.
Sounds it.
As it's going to be Jordan Clark to continue. down there from the pavilion end of the ground. Slip and a gully in there as over the wicket goes Jordan Clark. Bowls Fuller, all ends up, knocks out his middle stump, nipping it back at James Fuller. Good pacey delivery that from Jordan Clark, and knocks out his middle pole. And James Fuller goes for 12, and it's 225 for 8.
You know, again, you know, when batters seem... that's nip back, that's a great delivery, isn't it? That is a really, really good delivery. Just nip back enough, and Fuller not quite behind, completely behind the line. But again, you know, the passage of play, 28-run partnership, and you think, well, they're playing nice and easy. And then another wicket comes along, and that's been the pattern for Hampshire today. They'd always given themselves an awful lot to do, but I think, again, it's been good bowling, you know, to produce a ball like that where there hasn't been a lot going on. You know, that's a very, very good delivery. Jordan, I mean, I know Jordan Clark, he has got that in his armoury, hasn't he? The norm. He hasn't really had the ball going away from the bat as much as I've seen him in the past, but every now and then he's been able to produce that ball that nips back off the seam, and that was pitched perfectly, wasn't it?
Absolutely, and you know, we've had a couple of wickets in this game that have looked spectacular for the bowler, with sort of middle stumps cartwheeling out the ground, but that was a good ball, a good pace. Bit late on it was Fuller, and it just knocked out his middle stump. So Kyle Abbott back out there in the middle. On a pair is Mr. Abbott, and yeah, there is a chance this could be done tonight now. At 225 for 8, still trailing by 19, with 19.5 overs remaining to bowl today and the whole day tomorrow, of course. Still an awful lot of cricket in this game left in the match. And Kyle Abbott with his fluorescent gloves and bat, ready for Jordan Clark with some company as Clark is into him, and Abbott turns this one off his hip into the leg side. Brown was thinking about a single there, but decides against it. I think he's got the same sponsor sort of bat and gloves as Hilo Coon, because whenever he went out for Kent, he sort of glowed in the dark a bit with his gloves and bat and everything. They're very, very snazzy, those, Mr. Abbott.
Stand out, doesn't it?
It does.
You're right, Hilo Coon, yes.
As Abbott waits once again. Clark's into him, short one. He's done all right there, Kyle Abbott. He's got out of the way of it because it kept coming at him, a bit like a wasp. And yeah, he's just swayed inside that.
Well, it's not surprising they're going to target Abbott a little bit, having seen him just gently guide a short ball to short leg in the first innings off Overton.
Yes, indeed, and Jamie Smith is the man lurking under that helmet, short leg again. Jamie Overton's in there at first slip. Jordan Clark runs towards us, comes in over the wicket to Kyle Abbott. Oh, shout for LBW, gone. Good bowling again from Jordan Clark, full and straight, and Kyle Abbott's expecting the short one, locked on the crease, and Kyle Abbott, I'm afraid that's a pair for Kyle Abbott. He goes without scoring, and we will be done tonight now unless something spectacular happens here. But that's a good bit of bowling from Jordan Clark. And Kyle Abbott tried to get that back foot outside the line of the off stump after it had hit him. Was it bowled him? I thought it was LBW. It's bowled him. It's bowled him. But interestingly though, Jordan Clark did appeal for that, and the finger went up.
Oh, I thought it was LBW as well.
Yeah, because the finger went up.
I think only one bail came off anyway, didn't it, looking at the replay.
Anyway, it's a good piece of bowling, but he definitely appealed. Finger went up, but Abbott has to go, and it's 225 for 9.
Second ball, as in the first innings, second ball. I mean, obviously, if you get 2 first ballers, that's a king pair. I don't know what 2 second ballers is. I don't think there is actually a phrase for that.
So Mohammed Abbas is out there in the middle. It's good bowling from Jordan Clark though, again. Sort of into this new spell of his, and he's come straight in and got Fuller with an absolute beauty that knocked his middle stump out the ground, and then that one to get rid of Kyle Abbott. And still trailing by 19 runs, and well, Mr. Abbas is not renowned for his batting, is he? Especially against bit of pace. That's not what he's obviously in the side for, Mohammed Abbas. But
still 19 behind here. I really did think Hampshire were going to get Surrey to bat again, but I'm not so sure now.
I suppose Ben Brown's role changes a little bit as well. He's at the non-strikers end, though. That's the thing here.
I'm not sure he's going to change his game that much now. There's no point.
As Jordan Clark, 3 slips, gully and a short leg, is into Abbas and first ball. Abbas is letting go outside his off stump. But yeah, my apologies that I was absolutely convinced he'd given it LBW because the finger went up. But then the camera sort of went in on the stump and a bail had fallen off.
Maybe it blew off.
Good done, I suppose. Overton's actually looking at that stump now. I think he's saying it's not all been put back quite the right way, so he's...
Actually, it looks like I'm looking at one website and it's saying LBW.
Oh, right you are, you see. As in over the wicket once more, then comes Jordan Clark, and it's good leave from Mohammed Abbas. Good leave from Mohammed Abbas. End of the over, cracking over that from Jordan Clark, a double wicket maiden. And 225 for 9. Yeah, it's up on the board as LBW as well. So I thought, I didn't think I'd seen things, but 225 for 9. Brown, 28. Abbas yet to get off the mark and still trailing by 19.
It's a mystery as to how that bail and that stump... Well, the bail came off and the stump was just not straight.
Maybe someone just walked past it and knocked it off.
Yeah. Anyway, whatever happens, Abbott is out, but it is officially LBW. I guess only the live stream will prove otherwise as to what happened with the stumps behind him. So, with a 19-run deficit, the field scatters because I guess they'll Surrey will want to have a bowl at Mohammed Abbas. I don't think Ben Brown's going to slog it at all. It's not worth it. He's not going to take the run throw as it goes out behind square on the leg side. I suppose, I mean, with a day and 19 overs to go, he could farm the strike. You never know.
Might still be here at tea time tomorrow. No, that would be up there with that. Now that would be up there with Amler.
That would be something. And Brown pushing it on the onside. That would make Amler's innings look like a T20 knock last year at the Aegeus.
And you know what? I'd still enjoy that. I'd still have.
Well, if we are here tomorrow tea time, and Ben Brown has successfully farmed the strike for about 110 overs.
Well,
so Brown just cuts it away on the offside. You will be the only one here. Certainly the only one jumping up and down, saying this is absolutely fabulous.
Thank you to Mr. Alan Gardner of Cricket Info. He's a few boxes down and says that Abbott was definitely LBW. It's just that Ollie Pope threw the stumps down for good measure. And when we looked across, they were focused, the camera was focused on the stumps with one bail off. That's the joy of the live stream. So I should trust my inner instincts. Thank you, Mr. Gardner. He was in marvellous form. He really is.
Is he?
Few boxes down. He's in absolutely terrific form. One of the greats.
Is he?
One of the greats. I was talking to him about Matt Roller, who won the Young Journalist of the Year award. And as I interviewed him, and we were talking about that tricky second season syndrome for Matt Roller with his. I said everyone will have a, your target on your back. People will have looked at your writing in your match reports and worked out the way you write them.
So, right. So there's that in the press box as well, is there?
That second season.
Is it? Same as out in the middle.
Well, there are cameras everywhere. Analysts.
And what was his answer?
Well, he said he was a bit nervous now after I'd said that to him. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to remember how to type.
I think you created something that wasn't really there.
Unlike me. So yes, good to see Mr. Gardner. It's been some of the greats have been around. Mark Baldwin. DeBell was around last week at Edgbaston having his lunch.
Here we go then. I suppose you should commentate from now on, really, isn't it? Because you guys are the team in ascendancy. No, on after you, please.
No, I don't do things like that. Kevin James, I'm too old.
Here's Jackson to Abbas. 4 men round the bat, slightly full. Abbas just prods forward. Leg slip. Silly mid-off, who's very close in and has now decided to go on the leg side, just as close in. That's not a great spot. I don't care who's batting. I don't want to field there, and a short leg as well. And that's gone on the offside. As Abbas prods that out, and he's kept that at bay. 18 runs the difference. Hampshire 226 for 9. They've lost 4 wickets since tea. Organ for 5, Barker 5, Fuller 12, Abbott no score.
So it will be Ben Brown on strike, 226 for 9. Brown 29, Abbas yet to get off the mark, and Ben Brown has a little survey of the field, 2 slips and a gully.
Stream's just shown the Ollie Pope throw.
Ah, very good, excellent.
Which hit the base of the off stump.
Well done, Ollie Pope. So it's going to be Jordan Clark down there from the pavilion end. Brown on strike on 29, 226 for 9. Still 18 overs to go today, and still trailing by 18 runs. So it will take something special to get us to tomorrow, I think. Because here is Jordan Clark to Ben Brown. Brown's forward, popping this one out into the other side. Oops, excuse me. And there is no run. As Rory Burns comes round to his left to do the fielding.
We're playing extra time tonight now.
Oh, without a doubt. Without a doubt. The only way we're not playing extra... Well, actually, we will be, because they're not going to score quickly with these tactics, obviously. So it's going to take a while to get those 18 runs now, as Jordan Clark is in, and Brown, that's down the leg side. Doesn't get anything on this, and that's taken by Ben Folks, because field's spread now for Ben Brown, so we could have a bit of time where, you know, it's just 1 and over with Ben Brown trying to keep the strike. So it could take the 18 overs to get to 18. So, yeah, there is a very, very good chance we could be done and dusted this evening now. As Jordan Clark is into Brown, it's short and it's cut by Brown. He refused the single. As that goes out towards Ryan Patel, sweeping on that cover boundary rope. But, yeah, the bowling figures for Surrey today, they've shared it around. Obviously the 5 from Jamie Overton in that Hampshire first innings. Field's moving up now, and in this second innings as we speak, 3 for Overton, 3 for Taylor, and 3 for Jordan Clark. You can't ask for more than that, really, can you? Your three quick men picking up 3 apiece. As Jordan Clark is in over the wicket to Ben Brown, and Brown playing this one away into the offside. Won't find a run there because Jamie Overton's coming round. But just from a sort of a bowling family point of view, you lose one of your quicks, and then in that second innings, and what they did this morning as well, the other 3 have done an outstanding job, haven't they?
Definitely.
For Rory Burns.
Definitely. It's been impressive, I have to say. I've been very impressed with Surrey in this game.
Jordan Clark is over the wicket to Ben Brown, and that's beating the inside edge and the off stump, as that really has jagged back.
That's that nib backer again from Jordan Clark. That is such a dangerous delivery.
Good take from Ben Folks as well.
It's gone quickly.
Yep, diving away to his left.
Dangerous. I mean, to have that when the ball's not swinging or shaping away from him, to have that in your armoury, that's good bowling. You know, how many bowlers do you see on decks that are not giving them much help? Just sort of keep it tight and don't look particularly threatening. Jordan Clark has a ball that on a decent deck is a wicket-taking ball.
Yeah, absolutely is. In he comes once again, goes wide of the crease. Ben Brown won't find a single there because he's tucked it into the leg side, and it's picked up by Jamie Overton. This means that Mohammed Abbas will be on strike. Good over again from Jordan Clark. 3 for 54 for him, but it just suddenly comes back, roars off that seam, doesn't it?
It's a great ball in your arm. You know, when you talk about bowlers that are set apart from others, that's what you mean. People that can produce wicket-taking deliveries when others just look okay.
Well, that's
don't look particularly threatening.
He's got that control, and he's always had that thing, Jordan Clark, that sort of always describe him as that all-action cricket. Something is always happening, but now he's got the control as well. His confidence obviously has grown from last year, and no, terrific. That's terrific. You bring him back at this point, and he's picked up a couple of wickets in an over, and he's sort of sent a couple back very quickly indeed. It's exactly what you want, and you know, I think Gareth Batty, Azam Mahmood, Jim Troughton, Rory Burns will be very happy with this. Very solid performance this from Surrey.
It's been more than solid.
Yeah, doing it with the bowler down.
You're doing them a disservice in a way, but it's the very least that. Here's Taylor then bowls to Abbas down the leg side, taken by Folks. Now for Taylor, you see, to move to the next level. That's what he needs to develop. You know, he's an okay bowler, no doubt about that. He's got nice figures. You know, in this game, he got 3 wickets in this innings, and he's all right. But if he wants to move to the next level, you know, Jamie Overton's got that sort of aggressive ball in him, which has taken wickets today when things have got quiet. Jordan Clark the same. Now, you know, James Taylor if he's going to make the next level, needs to develop something. Playing a missing outside the off stump, Abbas.
I think the reason I used the word solid was, it was sort of what Gareth Batty said before season started. I just want to see solid cricket. I want them to go out there and hit their potential, and with the bat solid, and with the ball, they've just stepped up here, and everyone's sort of contributed. So he'll be very pleased, I would have thought.
There's Taylor straight up, pushed up to mid on. I mean, if you win a game inside 3 days, then probably hard to find too much negative. Be a harsh person to find some negatives out of this from a Surrey point of view.
Right, you know, I think I think they've gone about it the right way this season.
Here comes Taylor again short. Abbas ducks underneath. Just looking at the live table, I think it's pretty obvious that as and when Surrey win this, they will go to the top. Essex are currently top after that win earlier today. Hampshire second, Surrey third, but that will change. .226 for 9, still 18 runs. See, all of a sudden now that ticking off the runs now is slow, doesn't it? There's Taylor bowls, playing a missing outside the off stump there, Abbas. It's where scoring looked fairly easy, even though Hampshire were losing wickets. It's now the, you know, and you think, well, actually, I mean, to be honest, the rate things are going at the moment to tick off those 18 runs, they won't even do that tonight.
Not now. Not now.
Assuming they're still batting, of course.
That man with large hat says he's very happy because he's been listening in and he's jet washed all his garden furniture this afternoon. That's good, isn't it?
You're struggling to listen to us then with all that noise going on. Taylor bowls, pulls the bat out of the way there, Abbas. End of the over. The scoreboard is showing 16 overs left in the day. I'm not sure if that will be totally true, depending on what happens over the next hour, assuming we're still playing. But anyway, that's a guide. 226 for 9, Hampshire trail by 18 still.
James Bracey, another 100 today for Gloucestershire. Good to see him in the runs again. I felt for him last summer. Sort of suddenly, it was Ben Folkes' injury. He was suddenly jettisoned in as he was going to play as a batter. Then all of a sudden, he was keeping wicket. And yeah, I'm glad to see. He's a talented boy, that one. But I think, you know, his keeping's a work in progress. But he can bat. But he didn't have a great time of it. So it's going to be Jordan Clark to Ben Brown, slip in a gully, and then everybody else is spread out as Jordan Clark is into Ben Brown, and Brown again tucks this off his toes very nicely, but doesn't take the single because it's gone straight out to deep backward square. And Ben Brown, well, he's going to play some nice shots for no runs here. Ben Brown.
I mean, it's admirable. I'm just wondering what it's achieving. I mean, it's difficult. It's a really difficult one. Should you just take the single and just play normally? You could argue that as well.
Jordan Clark is in. To Brown, looks to drive, thick inside edge. So just searching for this last wicket because Hampshire following on 226 for 9. Jamie Overton has 8 in the game, 5 this morning, 3 this afternoon. 3 for Jordan Clark in this second innings, 3 for James Taylor, 3 for Jamie Overton. Then Brown waits again as Jordan Clark is into him, and Brown, there he is, flicking off that hip again, out towards deep backward square. Again, won't take the single on this occasion. Marches back towards his captain, does Jordan Clark, discussing what they want to do. Well, they'll bring the field up next delivery if he doesn't take a single. Ben Brown. Rashid Mamla stood up there at mid-on. In comes Jordan Clark then over the wicket, and Brown shout for LBW. I think there was inside edge on that though, as that runs away, but it's that one that nips back again from Jordan Clark, and Brown does take the single on this occasion because fourth ball of the over. So then I'll give Jordan Clark two goes at Abbas, and I would have thought what he'll be thinking in his head is, can I bowl one of those quick that nips back, locking Mr. Abbas on the crease and either knocking his front pad out the ground or his stumps out the ground? You would have thought, but we will see. As here comes Jordan Clark to Mohamed Abbas, and outside edge from Mohamed Abbas, and well taken by Ollie Pope at second slip. Mohamed Abbas goes without scoring. Jordan Clark takes 4 in the game, and Surrey have their first win of the summer on this third evening, and it's been a terrific all-round performance by them. It's a victory by an innings. It's a very good catch by Ollie Pope. It means Hampshire are all out for 227 in their second innings. Big win this for Surrey. Really big win for them against a very good Hampshire side. They've been good value for it as well. It's all done on this third evening. And Kevin James, that you have to say has been a very good all-round performance from the home side.
Well, you have to say on this performance alone, you wouldn't rule Surrey out contending for the championship come the end of the summer. It's all about keeping your team together, injuries and what have you. But Hampshire have been totally outplayed. And I go right back to 10:30 on the first morning when you could argue that putting Surrey in wasn't the great decision. But as the players leave the field, quite rightly, they'll get a warm round of applause, the Surrey team, because they put in 3 days of, as Mark Church says, solid. I think, to be honest, you could probably use slightly stronger words. They look a good batting unit, they look a good bowling unit, even without Kemar Roach, which may be the case going forward. But even so, that is the second consecutive year where Surrey have played Hampshire here on this ground in the championship and have won by an innings plus. Well played, Surrey. And Hampshire's momentum that they thought had been gained from the win last week against Somerset, I think this performance has just brought them back down to earth.
Yeah, just those final bowling figures for you. There's the round of applause for the Surrey players as they make their way off. Jamie Overton, 15 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 53. James Taylor, 19 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 56. Jordan Clark, 13.5 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 55. And as I say, when you lose one of your quick bowlers, you enforce the follow on, and your other 3 pick up all 10 in the second innings. As a captain and a coach, you're absolutely delighted, aren't you, with that? Great stuff for Hampshire. Well, it's early in the season, that's the thing, and they're a good side, Hampshire, and they'll come back from this. Got a win last week against Somerset, who were the visitors here, actually, funny enough, on Thursday. But Surrey will be very pleased with this. A win by an innings and 17 runs. Next up for Hampshire, J-Mo?
Canterbury next week.
Canterbury, Kent next week. But, well, thank you for your company, Kevin James. It's been an absolute joy as always. Thank you very much to Varun Chopra, who was with us on the first day. Thanks to everybody behind me who's kept us going and kept us on air. So thank you very much indeed. And yes, have a lovely Easter, everybody. Have a lovely Easter Sunday. But the news here from the Kia Oval this evening is that Surrey have beaten Hampshire by an innings and 17 runs from myself, Mark Church, and from Kevin James. It's a very good night to one and all.